the night I lost my virginity. We were both in the same house together. His parents had gone away, and we both had our girlfriends with us, and we, went off to separate rooms, and that's when it all happened, that night.
Fantastic.
And, I just walked into the bedroom, and your show happened to be on, and I caught your telling of the tale, which I thought was really nicely told.
I still wonder where she is.
Yes, so do I.
I still wonder what her name was.
Ground control to Major Tom.
We've been expecting you, Mr. Boyd.
His is the worst voice you will ever hear.
Will he offer me his teeth?
The Tommy Boyd Show will teach you nothing. Nothing.
Always read the label.
Nothing but iniquity and wickedness.
If you really bug me, then I'll say goodbye.
Now, we had planned to devote the next hour of the programme to a discussion about the state of the air in the Western world, but by popular demand we're going to divert, hang a quick left, and discuss digestive disorders when abroad, or indeed when at home. Call by me, or we'll talk about what people want to talk about. And here's a good question. This is a good question. This is a question nobody can answer. So if you're stuck with somebody who think they know, ask them this: do Egyptians get the runs when they come to Britain? Ha-ha. Because my educated guess would be that they do. They do. Because we know that if we go to North Africa, we're likely to get a digestive disorder, and we'll take whatever precautions we can, such as that caller just before the news who said that he decided not to drink the water, but then of course ate the salads, and the salads had been washed in the water, and we will take all the various preparations that you can get to ward off at least the worst effects of a digestive disorder when you're abroad. But we tend to think it's because food and sanitation are not up to the standards that we expect in this country when we travel abroad, particularly to North Africa. But I don't think that's the case. To you? Have you been there? They're just as clean, it's just that the water's different. That's my theory. And I'll go with that. My theory is that when we travel abroad, it throws our tummies out of kilter after a couple or 3 days because the water is different. And you'll even notice it if you travel around Britain. Supposing you're a lorry driver and you're drinking cups of tea 1 minute in Doncaster and then the next minute in Firth and then in Carmarthen and then in Land's End. I wouldn't be at all surprised that you were active in the, sanitation department because of the stimulation of different types of water. Simply because they contain different quantities of different minerals. That's all it boils down to. When you wash your hands when you go away to a hotel anywhere in Britain, you travel 100 miles, you wash your hands, first thing you notice that the water is different. And that's the water they're making the tea with, the water they're making the beer with, the water that you're drinking, they boil your spuds in it and everything. And that's why we get tummy upsets when we go abroad. For by Yemeni, don't we get tummy upsets when we go abroad? We've all had a worst attack. And mine was in South America, and it was in Peru, so it was quite legitimately a case of Montezuma's revenge, which practically prevented Western Europe colonizing, yeah, doesn't matter, Southern America, because the digestive disorders which the conquistadors ended up suffering from pretty much had them running back to the boat if they got the strength. But what was fascinating was that I was out there working with a dozen or so, 15 Brits, and we finished our work schedule at different times. It was a 4-week visit. Some people, though, had done their work after about 9 or 10 days, and curiously enough, as soon as they stopped, they came down with a tummy disorder. Me, I didn't finish until 2 days before we were due to fly back, but finished work, and the following morning, zoom. So it does seem to me that some tummy disorders can be controlled psychologically. Possibly, they could be entirely psychosomatic. You bring them on yourself. Certainly, if you've got to get up in the morning and do something concrete, something positive, I mean in terms of work, you know what I'm saying, you do seem to be able to stave off the attack. Yes, let's talk about diarrhea. Why not? Why not? What's wrong with it? It doesn't get discussed often enough. We might all learn something. And that's all that matters, isn't it? No, all that matters is we have the odd laugh. I'm Tommy Boyd. This is Talk Radio. There is a good argument for listening.
See the future of radio.
The Tommy Boyd Show.
Ho, ho, ho.
So we're talking to Andy, who calls from Northants. Andy, you're on Talk Radio. Hello.
Tommy, I had it real bad, mate.
What happened?
I was stuck on a 17-seater plane in Venezuela going to see Angel Falls, which is the largest waterfall, and I had a touch of the old diarrhea. No toilet on the plane, so they decided to give me 2 sick bags, 1 sheet of toilet paper, and put me in the hold of the plane with no lights.
Oh, babe.
It was fun. It was fun. Nice, plenty of cloud.
I didn't know they were allowed to have planes with no toilets.
Well, I'm afraid this one didn't. I mean, well, you know yourself, in South America, I think they can get away with just about anything.
How long had you been in South America for before you had this attack?
Well, we were staying on an island called Margarita, which is just off the coast, and we've been there for about 2 weeks.
Mm.
I've been suffering for the full 2 weeks. Oh, every 5 minutes I was sitting there, and I told the missus that I couldn't go on the actual the trip to the waterfalls, and she turned on the old waterworks and persuaded me to go along.
Mm. There's something ignominious about getting an attack of the runs, isn't there? We tend not to like to talk about it, not to tell our loved ones and things.
Well, that's it. I mean, you know, obviously...
So you don't get any sympathy, is what I'm saying?
Oh, definitely not.
You know.
Definitely not. They don't give you any sympathy at all. Although, I've got to say, after I've spent 2 hours on this plane journey, no lights, 2, obviously, sick bags with a circumference of about 4 inches, pitch black darkness, I did get some sympathy, I've got to say.
Yes. And I will ask the question, what happened to the sick bags when you'd finished?
Oh, I just screwed the top up and chucked them over my shoulder. Luckily, in the hold, there was one of those large square thermos boxes.
Yes.
With loads of cold drinks and some iced water in there.
Yes.
So I could always wash my hands after.
How can one avoid the runs if you go abroad? We read, don't we, that the Queen has, for decades now, taken crates of... It was Malvern water. It was specified as Malvern water. I think that was the only British mineral water that you could get when Buckingham Palace decided that the best way to avoid a touch of tummy trouble when you go abroad is to take your own water. But what is the best way to avoid it? When the English cricket team goes to play on the subcontinent and do badly, they always talk about the fact that they all collect tummy troubles, even though they don't only take their own water when they tour, they take their own food. And they travel the length and breadth of India and Pakistan with suitcases full of baked beans. But they still get the runs. It goes so far as to say, you know, it might be God's way of telling mankind to stay at home. Tony calls from Oxford. You're on Talk Radio. Hello, Tony.
Hi, Tommy. Interesting thing that if you go and stay in France, you just go and stay with a family, they say to their children, when you go to England, don't drink the water. Mind you, having lived in Cornwall for 20 years and lived at Wadebridge, not very far from where the Camelford problem was a few years ago, if you remember it,
yes.
They're quite right.
It's just because... am I right in thinking it's just because the water is different? That's the only reason...
I think so. I've never been ill from the water. I've been ill from drinking the Mediterranean and things like that, but I've never been ill from actually changing water. Some people are. And
people will think that the weak and the sick are more vulnerable to a condition like this. And yes, I read in yesterday's paper that a Queen's Park Rangers forward, Trevor Sinclair, huge... no, he plays for West Ham, sorry now. Great big, hulking athlete that he is, and was taken to hospital because he was out on the golf course and he got a case of the runs, tummy troubles. You know. So there's no way of safeguarding yourself by spending more time in the gym, is there?
I don't think so. I think you've got a strong stomach, and I think if you go and buy all these pre-packed bloody foods that you get from supermarkets, there's no mud on them. There's nothing. Your stomach just gets absolutely, you know, used to having this food, which gives you no protection. And
I remember reading as well that some women, when they're pregnant, crave mud.
Oh, really?
So I'm just broadening out a little bit, but talk about the general curiosities of our digestion and our cravings. Yeah. Yeah, and in fact, in South America, there is a particular river bank, and the mud that you get on the side of that river bank is meant to be particularly good if you're pregnant. And the women come from hundreds of miles around to eat the riverbank.
Ah, right. Well, I'm going to South Africa in the end of August. I'm getting married on Saturday rather, and that's where we're going, which where Jill's sister lives. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens over there.
Do you think that having a few stiff drinks helps if there is any bacteria in the food or the water?
No.
Because you do hear that.
Friends of mine go out to India on a regular basis, and they've always told, don't drink the water. But unfortunately, they had the ice, which is made of the water, logically.
Yes.
And whatever you drink it with, it gets them. It really does get them.
This is a very good tip. It's all very well not drinking the water.
No,
but
keep away from the ice. The ice
in
is
your
the killer.
GMC, and if you have, a lettuce-based salad, it's probably been washed in the water. Tony, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Have a happy marriage.
You bet.
Yeah, because I worked with a woman in southern Spain, and every evening when we finished work, she would say, "It's disinfectant time, dears," which meant you had to go and have a large scotch. And she said that this was because we'd eaten the local food and we'd used the local water, but a large scotch at the end of the working day and we'd be all right the next morning. Of course, you don't argue, do you? Sarah calls from Shoreham. Sarah, you're on Talk Radio. Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon, Tommy. Well, I was just, when he talked about mud, I was in Greece, on a few small, very isolated Greek islands, and the aged ladies always bathe in mud. But that wasn't what I was going to talk about. It was that I haven't been in Asia, I have to admit, but I have been 2/3 around the world, and I've always taken the local water. I don't go on with, you can't drink it because I think it's a waste of time, but somebody in England gave me some bottled water, and guess what I got?
Yes.
Dysentery.
Yes.
So I don't believe in this belief in taking bottled water.
No.
I drunk it everywhere, and I know you've travelled into the very far areas. I mean, have you drunk the local water?
Darkest everywhere. Well, if I can't get any other water, I will, because I do think that dehydration is a big, big problem, which we face even, you in Shoreham.
Yeah.
Sarah, we're supposed to drink 2 litres of water a day, but who does that?
Well, I don't.
So do I.
But there you go.
Lots of coffee and the odd pint.
It's interesting with the bottled water, because I was in England, got dysentery, but I've been, as I say, in East Mediterranean, Africa, and New Zealand and Australia, and when I got back to England, bottled water, and boy, did I get dysentery.
Yes.
And the doctor said, "You're not dying, are you?" And I said, "Hopefully not yet."
It's very unsatisfying, isn't it?
It is. Okay, thanks, Tommy. Bye.
All right, bye. Funny. No, I was just going to say it's very unsatisfying to go to the loo if you're loose. Very. And it doesn't seem to affect animals either, does it? See, animals migrate. Now, if it is the water, okay, and your digestive system can't cope with water which has a different balance of minerals, okay, then how do animals that migrate, such as swifts, for example, who spend their summer in England and then they spend their winter in South Africa, okay, they obviously drink very different water, the swifts, when they are in South Africa compared to the water they drink when they're in England. And I've just realised this is a self-defeating piece of evidence because, of course, most birds are very loose. But anyway, it proves that we're thinking on your behalf. Carol calls from Maidenhead. You're on Talk Radio. Carol.
Oh, yes, hello.
Hello.
A few years ago, we went to Crete.
Yes?
And we went on a trip, on a coach trip, and when we arrived, my husband said, "I've got to go bad." So he rushed off, and I sat on the beach for about 2 hours.
Yes.
And he hasn't come back. So, and in the end, he came back. He was all white. So I said, "Where have you been?" He said, "I've been to every bar in the town," because he couldn't face going back to the same one twice.
No.
It was terrible.
No.
Absolutely. I think it's the hygiene.
Yes.
Because you can't put the toilet paper down the toilet in Greece.
Really?
You have to stick them in a bucket, and, it's disgusting. Yeah, even in the hotels you're not allowed to.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
Have you seen the latest series of One Foot in the Grave?
No.
When Victor Meldrew goes to the downstairs bathroom,
yeah,
he always takes a ghetto blaster in with him, and he plays a tape of the Hawaii Five-0 theme. Very loudly. And it's funny.
Yeah.
And I realise that I do that as well if there's anybody in. And I'm getting to the bathroom. I turn the radio up.
Oh, my God.
No, just sharing what it is to be a human being.
I know, it's terrible.
You know.
Yeah.
Hey, how is he now?
Oh, he's all right, but
He's fine now.
we're going to Austria next week, so I hope he's all right.
He'll be all right in Austria. Mind you, once in Switzerland, the river water rushing past looked so pure, I got a cup of it and drank it.
Oh.
And then about an hour later I mentioned this to our Swiss guide, and he said to me, "Well, you don't want to do that," he said, "because there are worms in the water, very little ones."
Oh, no.
And that was about 10 years ago, and I still check.
Ooh.
I still check.
We had drunk water in Amalfi from the fountains, and we were all right.
Mm.
But you just have to be careful.
Well, but we don't, do we?
No,
We're not careful.
Not at all.
You know, that would be boring. You might as well stay in Maidenhead.
Well, that's right. Oh, yeah.
Carol, thank you for your call. Now, Narinda calls from East London. Now, this will be interesting. Narinda, welcome to Talk Radio.
Hello.
Hello.
Me and my brother, we're Indians and we were born there. But every time me and my brother go to India, before we even land at the airport, we get diarrhea.
How interesting. Badly.
Really badly. And it was worse when we were younger because we couldn't drink anything.
Yeah.
But now we've worked out a solution. We just drink lager.
Ooh, very wise. Very wise. But the question is this. Have you worked out why it might be that you get a tummy upset when you go back to India?
I think it's in our minds that it's very...
I think so.
I think we think it's dirty and it just plays that.
I think it's largely psychosomatic.
Yeah, I think so as well. And
of
it's
course,
not very nice.
Planes don't help, do they?
No, because the first time when we went by Air India, so we thought it might be the Indian Airlines.
No, for goodness sake. Shut
then we went on British Airways and it happened again.
Oh, well, that's all right then. And when Indians come to this country for the first time, do they get tummy troubles? In Hounslow?
I don't know if they get tummy troubles, but when my husband came 20 years ago, he went to the pub with the boys, and he threw up with all that lager in him. Couldn't take it.
Right. Not sure
and he couldn't understand why everybody was drinking great big pints of it.
Yes. I've never ordered a half in my life. I don't think you're a man if you drink halves.
Well, I'm not a man, and I still drink a pint, so...
Narinda, thank you for your call.
Okay, bye.
We learned a lot. In a moment, another DHL Global Challenge. Sue, you're on Talk Radio. Good afternoon.
Hello, Tommy.
Yo.
Yeah, good show. I've been told that we get the diarrhea when we go abroad because we all overindulge. We all have an enormous breakfast because it's paid for, and a lunch, and an enormous dinner, and we drink all night. And I think I can prove it. I've been to 2 places on a very meagre diet in Africa and Egypt where we cooked over a fire, and I didn't get it at all, but I've had it everywhere else I've been.
Very interesting. It's a good theory. And, well, plenty of evidence from your story to back it up. I've not thought about it. We don't think about it. We don't talk about it enough, do we? It gets brushed under the carpet.
Yeah, well, I find that we Brits, because we go abroad, if we paid full board, then we're going to eat our breakfast, and we're going to eat our lunch, and we're going to eat our dinner, and we're going to drink all night, hopefully. And I think, I was told, a doctor in Egypt told me that we do overindulge when we go abroad.
What I like about this is that we're starting to rubbish the idea that foreign countries are dirty compared to us, because not that long ago, that's what an awful lot of Brits believed. Maybe there was some truth in it a while ago, I don't know. But these days it seems to me that standards of hygiene and in the kitchens, restaurants, wherever, and sanitation generally, pretty much on a par with this country wherever you go. Don't you find that?
Yeah. Well, I found, as I said, in Africa we didn't see water for 4 days, not proper water, and we cooked, and we were, really filthy. But it was nothing to do with hygiene at all, I don't think. So, I don't know. It's just a theory of mine that we overindulge, and if you keep to a light diet, you're fine.
Sue, thanks for your call. Margaret is next. She calls from Glasgow. Margaret, you're on Talk Radio. Hello.
Hello. On my first ever time abroad, I went to Turkey, and I had a terrible case of diarrhea. And
Hello.
And I was in my bed most of the time and in the bathroom.
No joke, is it really?
Yes.
Just not. You can't go out?
No. And I was meant to go on 2 boat trips, and I never went on any of them.
Constantly washing out your smalls in the sink?
Yes.
I know. So how long were you in Turkey for?
2 weeks.
And of those 14 days, how many of them were you out and about?
That's 3 days.
Oh, there should be a money-back thing, shouldn't there?
Yes.
But you'd have to prove that you had the... you'd have to prove to the holiday operator that you had the runs.
Yes, I know.
Well, that wouldn't be so difficult, I suppose. If there was a rep. There should be some sort of a money-back guarantee if you can't leave your hotel bathroom. What did you put it down to?
I think it was just a change of atmosphere.
Atmosphere?
Yes.
Do you mean ambience or what you breathe?
Breathe.
The air?
Yes.
Do you really think so?
Yes.
Breathing different air?
Yes.
Gave you the runs?
Mm-hmm.
No, seriously, you really believe that's the reason?
Yes.
Now, how would that work?
I don't really know.
No. So that's your theory? Because you didn't eat and drink very much, did you?
No.
Before you got your disorder?
Yes.
Thank you for your call, Margaret.
Right, thank you.
Peter's on the line with some remedy ideas. Peter, you're on Talk Radio. Good afternoon.
Hello, Tommy.
Peter.
A tip for your listeners.
Yes.
When you drink mineral water abroad, drink it with gas, carbonated.
Con gas?
Yeah.
Why?
A lot of places, to save money, will reuse bottles. So you get still mineral water.
Yeah.
You drink it, they fill the bottle back up from the tap.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that what you've been told?
I think that actually happens.
Yeah, but that's what you haven't... You can't be sure it happens. It's what you've been told.
I've been told. Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Because what happened to me was the last time I was working in Ethiopia, we ended up in a hotel in Addis, and I used a room that had previously been used by an American airman because there was a war going on there, and the Russians and the Americans were sniffing around. There was actually a man in the bar with a gun. I've never seen a man in a bar with a gun and a holster full of bullets before. Anyway, I went back to my room and I cracked a beer from the fridge, only it wasn't beer.
Right.
And what somebody had done, and it was obviously this American airman, they'd snapped the top off the bottle of beer, drunk it, and then replaced it.
Right.
With, since I swigged from the neck, what I hope was tap water.
Right.
Okay.
I've got another one, actually.
Have you?
About malaria.
Oh, yeah?
There's a cluster of AIDS cases around Gatwick Airport.
Yes.
So you're in Africa.
Yes.
In Kenya.
Yes.
Where you get malaria.
Yes.
A female mosquito, which is the one that carries and bites you, sucks your blood, lands on your knee, you flick it off, and it lands on somebody else because it needs at least 2 ingestions before it...
So you're saying that malaria-contaminated mosquitoes are landing at Gatwick Airport and flying out?
Yeah.
But they've got a long way to fly, you know, from the tarmac on Gatwick Airport to reach the nearest village.
There is a cluster around Gatwick. There isn't any up our way in Huddersfield because you can't fly that far.
But how far can they fly once they get to this country where it's
Well,
very
I should
cool?
think it was temperature controlled, actually.
We need to know.
Well...
This is it. No, thank you.
It has been hushed up, this. I mean, I would never go to Kenya or anywhere where you've got malaria.
Why?
Because you could get AIDS from being bitten by a mosquito.
No, you couldn't. No, that's cobblers.
Well, a hematologist who has got he comes from Leeds University told me this.
Well, I don't care.
I have no reason to doubt him.
I have, because he's an expert. And I doubt anybody, especially if they've only got their qualifications from Leeds, when they say that they're an expert. Now, we know that you can't get AIDS from a mosquito. Now, we're certain of that. That's absolutely definite. There's no question about that. Your hematologist is quickly beginning to look like a bit of a charlatan.
Well, a lot of diseases are spread by mosquitoes apart from malaria.
Which ones?
And one of your footballers, you know you're on about a footballer going down with dysentery this week.
Yeah, Trevor Sinclair wasn't got out by a
there was
mosquito.
another footballer this week that has gone down with malaria.
Yeah.
And his transfer, I don't know, it's a Premiership club, has been called off because of that. And he thought he had flu. And that's on the news today, Tommy.
I don't believe it.
Have you got a teletext set in front of you?
I don't read the news and I don't listen to it because I never believe any of it. I never believe
any of it.
I know how the news gets made. As Bismarck said, no man should know, the public should never know how the news and sausages are made.
Right.
Yes.
Yes, I agree with you there. Yeah. Mineral water, con gas.
And who's covering up the malaria outbreaks around Gatwick Airport?
I've no idea, Tommy.
Well, where did you find out about it?
Hematologist.
Oh, for goodness sake, you've been duped, man.
But I used to go to a nightclub in Huddersfield where they used to make their own home brew, beer.
Yeah.
And you'd buy a bottle of what you thought was pills or whatever, a branded beer.
Yeah.
And it was £1 or something like that. Yeah. And they had a little bottling plant round the back.
Really? Peter in Huddersfield? You can't be a little bit of human colour, can you? On the other hand, things do fly into planes in other countries and do end up on, you know, British soil or in British airspace. They don't spray planes which are landing in this country in the same way that they, for example, spray planes. If you go to Australia, which I've yet to do, I understand they come down the aisle of the plane with 2 big aerosols of pest killer. They're wearing masks, but they don't think you need them, and they spray the whole of the plane, including you, in fact, especially you. They do that in Australia, but we don't do it here. Now, we know you can't get AIDS from a mosquito bite, although the question was asked years ago, around about the same time that people were asking the question, can you get AIDS from drinking from a coffee cup that somebody who is infected has drunk from previously? And, you know, we sidelined all those nonsensical pieces of alarmism. But, you know, the question is worth wondering, what happens to the wildlife that gets into this country because it flies into a plane, flies around the plane when the plane's in the air, and then flies out of the plane door when the plane's landed? Paul calls from Hertfordshire. You're on Talk Radio. Hello, Paul.
Hello, Tommy.
Paul.
How you doing?
Good, yourself?
Fine, thanks, mate. Love your show. Always try to listen to it when I can.
You're kind.
Right, quick tip for you, if you get diarrhoea abroad, is to chew an OXO cube. It won't cure it, but it will thicken it up.
Yes, thank you.
But I've actually been out in Egypt.
Yes.
Fishing on Lake Netta, and we actually bathed, washed, and drank from the lake there, and we didn't have any problems at all.
No.
None whatsoever.
And so, therefore, from that you have learned?
Well, I think that, yeah, I've got to say that their lake water, or the water in the River Nile, seems fine. I don't really know what it is, why people get upset so much while they're abroad. Fine, no problems.
There are more stomach disorders in this country nowadays than there have ever been, and a lot of expert people put this down to the misuse of the fridge.
Quite possibly, yeah.
Because a lot of people nowadays think, oh, put it in the fridge and it'll be all right, but not necessarily.
Yeah, I'll go along with also what the other lady said earlier on, that people go a bit mad when they go abroad.
Yes.
Start eating things that they're not used to, but they can't just eat them normally. They have to stuff and gorge themselves a lot of the time. It's human nature, I suppose, but we all end up suffering for it.
Thanks, Paul. Mark calls now from Liverpool. Hello, Mark.
Hello.
Welcome to Talk Radio.
Hi, Tommy. Everyone's talking about having diarrhea.
Yes.
Well, I'd love to have it at this moment. I've been constipated for a week.
Have you, really?
Oh, yeah. I tell you, I've had bad guts, and I just, every time you go to the toilet, I sit on it for like 20 minutes. Yeah, some fella in there, he just come in to place a work in.
Yeah.
I just said I was full of something.
Oh, yeah. You are, aren't you?
But I am full of it at the moment.
Yeah, well, I mean, like most people, I have a good cup of coffee in the morning after I've read the paper. Coffee works for me. Some people use a cigarette.
I don't smoke, though.
But you drink coffee?
I drink coffee sometimes, yeah.
A thick black cup of coffee, first thing?
Oh, I could try, but, I mean, I've even been off my food and drink at the moment.
Oh, dear.
But I'm starting to feel a bit better now.
Well, I wish you luck.
Okay, can I just wish Everton the best for this season?
Yes, you can. You better had, hadn't you, really?
Yeah.
What was always going on there?
Liverpool will go down.
Mind you, I read you're hiring a bit of a goalkeeper.
All right.
Have you read about this?
He's good. I've seen him a few times. He's a good keeper.
How do you pronounce it?
Simonson, I think it is.
Well, that's the Swedish, isn't it?
Yeah.
We don't want people thinking he's Swedish.
No.
Because if he's English, you know, we need him. Simonson.
All right, thanks for that.
Have a good season.
All right, thank you. Take care.
Bye-bye. Scott's on the line. He calls from London. Scott, you're on
talk to you. Tommy, I just wanted to say I got the runs last time I was in London from drinking the water in London.
Where exactly are you from?
I live in Germany. I'm from the United States, Tommy.
Whereabouts in the States?
Boston.
When you went to Germany, did you get the runs?
No. In fact, I've been living there for 6.5 years, and I've never gotten the runs living there. But I come to the UK about once every 6 weeks or so.
Yeah.
And I get into my hotel 6 weeks ago, really late. There wasn't a minibar in the room, and I was incredibly thirsty, so I drank about 2 liters of water out of the tap. And for 3 days I had it bad. So I don't know. I think it just.
Well, you've only got yourself to blame because
probably just water that you're not used to, like you were saying earlier.
We don't drink the hotel tap water.
There you go.
We're not that stupid. We're not Americans.
Well,
and what do you lot say about Britain and our hygiene when you're at home in America?
Well, let's put it this way. Because I had the runs, I was always looking for a place to go to the bathroom. And your public toilets that you have to chase down and find in restaurants and pubs and every place else when you're on the go for a week leaves a little bit to be desired, I must say.
Scott, thanks for your call.
Okay, Tommy.
If you've been here since 6 o'clock this morning, we kicked the show off by talking about a new ride, which has just been opened at the Trocadero in Piccadilly. It takes about 15 minutes. It costs £5.95. It gives you an opportunity to find out a little bit about what it might have been like to be James Bond, which I think would be fantastic, wouldn't it? We've argued about smoking as well in the light of some research that's been done in New Zealand, which anti-smokers are saying proves that you are 82% more likely to suffer from a stroke if you have been subjected to relentless passive smoking. We talked to Clive Bates, as we do, from Ash, who said this is what we've been saying all along, this is yet another reason to clamp down on smoking. And we also spoke to Martin Ball from the pro-smokers campaign group Forest, who said, as his organisation tends to do when new medical research comes to light, that they are not certain yet whether the results of this investigation can be said to have been proved. We talked to Anne Widdicombe just after 8:05 about recent events in Dover. And the one grain of pure common sense I caught on a local TV news programme yesterday from somebody saying, well, that's what happens at fairgrounds. If a fairground hadn't descended on Dover, in all probability, though the tension is there, and though the potential for violence may be there, as it is wherever you get youngsters who have been lured, as in the case of some young residents of Dover, to racist ideas, and who are sharing a piece of urban territory, essentially urban territory, with a group of immigrants or refugees, or in this case asylum seekers, depending on who you want to talk to, you are going to get trouble. But what you always need is a flashpoint for the trouble. And I can't think of a more likely flashpoint for trouble between gangs of youths than a travelling fairground. Well, for some reason, it used to be Worthing when I was a boy. Do you remember the scooters? Whatever happened to Joe Brown? Let's go to Sandy, who's called from Stockwell. Sandy, good morning. You're on LBC Breakfast.
Good morning, Tommy.
Sandy.
About these asylum seekers.
Yeah.
Why is it that they come to all these other countries where they're supposed to stay to the first country they come to get to Britain? I saw in the media and read in the papers where people in France, certain people in France, were paying their fare on the Eurostar to come here.
Where did you see that, Sandy?
This has got to be all wrong.
If it's true. Where did you see that?
It was on the news.
Whereabouts?
On the TV news.
Which television news?
ITV, a couple of nights ago.
What time was that?
In the 6 o'clock.
And I see. And ITN told you that... No, not ITN, your local news.
Yeah, and it was also in my paper.
Right. That some people are putting refugees onto the Eurostar trip. I suppose they've got to get here somehow, haven't they?
Yeah, but they're supposed to stay in France, supposed to stay at the first country they come to. They come through Germany and France.
Well, it doesn't quite work like that.
To here.
It doesn't quite work like that.
I think it's because we are a soft touch, and that's it. I'll tell you what's going to happen.
Well, if we're a soft touch, what are the Germans then? Because they've taken six times as many.
Well, I think what's going to happen here...
Now, wait a second, Sandy. Wait a second. Let's move through it one bit at a time. What figures do you have that show that we take more refugees than any other country, and ergo we're a soft touch?
But we're a much smaller country, Tom.
No, I'm asking you what it is that gives you, that supports your opinion that we are a soft touch.
Because they get rehomed here, they get benefits.
Okay, so you don't actually have any concrete evidence to support your belief. That's fair. Plenty of us have opinions that we can't verify.
No, but I think what's going to happen here, Tommy, before very long, people have to work and pay tax. There's going to be a backlash. They're not going to stand down to keep these people on welfare.
These people?
Yeah, these asylum seekers.
Who are not people like us.
And that's how I feel.
Who are not people like us.
Pardon?
Who are not people like us.
How do you mean not people like us?
Well, I always wonder about the phrase, these people.
The asylum seekers?
Yes, who are not people like us.
Because a lot of them are not asylum seekers at all. They've come from a country where there is no problems.
Understood. And what would you do if you were thrown out of Britain? Where would you go?
I was born and bred here, Tommy.
No, but if you were thrown out of Britain, where would you go?
Well, you couldn't go to Australia, you couldn't go to New Zealand.
Where would you go? Well, what would you do?
No place I could go is to Tommy.
No, but you're exactly...
I mean, no other country in the world is as stupid.
No, I'm asking...
I'm telling you now.
I'm asking you what you would do if you were thrown out of this country. I think that is about as good an answer as Sandy could give that very good question. So why don't you answer it? I'm going to answer it. I would first of all worry about my family. So if for some reason, supposing this country were suddenly supposing you were to wake up and this country were ruled by a militaristic regime who targeted you, whoever you are, as a political enemy, and told you that if you didn't leave the country now, you would be interred with God knows what consequences. So, what would you do? I gather up my family and gather up what financial resources I thought I might be able to use abroad. Well, I know I've asked myself a question I can't answer, can you? And then I suppose if you suddenly discovered that you had to leave the country in a hurry, you would wonder in which countries do you have friends or relatives who you could first turn to, who would support you? And were you able to get there by means which the new government, the new extreme regime would permit you to use? Because they're not going to permit you to use the airport, not going to permit you to buy an airline ticket. How on earth are you going to get out of this country of ours? It's the one circumstance where actually you're better off living in a landlocked country if you suddenly discover that the political climate is one that's impossible for you and your family. Eileen calls from Benfleet. Eileen, good morning.
Yes, good morning. Tommy, I think that you take a very patronising attitude towards people. Your attitude is that you know best. You know everything. I mean, when that woman said to you that it was on the news, and what time? When it was on the news, and if you missed it, then that's down to you, dear. I think that you are one of the biggest liberals on the radio.
You couldn't possibly flatter me more, Eileen.
I'm not flattering you, Tommy.
You certainly are.
You're the biggest bore. I never listened to your programme. It's unfortunate.
All right, well, let's
on this morning.
Well, you're only interested in personalities. I'm interested in issues and politics,
no,
Eileen.
You're not.
That's your
no,
problem.
You're not. You're issued.
You try answering the question, then. You try answering the question, because the woman that you're ringing to defend couldn't even try to answer the question because it never entered her mind.
You're like that with everybody.
She was the one who put the phone down.
Unless people have your...
I'm not interested in talking about me, Eileen. I'm interested in talking about refugees. Why aren't you?
Well, why should I worry? I'm paying for them, are you?
So you're not worried about the refugees?
No, I'm not, because there's too many here, and you must be living in an area where you aren't bothered with them. I mean, when you're children, and it's obvious by the way your little boy spoke on the radio one morning, your little boy must be going to a private school because he speaks so well. Unless it affects you, Tommy, you're really not... You're one of these bleeding heart liberals. You really should be on the same wavelength as Claude Murray. I mean, you've got too many people in this country that are speaking on behalf of the immigrants. They're not speaking on behalf of the people that are suffering. There are people in this country that could do with help, and unfortunately they're not getting it. We're getting overlooked. Now, I've had my say. I'm not going to put the phone down, Tommy. Thank you very much.
In that case, then, perhaps you'd like to answer a question.
All right, I'll answer a question.
Okay. What do you need?
Not what I need.
No, you... If I'm... No, Eileen. No, yes, you.
Yes,
what
all
do
right.
you need? What do you need?
No,
you, Eileen. Because you said we. So you must mean you. So what do you need?
Well, let me think. What do I need? I'd like to... I'd need hospital treatment quicker than we're getting it. I mean, I'm on an 8-month waiting list. Yes, I need that, Tom.
Do you believe it's possible to care about people, period?
I've got enough people to care about, Tom.
No, I'm coming back to your original argument, which is that liberals only care about refugees.
No, you don't. You care for every dumb animal in the world. I mean, you know, those days are finished now, Tommy. We've cared for everybody.
I'm kind of lost in your argument at the moment. No, if I may, Eileen, I'm kind of lost in your argument at the moment. I know you're unhappy. I can tell you're very unhappy.
I'm not unhappy, Tom, not with my lot. I'm just unhappy listening to people like you.
No, but you're unhappy. You are unhappy with your lot because you said that, yes, because you said that you needed help.
Well, hospital help, yes.
Yes. And you said that you wanted people to care about you and find out what help you needed before
No, not me specifically. See, this is where we split hairs with you, Tommy. There are millions of people that need help in this country. There are children that need help in this country. But you never get people like you coming on telling us about the poor sod down the road who's managing on a couple of pound a week. We never hear people, you coming on telling us, you know, well, there's a lot of one-parent families that need help.
Yeah, I think you'll find, Eileen, that you hear nothing but that, to be honest with you.
What, from you?
Well, you don't hear my views. You don't know what my views are.
I've heard lots of them, Tom.
No, if I may, you think you have, but that's possibly, if I may, that's possibly because you hear me putting the opposite view to whichever member of the public cares to test their own opinion with me, which is the name of the game, agreed?
No, well, all I hear from you, Tommy, is a patronising tone all the time, and that is what is most irritating about you.
Right, Eileen.
Yes?
Eileen, we're going to have to put an end to it if you don't just keep up. You've said those things. I'm just reminding you what the name of the game is. If you believe that you have an opinion which deserves to be paraded on the radio, then you deserve to also have that opinion tested. That applies to whether you're the Prime Minister or Eileen in Bentley. Fair enough? Because you're all the same.
Yes.
Everybody's the same. You get the same treatment as the Prime Minister. Is that a good deal or what?
Oh, yes, a wonderful deal.
Okay. All right. Now, because it turns out, okay, that the majority of people who wish to air their views have the same opinions as, for example, on refugees, yourself and Sandy, then you will find me testing those opinions from what tends to appear to be a consistent point of view, which is the opposite one. But let me make something absolutely clear to you, Eileen. You will never know what I really think.
Well, can I ask you one question then, Tommy? Do you...
I'd rather you didn't.
Well,
because I'd rather you didn't because this is not about my views. This is about your views, and I'm just helping you to understand fully the process of phone-in radio.
This is a psychoanalysis, Tommy, rather than a sort of questionnaire.
On the contrary, I'm just improving your understanding of phone-in radio.
Do you agree then that we should have an ever-open door and let everybody come here?
I'm not prepared to betray my own personal views.
Thanks, Tommy. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Fish in a barrel, really. And Kay has called from Westminster. Kay, you're on LBC Breakfast.
Hello, Tommy. Good morning.
Morning.
Now, I must say, I do listen to this programme a lot, and half the time I don't agree with you, because I think sometimes you get into an argument with a caller and you want to win the day. But today, when you spoke, I thought it was a man, but your young lady on the phone said it was a woman. Bigoted, has no idea, and I think you put the right question to her as to how you would be or feel if you were a refugee, right? Now, I'm a British-born lady, and I married a man who came here as a refugee, a bachelor, in 1939, and he was taken in here from Europe. Now, I agree that there are people, refugees, who take advantage and try to swing, as it were, to get in here. But if they were genuine, and I admired you 100% or 1,000% for saying to that bigoted woman who has no idea, how would you react if you were turned away from England? And that's what I want to tell you.
I'm grateful for your call, Kay. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay.
And
Bye.
I can't make any apology for wanting to win arguments. I mean, it's like some people they say they play tennis just for the fun of it. Well, in that case, why keep the score? Pamela calls from Ealing. Pamela, you're on LBC Breakfast. Good morning to you.
Oh, good morning. I just want to make one small point, which no one ever seems to really bring up when they mention the figures of refugees taken in by Germany and perhaps France. I don't know. No one ever seems to mention the size of Germany and France in comparison to us, to our country, with our country, because our country is so much smaller.
How much smaller?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I was trying to find a gazetteer to have a look.
Well, you can't come on the radio and say make a point like this.
But I know France.
And then hang on, Pammy girl.
All right.
Hold your horses. That doesn't work, does it?
What doesn't?
You can't say that you want to make a point that people don't make, which is that nobody mentions the size of Germany and France compared to this country, so when we ask you what it is, you say you don't know. France is smaller than Britain.
No.
Well, how do you know? You don't know how big France is.
I know France is much larger.
It's not.
It is.
It isn't. It's an optical illusion.
Not in numbers of population.
But a lot of it is uninhabitable. It's mountains.
Geographically.
No, they've got the Himalayas.
Well, we've got Scotland.
Yeah, but that's not ice-peaked. You can't live in the Himalayas.
No. But we've got Scotland.
And much of Germany's underwater.
Well, I haven't, as I say, I haven't made comparisons. But
you can't live in the Everglades, just north of Berlin.
Well, can you tell me how much bigger they are?
They're not.
Oh, they are.
No, they're not. In any case, there are more Germans than there are Britons. What's the population of Britain?
Oh, I don't know. It's about 50 million, isn't it?
And what's the population of Germany?
I don't know. As I say, I was trying to look it up.
Well, Germany is bigger than Britain, mayhap, but it also has more people already.
All right. Oh, well, I wasn't aware of that.
Do you know, if you divided Britain up so that everybody had the same amount of Britain who lives here, how much of Britain would you be entitled to? Do you see the sum I'm making here?
Yeah, oh, yes, I understand what you're saying.
Right, approximately how much of Britain would you get?
But no one even says how many refugees we've taken.
No.
And how many Germany's taken. They just say, oh, Germany's got more than us.
They have. They've got 30,000 Kosovo refugees in Germany.
Kosovo, yeah. Well, I think I understood we had about 30,000 Bosnian refugees in Ely.
Now, where did you get that one from, Pet?
Well, I think it was 30,000. Maybe I got
30,000 Bosnian refugees just in Ely?
Well, I understood
just in
that.
Ely?
Or Hillingdon, one or the other.
Or somewhere. Where is it?
No, I heard it.
You did. Somebody mentioned it.
But I didn't make a note of it. I didn't write it down. But I'm pretty sure there are an awful lot. Anyway, I'm just mentioning that because you were debating.
Do you? Because sometimes I say things on the radio and I feel a fool.
Well, I do always.
Really?
Well, everybody disputes what I say. But anyway.
What you need to do, you see, is, and I was on this with Sandy, really, you just need to know a couple of facts. That's all you need. All you need.
I know, yes. But when we're phoning you...
Yes.
I
ask you for your facts.
Well, yes, but we don't have time to do that because we don't know.
Well, are you entitled? Are you entitled?
Otherwise, no one would phone you if we checked our facts. About a week before we got the information.
No, that's not true. I can teach you how to research things much more easily than that.
Oh, I know, but then we have to have the time to do it.
Well, in that case, you see, if you haven't got anything to support your opinion, how come you've got an opinion?
Well, you've got to look at the map, and as I say, I know France is bigger.
No, that's not the question I asked.
Yes.
The question is,
I know you need facts.
I asked this of all humanity, including myself. How is it that all of us have more opinions than information?
Well, I think lots of newspaper writers have opinions.
Yes. Thank you, Pamela. It's nice to talk to you. Marilyn calls from Wembley. Marilyn, you're on LBC Breakfast. Good morning to you. Marilyn, it's you.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Basically, what I'd like to ask you is why you try to intimidate people on your radio programme and not listen to what they're actually saying to you.
Well, that's an interpretive matter, and you have your interpretation, which I would disagree with.
Well, I come from the Canterbury area in Kent, and I'm staying with my mother at the moment in Wembley.
Very interesting. I, at the moment, live just south of the South Downs, and I'm working in London.
Right.
Yes?
Well, have you actually seen the problems that we are having in Dover at the moment, where innocent young chaps are being knifed, stabbed, they're having wounds that are horrific through no fault of their own because of these refugees?
That, again, is interpretative, and I don't think people who live in Canterbury are entitled to use the royal we about Dover, although my geography is shaky.
My geography certainly is not shaky.
Isn't it?
I think your opinions are extremely shaky. Because
how far is Canterbury from Dover, then?
Very short distance, 15 minutes by car.
15 minutes by car?
15 minutes.
How far is that, then?
I beg your pardon?
How far is Dover from Canterbury?
Oh, about 18 miles.
About 18 miles.
In the mileage.
Well, I'm afraid people who live in Canterbury can't refer to Dover as we.
Okay, then we won't refer to Dover as we, but what we will refer to is the fact that there are people in Dover who are waiting for hospital treatment with doctors, schooling, all sorts of things. These refugees are stealing from the back of vehicles, they're stealing from homes, products that are left at the sides of houses are being stolen, and you expect these people to be happy that there are refugees in their town. I think you really need to know what you're talking about and to experience the situation, as I have actually seen myself and my partner, who is working in the Dover area.
With regard to my own opinions, Marilyn, I refer you to an answer that I gave earlier to a lady.
Yeah.
You're listening to LBC Breakfast. It's 9:30. We ran the gamut of news and current affairs topics on the breakfast show between 6 and 9 this morning, as is our pledge every weekday morning on the breakfast show. But the issue which seems to have attracted most attention concerns the standoff at a fairground between a gang of Dover youths and a gang of views drawn from the various communities who at the moment have taken refuge in the Dover area prior to either repatriation or, as it's described, dispersal elsewhere in the United Kingdom. 01714121152. Lorraine calls in Park Royal. Lorraine, good morning.
Hello, Tommy, you much put-upon person.
Thank you.
Now, I'm looking at a flattened map of the world, right?
Yeah.
I've got a picture of London, a picture of Paris, and a picture of Germany, and we seem to be taking up the same amount of paper space on the map. So unless that lady who called, the two ladies who called before, looking at a map, they must be looking at a different one to me.
I know.
Because it looks like the same amount of space.
Pretty much, isn't it, really?
Yes, it is.
Give
so
and take.
they're soaking in just as much as we are.
Yes.
And also, I'd like somebody who is in the benefit system like me, reluctantly, might I add,
Yes.
to say that they've lost their benefit this Monday because it's gone straight to a refugee. Because that's what they seem to be saying. They're taking things away from us. So has anybody lost their benefit this Monday because it's gone straight to a refugee?
I see your point.
And the lady who says she's been waiting 8 months to go on a waiting list for an operation, I waited 4 years for one. And I got mine. And the waiting lists have been bad for years. So she can't put that onto the refugees at all. It's like they've come in, they've got problems in their own country. Our government has been kind enough to say, yes, well, you can stay here while we decide what we're going to do with you. And all problems have been blamed on them. The housing, the lack of money, and the racist thing, the boys who've been stabbed in Dover, the English boys, and they forgot to mention the refugees that have been set upon by our own youth.
I think you just made a very good point there, and I do wonder whether some people, and I'm not referring to callers we've had to this show today, but I do wonder whether some people are actually, in their hearts, without realising it, rooting for our boys.
Yes, of course they are. There's deep-seated bigotry in this country, not just against my colour, I happen to be black, but against many ethnic minorities. It's been bred in for generations, and it can't be just bred out in a generation. It's like at the bottom of society.
When I asked the first caller to this hour what she would do, given the hypothetical situation as follows, that you were to wake up in the morning to find that the country has been taken over by a hostile political regime which immediately outlaws you for one reason or another.
Yeah.
Okay? And you discover that if you haven't left the country within 24 hours, then you will be interred, the consequences of which indeterminate.
I would do anything to keep me and my 3 children alive.
And together, but where would you go? And how
I don't know. I can't answer that question. I would run to the first country that would take me, probably France.
Isn't it a beaut? Isn't it a beaut of a question? And doesn't it get you thinking? Lorraine, thank you for your call.
Yeah, no problem. Bye.
Thank you for your atlas. Michelle calls now from Stockwell. Michelle, you're on LBC Breakfast. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Tommy. I just thought I'd have a look at the statistics for the population to give you some thoughts on that. Britain, as of last year, had 57,549,220.
Right.
Their population. France, because we've been talking about that as well, 58,700,000. And Germany, a lot more, 82,057,379.
Interesting. Thank you for that.
So I just thought I'd share that with you.
And whilst I've got you, what would you do if you woke up and discovered that you had to flee Britain within 24 hours? As a new refugee, where would you go?
Well, I do have some family in South Africa and some family in Kenya.
I think for most people that is your first thought, isn't it? Who have I got abroad who would house me?
If I didn't, well, hopefully try and get on a boat and just go somewhere. And maybe they would take us in.
I think it strikes me when I think about this in my own circumstances, and I think when most people think about this difficult question, you find that what you would do is make it up as you go along.
Yes, you would.
And hope for the best.
I'm in a situation where I care for my mum. She's housebound. So you do think of your family, and it's literally as a day at a time. What, who would take you in, who would care for you, and you would. It would sort of be feeling by the minute.
Hey, I'm glad you called. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
01714121152. It's 20 to 10.
Phone LBC now. Have your say. 0171 412 1152. LBC 1152 AM.
And we go now to Alf, who's calling. He's on line 11. Good morning to you, Alf.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you tell me why I have to show my passport every time I go abroad to visit comrades that I fought with in France, Belgium, Holland, and Germany. Yet they don't have to show their passport when they come into this country, because we got a border and they haven't. You tell me that. I didn't need a passport when I flew into Normandy on the landings, and what you say is a load of old gutwash. There's 14,000 of my comrades buried out there. They didn't fight for this country to be ruled by races. This government has banned the National Front, yet they haven't got the guts to ban the racist mob that are cause of all this trouble, because Tony Blair couldn't get in on the next election. That's why he's doing everything for them. And Jack Straw's the same. They haven't got the guts.
What would you do then, mate?
Hey?
What would you do then?
Ban them.
How'd you do that?
Look at the rights we've had over here.
Yeah.
Other nationalities.
Okay.
Yet the British people...
Case proven. Case proven, Alf. Case proven. What do you do? And how do you do it?
What do I do?
Yeah, how do you do it?
Kick them out.
Where do you...
Send them back. If they don't want to live by our rules and regulations and the way we talk,
yeah,
kick them out.
So kick the racists out, but where do we kick them?
Back to their own country.
But most of them are born here.
No, not all of them.
No. Sorry, Alf, I'm a bit confused. Are you anti-racist or anti-refugees?
No, I'm an ex-para.
Right, that explains everything.
I'm an ex-para. I know what I'm talking about.
Indeed.
I didn't fight in Arnhem and the Rhine crossing.
No, you fought to what was it again?
Pardon?
You fought what was it to again?
I fought in Arnhem.
Yes, to what? For what?
For freedom.
Freedom.
To free them people out there against the Germans.
Yes. Al, thank you very much indeed for your call. Let's go to Kiana, who calls from Islington. Kiana, you're on LBC. Morning.
Good morning, Tommy. This is the first time I ring your program, and I find it very interesting. And you do give chance to people to talk about their views. I came here 22 years ago as a refugee. I left my country, Chile, for Argentina because I was studying at the university, civil engineering, and I found myself that I wasn't able to carry on my studies in my own country. I was married to an engineer. He had a very good job, top salary, and everything was brilliant. But the day after, nothing was good. He was frightening. And you have to be back home about 12 o'clock because of the curfew, then the following week 6 o'clock, and so on. And I tried to get back to the university. I was working as a teacher at the same time. And I wasn't allowed to because I was blacklisted. Why was I blacklisted? Because during the summertime, I used to go to teach to read and write, the people who didn't. And by the way, Chile has got the lowest rate of illiteracy because of the programs of university students who do it for free. And the point of teaching people to read and write is to know their own rights. And now I came across a document I received from Geneva about the Declarations of Human Rights. And I was reading it for the first time a couple of days ago, and that shows you how little we know about our own rights. And it's beautiful to read this document because it's full of love and compassion. And I think this is the right of every person on earth, yours, mine, the lady who spoke before, and the man who spoke just now, the paratrooper. And if we read, we realize that our rights can be breached any time, any day, any place. And we have to work together to make a better world, to try to apply these to reality, to practice these. Because with love and compassion, we can go alone. I was tortured with electric shocks, not in Chile, but in Argentina, because I had to take refuge on the next door country. And as I understand, these electric battles were manufactured in Europe. They may even have been manufactured in Britain. And this is the result of the dealing of arms dealing. And I think...
Yes, so an important question. Why did you choose eventually to seek refuge in Britain?
After being tortured in Argentina, I was freed, and because I didn't have any connection with anyone in Argentina, and they said to me, if we see you around, if you talk about this, we will bring you back and do the same to you again. I was raped and burned with cigarettes and electric shocks, etc. And I was in fear of my life, so I seek refuge in the United Nations in Buenos Aires. And they apply through Amnesty International and other organizations, international organizations, for me to ask a visa from 3 different countries. I had to leave that country because I was terrified. It didn't mind to me where to go, but to leave that country was the urgency. And I applied for Canada, Sweden, and England. And I went to interviews to 3 different embassies and consulates. And the first one to grant the visa was Britain. And I had, in the meantime, developed about 20 different allergies and asthma and all that. As soon as I came to England, everything disappeared. It was gradually disappearing because I thought I still have it. And the doctor said to me, you don't have asthma anymore. Leave the injections, leave the vaccinations, leave the inhalations. This is a free country. And he had to convince me that I didn't have any problems anymore. But it's very, very disheartening to go through the things that you never expected, that you thought you had a dream life. You have planned this forever, but nothing is forever because life is very, very fickle, and it all depends on the government. And if we, as individuals, make more problems to our neighbors and the people around us because we think we can gather more material things and leave the rest out.
Okay, Kiana, I want to thank you very much.
Good.
Thank you very, very much for coming to the radio and telling us your story. That is an LBC listener whose experience you heard, who was tortured and raped, and who came to this country because this country was the first one to offer her help and a haven. And she came with a crushed body and mind and spirit, and it was cured, her doctor said, because she lived in a free country. And that was why Alf went to war, wasn't it, in 1940? And if it came to me, that's why I think I would go to war for the same thing, so that this country can be proud that it helps. Are people saying that they would rather that Kiana had been sent back to her torturers because for every Kiana there are, I don't know, a dozen people who merely want to get into this country because they've heard it's a soft touch? Aren't we proud of our justice system which says that 9 guilty parties shall go free in order that one innocent party shall not be convicted? Let's go to Michael in Sidcup. Michael, you're on LBC Breakfast. Morning.
Oh, morning, Tommy. What I want to say is that really the comments that I've heard this morning, I was hoping to do a programme very long. I just heard the last half hour of it or so. The comments just seem to be, to not put a too fine a point on it, is basically bigoted attitude. I heard yesterday that people in Dover were saying they were swamped, and I remember the first time I heard that was from Margaret Thatcher, who used that phrase when talking about immigration in the 80s. I think it's quite easy for people who've got fairly comfortable lives in this country to sort of, not really want refugees to come into this country. I think it's a shame, and it just goes to prove that we don't live in a all-singing, all-dancing, happy, multicultural society.
Michael, thanks for your call. We'll find out what's on Steve Allen's show in about 5 minutes' time. Let's take a break. Just turn 10 to 10.
On LBC 11:52 AM.
I understand we pause for editorial comment. We go to Lucy in West Hampstead. Lucy, good morning.
Good morning, Tommy. I'm an avid listener of LBC throughout the day and night until I fall asleep. And the lady that you've just had on, is it Kiana?
That's her name?
Yeah. It wasn't her first time call. She's phoned the station before with the same story. She was raped and electrocuted. I heard it some weeks back. I can't say precisely when because I don't write. I have no reason to write things down. But everyone, as you would say, has an opinion. But I can sometimes understand why people, and presumably, please note, and they're English about the refugees. I feel sorry for them, and we should help. But charity begins at home.
She did say that this was the first time she'd phoned me.
Yes. Oh, I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. I stand corrected.
She was very clear about that.
Right, but I know I've heard her story before, because it touched me. But charity does begin at home. How do we help all our homelessness?
Well, if you're asking, are you asking me, or is it a rhetorical question?
Well, I'm asking, if I may ask you for an opinion, yeah.
All right, you do it like this, okay? There's someone on the side of the street where you are who's just stubbed their toe.
Yeah.
And there's somebody over on the other side of the street who's just been run over by a steamroller.
Who do you help first?
Yes, you tell me.
The steamroller.
Why is that? They're further away. They're not near a home than the person who stubbed their toe. It's because...
It's more serious.
Exactly. That's how I do it. How do you do it?
Probably like you.
There we go. Like minds.
Yeah.
Thanks for your call. Ron's in Bromley. Ron, you're on LBC Breakfast.
Morning, Tommy.
Morning.
Very interesting programme.
There.
And the whole of the morning, well, since 9 o'clock, you've been having a go at some of these people and you're asking them to give proof of this and proof of that. Now, why didn't you ask the woman from Argentina that came on with the tales of woe to prove what she has been saying?
Because
you never even asked her.
No. How would you do that?
Well, you're the presenter. You're the one asking the questions. You're the one that's bisecting everybody that's phoning up.
How would you do that?
Well, ask her to prove what she's got.
How would you do that?
How can the people prove what you was asking them this morning?
That's easy.
No, it's not easy.
Yes, it is easy.
It's not easy.
Yes,
I
it is
listen
easy.
to your programme every morning.
I'm not interested. It is easy. Stick to the point. It is easy. Stick to the
Why didn't
point.
you ask her to prove it then?
Because you can't.
Oh, exactly right. Like some of these poor people that.
But if somebody comes on the radio and says that Germany is bigger than Britain.
Oh, come on.
And
people are loyal to the country, and the country is Great Britain. And these people are loyal to it. And all you've done this morning is belittle them. And
now you just wait a second. You just wait a second here and you listen to me on that one. I'll talk to you. Let me talk to you about bad manners. This is bad manners. This is bad manners. The reason that people in this country can be proud of this country today, this August the 17th, 1999, Ron, top of my list, is because we care about people, whatever the colour of their skin.
Do we?
Yes, we do. We do. And I have a funny feeling, Ron, you don't. So
Well,
you tell
hang on a minute.
you tell me.
You don't have an opinion.
So you tell me.
You don't have an opinion of me.
So
I have my own opinion of me.
So you tell me.
I've got an opinion of you.
So you tell me.
I think that you are running this program into the dustbins.
So you tell me.
That is I'm sorry.
If you
that
can.
is my view.
If you're able to, you tell me for what reason you have draped yourself in a Union Jack.
Because I fought for the country, and I'm hoping that what I fought for in the Second World War was to the benefit of all the people living in it. And I'm sorry, that's my opinion. That's why I went. I didn't have to stand and say, I'm going to be a conscientious objector.
No, Ron, try and answer the question, mate.
Hours in there and
Yes,
things like this.
try and answer the question.
I just answered it.
No, you didn't.
Didn't I?
You referred to 1945. I asked you about August the 17th, 1999.
The reason you said was your opinion. I said I fought in the Second World War to give my opinion on this. It is the greatest country in the world.
Because?
It's been
Why?
spoiled. It's been
Why?
spoiled.
Why is it the greatest country in the world?
And your program is being spoiled by you.
Why is it the greatest country in the world?
Because it's a free country.
Exactly.
It's a free country.
Precisely.
That's what we're hoping it's a free country, but it's being ruined by other people.
By foreigners.
No, I never said that.
Well, say what you mean then.
You just said, I never
You
said
say
a
what you
word
mean.
about that.
Well, other people's
Trying
no
to make
good.
me out to be a
Everybody's
racist.
other
I'm
people.
not.
Your wife's another person. Other people doesn't get us anywhere.
Come on, Tommy.
Which other people?
Let's get a little bit of sense.
You
are trying to bisects, everybody.
Pin you down. Pin you down. Trying to pin you down, and it's easy because you don't. I know you're thinking better than you do.
I know you're thinking as well. You're trying to wind me up like you've been winding up people since 9 o'clock. And it is wrong because these people are not youngsters.
Oh, blimey. Ron, shut up. Steve Allen's here. Ron, shut up. Shut up. Steve Allen's here. Sorry.
They're here.
Tommy Boyd Show. This must be where pies go when they die.
You're the most cold-blooded man I've ever seen.
How can you have any meat if you don't eat your pudding?
The Tommy Boyd Show.
A show with more endurance than radiation itself.
You say either, and I say either.
Apparently official. Stand by, please.
Tommy Boyd.
Apparently official.
Have you no compassion?
Stand by, please.
Let's rehang the pictures from the gallery of life.
There's no escaping here.
Tommy Boyd.
Good morning. Can I suggest you make a note of the numbers? I actually need the help of 3 or 4 or half a dozen female guinea pigs in this first part of the programme. If you're by the phone and if you can spare me 10 minutes, it's a little survey I'd like to conduct. It's germ-free, it's completely harmless. There's a theory that I'd like to put to the test. If you're a woman, it's not men, it couldn't be a man. No man could possibly achieve this. But if you're a lady, and if you listen to the show, and if you can help me out on this occasion, it's a very simple survey. It's 10 questions, and you only have to answer yes or no. And you don't even have to betray on air which ones you answered yes to and which ones you answered no to. All I'll do is come to you after the 10 questions and say how many yeses. It's a bit like the surveys that they do in so many magazines these days. I had a little tete-a-tete, well, a bit of a Barney, really, with Jane last night. So just about the time the football would have been starting, I went off to the Oily Toad, which is a new pub that's opened in the shadow of the cathedral where I live. I said I'd meet Mick there, but he didn't show. God knows why. It was a lousy match. So I got talking. And the place was quite empty. I got talking to a young lady who, first thing I noticed, that she didn't seem in the slightest bit to notice that I was old enough to be a father. Young lady, wearing purple and lilac, with black fingernails and silver jewellery. Black hair, and a hat, which you don't see very often these days, but not a floppy hat like students wear. A proper hat, a sort of a cross between a pillbox and a top hat, kind of crushed, and boots. Am I giving you the picture? Well, we chatted. She was great. There was something mysterious in a wicked way about her. And as the conversation went on, I smitten, yes, a bit, in a harmless sort of way, because I'm a reasonably happily married man, but I'm entitled to my own thoughts. Anyway, after we've been talking for half an hour or so, some people of hers arrived, and she made her Cheerios and went, but not before I'd managed to piece together who she was. Although she's studying Russian literature, she makes her money as an artist's model, this girl. All right? But what she really does, and what she really is, and, you know, I really wanted to go, what? When she told me, I wanted to go, what? And I wanted to tell me more and more about it, because I'd never met one before of these. And finding myself smitten, I wondered what it would be like to have a relationship with a woman who was one of these. And I know that some men have. And I know that there are some women who listen to this programme who almost certainly are, whether they know it or not, one of these. Or was she? Well, I'll tell you in just a second. I'll tell you what she was in just a second. But first of all, let's do the survey. We've got our team of guinea pigs, and let me rack them up now and say a quick hello and thank you to Susan in Poole. Hello, Susan.
Hello.
You got a pencil, piece of paper?
I have.
All you need to do is write down yes or no. It's 10 questions, all right?
Okay.
And then I'll come to you and say how many yeses, all right?
Okay.
Good. Banny's in the West Midlands. Banny?
Hello.
Oh, Helen, I'm sorry. Helen, it's you.
Hiya.
Helen in Hertfordshire.
Yeah.
Got a pen?
I have.
Okay. Won't take 2 minutes. Thanks for doing this. I appreciate it very much. I've done it round the office, and it's raised a few eyebrows. Sharon in Kings Lynn. Hi.
Hiya.
Thanks for taking part.
Thank you.
Got a pen?
I have indeed.
Won't take 2 ticks.
All right.
Let's see how many people we can stack on the jury. Moira in North London. Hello.
Hiya.
Moira.
Hi.
You all set?
Yeah.
very easy. But listen, if there are any questions anybody wants to ask for clarification, just shout, all right?
Okay, okay.
And Banny in the West Midlands and Teresa in Andover, I know you're there and I know you're poised. I can't have a word with you just yet. We can't overload here. But do play the survey. And do it yourself. Male or female, but I think it's something that only applies to women. Okay, ladies, here we go. Number 1. Do you believe in alternative medicine? If you do, just put a Y. Put a yes. Do you believe in it? Do you believe it? You know, do you maybe sometimes even use it? That's question 1. Question 2. Do you have a small, close group of girlfriends? Yes or no? Is question 2. Question 3. Have you ever had any kind of a premonition? Even if it's something small, like suddenly thinking to yourself, I wonder how Joanne is, and the phone rings and it's her. Okay, so question 3, yes or no, have you ever had any kind of a premonition? Question 4, do you have an enthusiastic laugh? Do you laugh loud and long if someone makes you laugh? Yes or no? Question 5, does black suit you? Black dress, black jeans and t-shirt, whatever. Is it a colour that shows you off? It's a good colour for you. Not necessarily the right colour for you, but if it is the right colour for you, then you want to write yes in capitals. That's question 5. Question 6. Are you on the same wavelength as some animals, particularly cats? Who's laughing?
Sorry.
Who's cackling?
That wasn't me. It was me.
Who's me?
Sue.
Don't cackle. Question 6. Can you make a good soup?
No, that was question 6. Yeah, that was question 6. Yeah, 7. You're on 7 now.
Question 7. Can you add up? No, I made that up. That was sort of spontaneous humour. Question 7. Can you make a good soup? Yes or no? Question 8. This is a difficult one. Do you believe midwives are more use at childbirth than male doctors?
Can you have those nose?
Yes. I mean, don't know.
Unsure.
Question 9. Have you ever had a verruca? Or a wart, anywhere? And question 10. Have you ever encouraged a man to be reckless, knowing it might backfire on him?
Yeah.
Is question 10. Okay. Let me get a pen. Come in the studio without a pen. Don't worry about it. Here we are. Right. Susan and Paul, how many yeses?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
9?
Yes.
Okay. Susan has 9 yeses. Helen in Hertfordshire, how many yeses?
6.
6. Sharon?
9.
9?
9, yes.
Moira?
8.
8.
Yes.
Okay. Helen, I think we can say thank you for taking part, but goodbye to you.
Okay, what's that?
You're obviously not one of these. Let me bring in Banny in the West Midlands. Banny, are you there?
My name is Bonnie.
Bonnie, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
How many yeses, Bonnie?
9.
9. Right, let's see whether we can overload the system and bring Teresa in Andover in as well. Teresa, are you there? I've got a problem with Teresa. Listen, Moira, you only scored 8.
Yeah, that's right.
Which is huge, but that's still not as big as a 9.
Not
so
good enough.
I'll just say cheerio to you.
Oh.
Thank you for playing. Let's just see whether we can get... Was it Teresa? Teresa, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Good. How many out of 10?
9.
You're a 9 too. So I've got Susan, Sharon, Bonnie and Teresa, who all scored 9 out of 10 on this test. Which one did you say no to, Susan?
Number 6.
Are you on the same wavelength as cats? Sharon, which one did you answer no to?
I said no to number 1.
Do you believe in alternative medicine? Bonnie, which one did you miss out on?
I said no to number 2.
Do you have a close group of girlfriends? And Teresa?
6.
You said no to 6 as well, which is on the same wavelength as cats.
Yeah.
What I'm going to tell you, ladies, is this, and you probably spotted this coming a mile off, haven't you? You know what you are, don't you?
No.
You're what this girl was I met in the pub last night.
A floozy.
Oh, let me hear that laugh again.
No, that was me. I'm not doing that again. I am doing that again.
There it is. There it is. You know what you are, don't you?
A floozy.
Witches.
Witches? Oh, how wonderful. I've always wanted to be a witch.
Witches!
Oh, wonderful. I've been called a bitch, but never a witch.
I find that a real compliment. That's fantastic.
Yes, so do I. I think that's wonderful.
Well, it is a compliment because I've never met a man who didn't fancy a witch. You know, it goes back to Bewitched, the programme.
Yeah.
And then there was The Witches of Eastwick. And did you see the latest Addams Family with Angelica Houston?
No.
Anyway, thanks for taking part.
Oh, you're welcome. Excellent show, by the way.
You're kind, and I think that's possibly cleared something up. But it's opened a few doors, hasn't it, for a discussion. Are you a witch? Did you score 9 out of 10? This is based on an old test that was used by the Witchfinder General to establish whether a woman was a witch some 300 years ago, and 9 out of 10 would have had you hanged. Hanged. I'm shouting, someone's shouting burned. No, Andrew, we only ever burned one witch. I've done my homework. We only ever burned one witch in England. Generally, they were hanged. That's the agenda between now and 4 o'clock. Witches. I'm Tommy Boyd. This is Talk Radio. There's a good argument for listening. But it's extraordinary that now, in 1998, there's something extremely attractive about the idea that a woman is a witch. Isn't there? I mean, who can honestly say that his heart wouldn't leap if his girlfriend suddenly swung round to him one evening and said, actually, besides everything else you know about me, I'm a witch. But have you ever been out with a witch, sir? Have you ever been out with a witch? And when it actually comes to the end of the evening, if you catch my drift, I mean, is it any different? Chris calls from Northants. You're on Talk Radio, Chris. Hi.
Well, this is good to know, Tommy. Apparently I'm a witch.
Wow.
I got 9 out of 10. I thought I got 9 out of 10. My husband says I got 10 out of 10.
Well, you're in the lead, aren't you?
Apparently so.
What makes him think you're a witch?
Well, I never really thought about it. I do have a long black cloak. My daughter used to tell her friends when she was younger that I was a witch because I have a long black cloak.
Yes. But do you weave any... can you kind of get them to do things, your family, without them really knowing that you're manipulating them? I mean, can you work some kind of a magic on them?
Well, they probably say I could, but I'm not too sure.
Right.
I do try.
Do you believe in spells? Not in a hocus-pocus way, but do you believe that you can kind of put a hex on somebody?
Yes.
If you think enough venom in their direction long enough.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, you can, can't you?
Yes.
You can get them. You see them 2 weeks later and they've got a really nasty boil on their cheek.
Yes.
I think, yeah. Right.
I like to think things like that.
Yes. Chris, thank you for your call.
Okay.
10 out of 10. Are you a witch? Would you like to be a witch? I'd like you to be a witch. You remember TVAM? They had a senior sports reporter who was fired after he was exposed by one of the Sunday papers. Exposed? Where's the harm in this? He liked his girlfriends to dress up as witches. And to tell him that they were going to boil him in oil. Not a sacking offence, is it? And I'm sure it strikes a chord with a good few men. Witches. You probably know more about me than you do about your own husband. Because I just am prepared to let you in. But what have I got to hide? Nothing. There are times I think you know more about me than I do. I was talking to a woman in a pub last night and it turned out that she was a witch. And I was attracted. I found it very stimulating. It was sexy. There. It was. It just was. The idea that there may have been something more to the usual business of flirtation, attraction, something gets done about it, and then it's an embarrassing weekend, that may involve costumes and darkness and funny music played backwards and candles and stuff and spells and goats, I don't know. It was interesting. It was interesting. Or maybe I'm getting old, I don't know. Dave calls from Watford.
Hi, Tom.
Dave, hi, boy.
Oh, no, I'm the witch, Tom.
How long ago was this?
This was about 4 years ago now.
How long for?
Well, it was off and on for about a year.
Did she tell you she was a witch, or did you piece it together?
I pieced it together.
Go
I
on.
used to talk to her, I used to ask her, and she'd just smile.
Yeah.
And her eyes would change.
Her eyes?
Yeah, her eyes would change. They'd narrow.
Yeah.
Almost like a cat, almost cat-like.
Yeah.
And then she'd just smile at me.
Yeah. This girl last night, she had big eyebrows.
Oh, yeah?
You know what I mean?
Well, maybe a peculiar shape, I don't know about big.
Yeah. And she liked to hint at things, and then when you'd follow it up, she'd go, "Oh, nothing, no." Is it?
Yeah, and that got your interest, I would imagine.
Yeah, what's she up to now, this woman?
I haven't got a clue. I keep well clear of her. She scared me in the end.
Right. Oh yeah. Yeah, but in a nice...
At first it was exciting, but then it got a bit scary.
Really?
She'd make things happen and...
No.
And, yes, for sure.
Really? Like what?
Well, like, if I was, maybe if I was going to take an exam, I'd be worried about it, and she said, don't worry, you'll get 60%, and I did.
Get there.
Bit weird, eh?
Do you know what this woman said to me last night?
What's that?
Well, some of her friends arrived, okay? A couple of blokes and about 4 girls. And she went off, she said, there's my best friend is there. She said, and we're going off to a party afterwards. And I said, oh, that sounds interesting, kind of meaning, can I come?
Yeah.
And she said to me, I don't think you're ready for this kind of a party
Wow,
yet.
I bet you really wanted to go then.
Not many, Benny. Drive on, drive safely. What a wonderful world. The world of the witch. Now, this was out towards the sticks, and it does occur to me that if you live in rural parts, you're more likely to know more about witchcraft. You're more likely to be a witch, or be involved in a coven, or be going out with somebody who is a witch, than if you live in the town, I would have thought. The Industrial Revolution meant that all non-witches simply moved to the smoke to work in the factories. I think to be a witch, you've got to be close to nature, haven't you? I don't know. Star calls from Somerset.
Hello?
Hello, Star.
Hello.
Are you a witch?
Yes, I am.
Fantastic.
I thought about a phone because I don't think you're going to get a true witch. So I thought I'd better phone because you want to speak to a sexy witch.
What makes a true witch? Because I don't need you to tell me what makes a sexy witch.
A true witch, you get a lot of cosmics who make out they are, but they're not. And when they find out about the real thing, and then, you know, they are frightened.
Yeah. So, now that you are a witch, what do you do?
What do I do? Lots of things.
Witchy-wise?
Witchy-wise, healings.
Do you?
Yeah.
What about damaging? Do you ever...
No.
No?
Never. No true witch will ever do any harm to anybody else. Or anything else.
No.
No.
But you could lead a bloke up the garden path.
I could do.
And indeed do.
Well,
because we're the enemy, aren't we?
What, men?
A bit.
Well.
Yeah?
But there are men witches as well.
That sounds wrong. That's wrong. That's like gay rugby teams. That's wrong.
No,
that's all wrong.
No, there are male witches.
Well, let's leave them out of the equation, shall we?
Right, okay.
How long have you been a witch?
For as long as I can remember.
Well, since you were little?
Yeah.
Really?
Well, my mum's a witch as well, so...
Is she really? Is it genetic?
Well, I am a hereditary witch, yeah.
A hereditary witch. So that is very much like Bewitched with Samantha.
Yeah, because her mum was a witch as well, and I'm hoping my daughter will be as well.
You're hoping, so it's not guaranteed?
Oh, not guaranteed. No, I won't pressurize her or teach her. You know, it's up to her to choose.
Right. So what signs will you look for in your daughter then, before you can be sure that she is a witch?
Love for nature. Just, you know, respect for all living things.
How much did you score on the witch test?
9.
9. Which one was a no for you?
I haven't got any warts.
Not even a verruca?
No.
You've got a daughter and you haven't got a verruca?
No,
Are you sure? Have you looked lately?
I'm positive.
No warts?
Nope. Nowhere.
No.
I know how to get rid of them, though.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Where do you get a toad in Islington? Go on, then how do you get rid of warts?
You charm them.
You charm them?
Yeah, you wish them away.
Really?
Yeah. That's a basic spell.
How many other spells have you got?
Oh, more than you can imagine.
Where do you get... Can you get books on spells?
Oh, yeah, you can get lots of books.
Have you had any tutoring as a witch?
Kind of. Yeah, but now for the status I am, I teach other people now who come to me to learn.
Is there a fee?
No.
You do it...
Do it for nothing.
For love?
Yeah, it's no cost.
Isn't that fantastic? Have you ever put an evil spell on anybody? Because, let's face it, some people do deserve it.
No, I haven't, but I have thought of it.
Well, supposing Stalin was still alive,
Right.
Would you have been prepared to put an evil spell on Stalin?
Don't know. It's awkward.
No.
Because it comes back on you.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, if you send something negative out, it comes back on you threefold.
Now, being a witch,
Yeah.
presumably makes it easier for you to snag a man.
Well, I've already got one anyway.
I know.
I've snagged him, yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
But I would imagine that witches can snag their man a lot easier than non-witches.
Oh, yeah. There's plenty of love spells to do.
Is that sufficient reason to want to be a witch?
No.
No.
No, not just to get a man.
No.
No.
So if somebody came to you and said, I want to be a witch because I want to get this bloke who's the barman down at the Oily Toad, you'd say no, not good enough.
I'd say no, that's not a good reason to be a witch, but I could help you myself by trying to attract these two people together.
Can you walk into a room and spot another witch?
Yes.
How?
By the feeling, the vibe they give off, or the symbols they wear, just how they are and how you sort of connect.
Talking to me, how close am I to being a witch or a warlock, would you guess?
There's no such thing as a warlock, not in, old witchcraft beliefs.
Right.
Because a male witch is still a witch, not a warlock.
Okay.
Right. How close are you?
Witchy am I?
Well, I don't know, really.
You can't tell just from listening to somebody?
No, you sound quite grounded and quite with it and, relaxed and, you're open-minded, so I wouldn't know.
It was very nice talking to you.
Right, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Blessed be.
Blessed be. It's so sexy. It is. In a recent poll, one of those men's magazines, the GQ, FHM, all that lot, that tribe, they did a poll of the 100 sexiest women of the century. And I think it was won by Ava Gardner, partly because she's a very statuesque, handsome woman, but also apparently because she was really good fun in Hollywood, if you know what I mean. And the usual suspects were there. Madonna was in there, and Ursula Andress was in there. But I couldn't help but notice that languishing at number 53 in the 100 most sexy women of the 20th century was that woman who played Samantha in Bewitched. Did you ever see the TV program, the black and white program? She had two husbands. There was Dick York, and then he got fired, and he was replaced by a man called Dick Sargent York, which always made a few people wonder just what went on there, whether that was something witchy, because they looked alike. Anyway, Darren, I forget her name, the actress who played her, but the caption next to her picture said that there was nary such thing as a small boy who didn't watch this program from America with Samantha as a witch and didn't have their first happy stirrings. And that's true. That is true. And it wasn't just because she was a pretty lady, which she was, but not particularly. No, it was just this way she used to be able to control everything, move everything around the room. I tell you, it was hard. She just arrived at the radio. We're discussing witches and why so many men find them fantastic. Eveline calls from Lancashire.
Hello.
Eveline, hello.
Hello. I'm sitting here looking at Pendle Hill, which of course is witch country.
It is?
It is.
I didn't know that.
Did you not?
What cuts it out as witch country?
Oh, it's tradition going back hundreds of years over here.
Right.
Yeah. It's one of the big tourist things.
Mm-hmm.
Right, the reason why I'm phoning is I've been asked recently would I like to train to be a witch.
Who by?
A friend of a friend, basically.
Yeah. What's in it? What's in it for you?
What's in it for me? I don't know.
No.
What?
No, nor do I know what's in it for you. Did you see that programme last night about the Church of the something or other in London, the Church of the Christ of the something or other in London, where all it's about is recruiting.
No.
They're not really bothered about you once they've hooked you. Maybe it's the same with witches.
I wouldn't like to say. I don't get that impression.
Just depends really on how much spare time you've got.
That's very true.
Yeah.
But the last lady said, yes, it's all free.
Yeah.
And it is.
Yeah.
But the person who wants to train me is a man.
Oh, that sounds a bit sinister.
And he doesn't want to train just me, but he wants to train someone else as well.
He wants to start his own coven.
Yeah.
Well, you know, obviously you've got to be careful. Tell people where you're going when you leave for the sessions, but might be fun.
Well, I feel curiosity is overtaking intelligence with me at the moment, and I keep going. And I keep coming home thinking, oh, was that wise? But I'm constantly drawn back.
Well, so I think most people would be, really. I mean, life can't be too interesting, can it? I mean, it can be too tiring, it can even be too friendly. But, you know, nothing can be too interesting, can it? Hmm?
Oh, that's true.
Eh?
That's true.
Uh-huh.
I feel I ought to warn you, and maybe everybody else. You were talking about predicting things.
Yes.
One thing I can do is
Yeah.
predict what's going to be popular or fashionable.
Yes.
And believe me, you're going to see an awful lot more about witches.
Really? Sounds good.
Yeah.
Thanks for your call.
Okay, bye.
The number's... Well, if you're a witch, you don't need me to tell you the number. No. Daniel's on the line from Milton Keynes. Hello, Daniel.
Hello.
Afternoon.
Afternoon. I actually know two witches. One is sexy and the other one isn't so sexy.
Right.
There was one night, because where I'm working, she invited me out. I thought, this is a bit dodgy. She's either after something or whatever.
Yeah.
So I actually went up with her. She was semi-naked anyway because of the clothes she wears. And we pulled up to Clophill, near Milton Keynes, which is basically was a church which faced north for some reason.
Mm.
Yeah, and that was a big thing, big symbol. So she got out of the car, got undressed, and started running away. And in the distance, I could see a fire, you know, like a bonfire. And there was other naked people. There was about, 6, 7, 8 people dancing around. And it scared me.
Well, you're getting in way over your head here, aren't you?
Yeah, that's it. It really did scare me.
I would never want to be involved in any activity if I thought there was a possibility that there was going to be another naked man.
Yeah.
You see?
Yeah.
I think that's perfectly normal.
Mm.
Don't you?
Yeah.
You know? Did she tell you she was a witch before she ran naked off towards the fire?
Really, she just told me, oh, do you fancy coming, you know,
yeah.
to Clophill with me? And I goes, yeah, fair enough, yeah.
See, I think one of the ways you can spot a witch in 20th century Britain is that they are more likely to ask you out than to wait to be asked.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know why that is.
Well, to be quite honest, if I would have known before I went, I wouldn't have gone.
But you're glad you did?
I'm glad I did because I know...
You've seen something, haven't you?
I've seen something, and it's something that I probably will never see again in my life.
Well, keep watching the skies, Daniel. Thank you for your thoughts and your experience and your warning. Graham calls from the West Midlands. Good afternoon, Graham. You're on Talk Radio.
Hello, Tommy.
Graham.
Tommy, there's no fool like an old fool. You were taken in last night. You're standing there, sad old man, standing at the bar. Some young girl looks over, thinks he's away getting some free drinks out of that guy at the bar. You fall for it, hook, line and sinker.
I'm a better judge of human nature than that, Graham. You obviously haven't been listening to this show for very long.
Oh, I have.
There's not much I don't know about dear old humanity, you know. I love its face.
Yeah, but the girls are good at it, aren't they? You know, let them see a sucker a mile off.
Graham, the girls might be good at it, but I'm good at girls.
Well, what was you doing standing on your own, waiting for someone to come and speak to you?
I explained all of that.
You were stood up.
No, I wasn't.
I can understand why your wife gets annoyed with you. You go
I went out for a beer, and Mick was late. I mean, I think what happened was Owen scored the goal, and so he thought he'd hang on for another half an hour to see if there was a landslide, which there wasn't. And I don't like standing in a pub on my own because I'm naturally gregarious. And she was on her own as well. And so I raised my eyebrows, and she raised her eyebrows back. We were only 6 feet apart at the bar, so I just hauled my Guinness drink over, and off we went.
That's how they do it.
Oh, she put a hex on me, did she?
Of course. I mean, she was there. She thought, well, you know, get hard-earned money off this guy over there.
She did, right?
I bet you was dipping into the housekeeping as well, aren't you?
Right, well, what you're talking about is a form of witchcraft, isn't it? Yes.
I don't see the connection, really.
Yes, you do. If she wrapped me around a little finger, that's a form of witchcraft, isn't it?
No, women just do that generally to men,
well,
especially
that's witchcraft.
suckers.
That's witchcraft.
Well, all women are witches.
Well, wonderful. I'm glad to hear it.
I've met witches, and they just don't go around chatting up blokes like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
You were a soft touch.
You're just jealous because you haven't been chatted up by a witch in the pub recently.
I'd be a bit uneasy if I was chatted up by a witch. You don't know what they're going to do you?
No, well, you'll find out one day, assuming you're as good looking as me.
Well, I've seen your picture on the telly.
Well, I've never seen yours. Sorry, I have to bat that annoying insect away, but we have a serious discussion on our hands here, which is the volume of witchcraft being practiced in Britain today, and the all-important question, which as a journalist I must ask, whether it's serious or not. We're discussing witches. It seems that they do exist. A lot more women are witches than know it. So there are plenty that know it, but plenty that don't. And as we pick our way through the definition of a witch, I'm beginning to wonder whether I might be one myself. They like nature, they're good with people, they care. Jason calls from Southampton. You're on Talk Radio. Hello, Jason.
Lovely, Tommy. Lovely show.
Thank you.
That's all right. Tom, I want to blow away a couple of myths, mate. This is not an exclusively female activity.
No.
In fact, the two people that are most responsible for modern witchcraft in this country today were fellas.
Is that right?
It is. Alex Sanders and Gerald Gardner. They kicked it all off in about the 1940s. And also, for any form of witchcraft coven to exist, you have to have some sort of polarity. So it's very much a male and female thing. And you'll find that most witches are not sexy at all. They're generally middle-aged women.
Excuse me.
Go on.
Excuse me.
Go on.
Excuse
well,
me.
Tom, at your age, I know you might find middle-aged women very sexy,
Did you
mate,
see Baroness J yesterday talking about the future of the House of Lords?
No, I missed that.
That was a sexy lady.
Fair enough. I'll go along with that.
60-something.
Right. But is she a witch?
Well, let's talk about that another day. All I'm saying is that you can be middle-aged and sexy.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah?
All right. Yeah, no,
Okay.
I'll take that back, otherwise I'm going to get an earful. Right, yeah, you can be middle-aged and sexy, but most witches are not 20 years old, dressed in long, flowing black coats and bright lipstick. I mean...
No, but you get them.
Yeah, you certainly do.
Okay.
But they tend to drop out after a little while because it doesn't suit their lifestyle. What they'll find is that most witches in this country are very dedicated people, and that witchcraft is actually a religion as opposed to an orgy by a fire.
Let me get this straight. You are an ex-witch.
Yes, you could say that, yeah.
Okay, so you know what you have to do to become a witch. Well, look, I wonder if we'll take calls. We'll have you as our expert witch.
Oh, no, don't do that.
Oh, no, I'm going to do it anyway.
All right.
Babs has called from Slough, and she has a question for our witch, Jason, in Southampton. Babs, you're through to the expert.
Oh, thank you.
Hello, Babs.
Hello. I'm in the kitchen baking, and I've got my cat sitting beside me. And I got 10 out of 10. So now, at 65 years of age, somebody's told me I'm a witch. What do I do now?
Jason. Wow. Do you read tarot, Babs?
Do I read the tarot cards? No, I've got some.
You've got some, but you don't read them.
But I've never done it, no.
Right.
I've sent off to some, but I've never done it.
Absolutely. What I would do is there's a magazine called Prediction.
Have you got your own magazine?
No, not me. No,
I mean witches.
No, Tom, no, there's no ulterior motive to this.
No, what I'm saying is witches have got their magazine.
Absolutely, loads of them.
Oh, have
there are stacks of witches magazines
So
out
down to W.H. Smith's and get the witch magazine.
You can. You certainly can, Tom.
Fan.
If you pick up this magazine called Prediction, if you look in the back of there, Prediction, there's all sorts of new age and occult contacts in there, numbers you can phone, do that.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
that'll start you off.
Well, Jason, you probably answered everybody's question in one fell swoop there. Because I thought it was going to be like the Masons, you had to wait to be armed.
Get off to... Tell you what, Tom, you wouldn't know a witch if one lived next door to you because they're all extremely normal people.
Yeah, until they
Oh,
start
thank goodness for that.
practicing witchcraft.
Yeah, but that's not casting black magic and things like that, Tom. Witchcraft's a religion. In fact, the religion is called Wicca. W-I-C-C-A.
Saw the movie with Edward Woodward.
No, that's the Wicker Man, Tom. But same principle,
I'm
mate.
concentrating. It shows, doesn't it?
Same principle.
Jason, I'm very grateful for your call. And Babs, good luck with your career as a witch.
Thank you very much.
Isn't that great?
I'll let you know if I can start casting spells and things and they actually work. I'll let you know.
Look forward to it. Thank you very much for your call. We go to Sean, who calls from Slough. Sean, you're on Talk Radio.
Hiya, Tommy, or should I say the Grand Witch Finder? You are a big-time witch.
Am I?
Because you know what makes people tick. And witchcraft is a very earthly thing. It's nothing to do with, like, the heavens or metaphysics. It's earthly things, and you know what makes people tick, and that's what witchcraft is. By the way, I love you and your double glazing. Now, if I was a double glazing salesman, and I spend 4 hours in your home uninvited, and I eventually persuade you to buy my double glazing, then I have achieved something of a witch-like nature.
Yes.
Witchcraft is only knowing what makes people tick. That's
So
all
most
it is.
good salesmen and women are witches.
It's that kind of power. It equates to the same power. It's just getting someone to persuade them to do something what they don't really want to do.
Right,
And that's
so
why
someone successful like Bill Clinton, right? One of the most politically successful politicians, you know, with the polls and everything, and the opinion polls now about him. He's very manipulative. He can get people going on his side. He's a witch.
that's a pretty big-time witch, is it not?
I suppose so, right?
I mean,
Your definition, yeah.
Yeah, it's an earthly thing. That's why I've got against these so-called white witches. I mean, they talk about if you put a curse on somebody, it's going to come back to you. That's bullshit. These people can't turn their light. The way it is, these white witches, they just can't quite turn their back on Christianity and the concept of guilt. You know, if you put a curse on somebody that's hurt you or hurts you or someone in your family, then why shouldn't you destroy them? Don't feel conscious about it. Go ahead and put a curse on them.
Absolutely. Stick pins in an effigy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, don't feel conscious about it. That's just Christianity backwards.
Listen,
I mean,
you know,
all that.
you know your onions, and you've reminded me of something we couldn't find out just before the programme came on air. This country used to have an official witch finder, didn't it?
That's right, yeah.
A witch finder general. His name was Matthew...
It was, Vincent Price.
That was the movie, I think.
Yeah.
But it was... No, it wasn't actually. I think it was Oliver Reed. No, I'll tell you who it was. It was, Richard Harris.
Was it? I can assure you it was Vincent Price.
Oh, well, anyway, what was his name? Matthew... Was it Matthew?
Is this like going way back, 400 years or so?
In real life, we really had a witch finder general in Britain.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. A woman was tried for witchery in the Second World War. Apparently she was suspected of passing on secrets to the Germans.
Really?
Oh, there was a court trial, yeah.
There was a woman on the Isle of Wight during the war who kept sending the Germans all these secrets about the Isle of Wight, right?
Right.
Just because she didn't like people on the Isle of Wight.
Well, who can blame her?
No, sure, next time. But thank you very much indeed for your call. Head of one of my research teams, a lady, visited a male strip show a week ago and came back and told us about it. And during the course of the conversation, I think, hit on a very important point, which we must discuss, which is that when women go and watch male strip shows, and these things are becoming increasingly common nowadays, and we had The Full Monty, which was nominated for an Oscar as Best Picture, which took that as its theme, so this is the coming thing. When women go to watch men's strip, they are far crueler than men when they go to watch women's striptease shows. And it's a fact, isn't it? It's a fact. It's an important fact. And it's worth thinking about. Madam, listening to this, you went to that male strip show and you roared with laughter at those poor men on the stage, didn't you? And pointed and made unkind remarks about them and men in general to the women who were with you in the audience. Now, if men did that when they went to watch female striptease shows, there would be a justifiable outcry. So we've hit on another very interesting tenet of the gender divide. Sir, when you go to watch a striptease show, club or pub or special function, everybody has, your attitude towards those who are performing on the stage is one of respectful, I would say, dignity towards the person who is on. You extend a dignity which you wish the person on the stage to have to that person on the stage. There's certainly no shrieking and pointing, is there? Of course, there's some loud applause, there's the occasional whistle, there may be the odd catcall, but generally speaking, the reception that the woman performer is given is one which is designed to enhance her self-esteem, okay? And this is the crucial difference between men and women. When women go to watch a male strip show, it seems to me that the bulk of their activity and noise is designed to diminish the male or males performing on stage. It's an extraordinary point, and a good point, and one that you haven't thought about before. But let's talk about it now. Because you see, nakedness is great, isn't it?
And what we all do if we get home and we're alone in the home and we've got half an hour is we take all our clothes off. It's fantastic. It's so liberating. It's so relaxing. You've done a hard day's work. You get in. There's nobody else in the house. Children aren't coming home for another half an hour for whatever reason. You take your clothes off. You take your clothes off. You go to the bedroom and you take your clothes off. You maybe get out a pair of tracksuit trousers and a T-shirt, but you don't put them on straight away. It's just good, isn't it, to be animal naked. It's good for the body. It's good for the spirit. It's good for your self-esteem. It teaches you to hold your tummy in. You don't do that when the clothes are hanging down across it. Exactly. Exactly. By the way, if you saw the ending of the full Monty, do you think they cut something out at the very end? Because just before it ends, you see a couple of people who I think were supposed to be police officers coming in and mingling with the crowd at the back. And yet it ends, doesn't it, with that freeze frame of the shot from behind the chaps doing their full Monty. So either it's an entree into the full Monty Part 2, or they changed the ending, but couldn't leave out the bit with the coppers. Why should what a bunch of adults get up to in the privacy of a hall be of interest to the law anyway? I can't imagine that anybody who listens to this show in the afternoon could possibly be so illiberal as to believe that there's anything wrong with striptease shows. If that's where you choose to go, if that's what you choose to do as a profession, it's your choice, and everybody should be allowed to do that. Mind you, it can be embarrassing. When I was 16, I went to my cricket club's annual presentation dinner, and horror of horrors, it was all male, they had arranged for a stripper. So that after the meal and before the speeches, this, I felt, 16, poor woman came in with a radiogram and a record on it, came through with a dressing gown, put the record on, ran back, and then came back in with her clothes on, which she then took off. And everybody, I thought, was petrified and bored, terrified that she would throw her boa around their neck and pull them towards her. I pulled the table in front of me lest that should happen. I was 16, I'd never been kissed. It almost put me off the whole thing, to be honest with you. Stripping. Taking your clothes off. Whether you do it for a living, or whether you do it because, like everybody else, it's nice to take your clothes off. Stripping improves your coordination, it improves your balance, it improves your rhythm, it improves your dress sense, it improves your sense of pride in your underwear, it improves your love life, it improves your sleeping patterns. We'll talk about this, but I'm sure we will conclude at the end of this hour that tonight when you take your clothes off, you will take them off perhaps for the first time in a long time, properly, i.e. with your partner in mind. Lyndon calls on the M6. You're on Talk Radio. Lyndon, hi.
Hi, Tommy.
Lyndon.
The reason men don't heckle women like they do the other way around is because they're absolutely terrified of what the woman will do to them.
No.
I've been to strip shows where men have got their boxer shorts cut in two, they've had their pubic hairs burnt by hairspray, wax stripped on the nipples, and all sorts. They're absolutely terrified. And that's what a woman's strip show's all about.
If I may say so, you don't go to the classiest joints in town, do you?
Absolutely not. That's
you certainly don't. No, you certainly don't. You certainly don't. But there, even in the fact that there is some allure in a female strip show, which there is, isn't there, Lyndon?
Absolutely.
I mean, one is lured to what one sees in the most carnal possible way. Well, that in itself is a matter of respect, isn't it?
Would have thought so.
You're respecting the allure of the person on stage.
Yeah.
But from what I've seen of male strip shows, the women in there aren't in the least bit romantically interested in the blokes on the stage. They're just interested in ridiculing them.
I don't think the men that go to see a woman strip are romantically interested. They're interested in them, but not romantically.
No, but they're interested in being turned on, and that in itself is an accolade.
Absolutely.
Do you believe that you can turn a woman on simply with your looks?
No.
No, you don't, do you? No. No, you don't. You don't. Would you consider taking your clothes off in a provocative way if your partner suggested that it would give her a thrill?
Yes.
Has she?
No.
Ever?
No.
She ever asked you to keep your clothes on?
No.
No. No, right. So how do you get undressed in the evening then?
We just get undressed in front of each other.
I know, but is it a case of getting it off as quickly as possible? You know, as in kind of like treading your way out of your trousers?
Absolutely.
Really?
Nothing romantic about it.
There isn't, is there, really? and presumably the laundry basket is in the bedroom, is it?
The laundry basket's the floor in our house.
Is it really? So you leave your socks and your underpants and your trousers trodden into the carpet?
Yeah. very romantic.
Not, is it really? Are you going to think about doing it properly tonight?
I might give it a try, Tommy, yeah.
You know, practice a sexy withering stare as you take the top button first of your shirt, and then the second button. Lyndon, thank you for your call.
All right, thanks, Tommy.
Tracy calls now from Bolton. You're on Talk Radio. Tracy, good afternoon.
Hello.
Tracy.
Well, me and my partner, Leroy, we tend to strip for the people, you see. We go around the house and strip.
Do you really?
Yeah.
For money?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, we do, like, little sexual acts, and people tend to either join in or just watch.
My word. How did you get onto this circuit?
Well, my boyfriend kind of introduced me to it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think the men are they kind of take it a bit more serious than the women do.
Mm-hmm.
But it depends how they feel, if they want to join in or not.
Mm. As in the Full Monty, which you've seen, I
Yeah.
said a few times, did you have to learn how to take your clothes off?
Well, they've got nothing on my boyfriend, really, have they?
I don't say not, but I was just starting with your own experience, really, since I'm talking to you.
Yeah.
Not that I'm interested in getting a picture of you taking your clothes off. It doesn't do any harm.
Oh, I feel more comfortable with my clothes off than I do on.
Is that right?
Yeah. We kind of tend to walk around the houses naked.
You do, yes. I think that's very healthy, and I think
Yeah.
people should do that.
I mean, some people might judge us and say, well, what they're doing is perverted, but I think as long as that we feel comfortable doing it and enjoy it, and other people find enjoyment in it, I think there's nothing wrong with it.
Absolutely not. I personally agree with you. But did you have to practice taking your clothes off?
No, it just came naturally, really, because when I was a child, it was kind of like, well, I was brought up in a strict household, and then as soon as I got with my boyfriend, it just became the most natural thing.
Okay, but look, you're a professional.
Yeah.
Semi-professional or professional?
Pardon?
Semi-professional or professional?
Professional, yeah.
Okay. Self-taught?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm wearing a pair of jeans.
Right.
A pair of button-fly jeans. I've got sort of cowboy boots on, and I've got a heavy-duty belt on.
Kinky.
Well, thank you for that, but let's move on. The point is, how could you possibly take those off in a striptease way? They're the wrong items of clothing, aren't they?
Well, you just have to teach yourself, really. I mean, we've done a lot of practice. I tend to use my teeth and things to undo the actual buttons.
Your own? But you can't undo your own button fly.
No, I mean, oh, I thought you meant for a man. No, but you have to really do it yourself then, don't you? Or you get your partner to do it for you.
I think undoing buttons is something that you can very easily do in an interesting way.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know how you would step out. See, I'm thinking of men who, listening to this, will tonight try a sort of a fairly neutral, gentle form of striptease. Just, you know, because it's a good thing to do. So how on earth can you step out of a pair of jeans well, in a manly way, in an attractive way? Yeah, because you fall over. It's tricky, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, way if you put it like that.
See, women have a stool to sit on, and then you can sort of slide your hips out of them and roll them down. So I think what we're saying is it's got to be thought through, hasn't it?
I think so, yeah. I think a lot of women they're not really concerned about that bit. I think they're more concerned about getting them off.
Getting them off?
Yeah, I think that's the biggest bit, I think.
Yes. What are you wearing at the moment?
What am I wearing? Oh, I've just got my joggers on at the moment. I've actually got some clothes on because I'm expecting some friends to come round.
Well, what are you wearing?
Oh, I'm just wearing some Adidas bottoms.
Well, that's all?
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Right, and just give me an idea, that was all. I thought it might be quite interesting. I won't do it with you, but it might be quite interesting to open the lines and ask people who are at home by themselves, of the right sort of age and disposition, to call, and we can have them strip whilst they're on the radio, and they can describe their feelings of liberation or nervousness or whatever, but we will hear it happening.
Why don't you do it yourself and see how you feel, just like doing your radio show in the nude?
Well, it's an idea. I mean, if I'd thought of it, it would have been too obvious, but you've thought of it.
Have a go and see, and tell the listeners how you feel, if you feel a lot better.
Well, I'd have to put tape over the windows here because I don't think the people who work with me would want to watch this going on.
Okay then.
But I think it's what we'll do, Tracy. I like the idea.
Okay then.
And thank you for suggesting it.
Okay.
And very nice talking to you.
And you. Okay then, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Well, so there we have the next sequence of the show. The number is, I'd like, I think, a male and a female, bloke and a lady, listening to the programme right now, at home, I think, obviously not in a car, and preferably with nobody else in the home, unless it's somebody you feel very close to, because they will take away from your capacity to concentrate on your own emotions whilst you're doing what you're doing. In a moment, as part of our analysis of what is really a curious business, which is putting our clothes on and taking our clothes off. And the two enormously disparate sets of feelings and emotions that those two fairly simple acts can provoke. In a moment or so, we're going to have a live demonstration and discussion of the sensations which happen and the feelings which crowd in when people strip, basically, take their clothes off. We have Chris, who's calling from Berkshire. Chris, you're on Talk Radio. Good afternoon. Chris, are you there? Chris has bottled out, you see. Typical. Hello, Robert.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, Tommy.
Robert.
I usually love you and your show. What it is, I belong to an organisation called ASAP. We're against, basically, strippers and prostitutes. We were formed in about 1993 and have about 500 members. We occasionally advertise in the newspapers, and we organise demonstrations basically, trying to get a bill passed in Parliament to ban and abolish stripping. Now, I think basically that all men and women that strip for a living are not only sad, irresponsible, but they're also disgusting and promote basically, you know, what society is, basically the filth that society is trying to get rid of. I mean, I think, really, Tommy, I mean, you're irresponsible and sad for condoning this low-life form of entertainment, and especially for broadcasting it on your radio. I mean, subjecting it to the listeners. I mean, don't you agree that it's really and utterly, it is filth, Tommy?
Oh, I do.
No, I mean...
I was made to do this. I didn't want to do it.
I mean, I know you play the devil's advocate a lot, Tommy, but I mean, that woman basically...
Terrible woman.
Yeah, but even she admitted, Tommy, I know they're probably only doing it for a crack, but you yourself said you didn't like the places that they actually, you know, the stripping goes in. I mean, you wouldn't take your family there, would you?
Oh, no.
Huh?
No. Awful places.
So, I mean, basically, what I'm trying to say is that, so, I mean, how can you condone actually doing something like that on your radio station? I mean, I thought you were supposed to be responsible.
You can't, can you, really? I mean, the amount of corruption that will take place and the distorted views of the human body that people are going to form as a result of the experiment that we've just carried out, Robert, I'm not sure whether society will recover.
Yeah, but there's, I mean, as you said before, you said to be naked is natural, didn't you? You said that. I mean, and there's nothing better than actually going home and throwing your clothes off, is there? And running around the house naked.
No.
But society on the whole, they keep their clothes on in public, don't they? So obviously, to keep your clothes in public, we as actual human beings, it's not a natural thing to strip off in front of another human being that we don't know, is it?
Absolutely not, no.
I mean, So you do admit you're irresponsible and sad, then?
Wholly irresponsible, sad and tragic.
Oh, right.
And a lost cause, really.
Right.
And I wish I had as much fun as you, but I can only aspire, Robert. I can only aspire. Thank you for the good work that you do.
Right.
Thank you for
So
being...
you wouldn't join our organisation?
I'd love to join your organisation, yes.
Okay.
I'd be very interested in that.
I'll leave you your address.
Are there any vacancies on the committee?
No, there's only about 5 of us on the committee.
Is that right? How many members have you got in fact?
We've got about 500 members.
500 members? That's enormous, isn't it?
But, well, obviously, you know, decent, you know, responsible, you know, individuals.
Absolutely.
But obviously, I'm losing my argument here, aren't I?
Well, we can get a recruitment drive going.
Well, we do actually, Holton. We've got a march, it's a rally actually coming up in July the 18th. We've got one coming up.
Where is it taking place?
Basically, it's taking place in just out by Marble Arch, Oxford Street there, on July the 18th. There's about, I think, at present we've got about 320 members.
What day of the week is that?
That's a good question, that, Tommy.
Yeah.
Off the top of my head.
If I can get down your way. What compelled you to take up this excellent cause, Robert?
Well, basically, my parents...
There's so many other things you could have done. You could have been a Manu follower. You could have got into politics. You could have joined animal rights organisations. But you decided to campaign to ban stripping.
Well, basically, if you want the bottom line of it, I'm a product basically of a prostitute, Tommy. My mother was a prostitute, yeah. No, I've never seen my mother. My father basically, I mean, I've come from I suppose it's Low-life area, council house area. No, my mother was a prostitute.
Low-life council house?
Yeah,
Right,
area, right. I know my mother was a prostitute.
You do get that, don't you?
Well, you do get areas of...
Yeah, I know. It's good to talk to someone whose powers of analysis are similar to one's own. It always feels comforting. The camaraderie of like minds is intoxicating, don't you think?
Oh, if you say so, Tommy.
Anyway, I've enjoyed every minute of talking to you.
Thanks, Tommy.
Just before you go, if you would stay, somebody's called up. You won't believe this.
Okay.
Somebody's called up, wants to have an argument with you.
Okay.
Unbelievable, isn't it? I thought you'd carry all before you. But if you stay where you are, Robert, I'll put the pair of you together for a little chat right after the break.
Okay.
Thank you. Boring and disgusting taking your clothes off, stripping. You, I hope, aren't looking forward to a conversation between Robert, who called of ASAP against strippers and prostitutes, with Gary. We will speak with Gary. Gary, you're on Talk Radio. Hello.
Oh, there. I'd like to have a chat with Robert.
He's flown the coop.
Oh, what's a shame.
He put the phone down, and we obviously must have taken down the wrong telephone number for him.
Oh, right.
We tried to call him back, and no joy.
Oh, right. Well, I was just going to say that I wondered if he spotted trains as well. Because stripping, there is nothing wrong with stripping and taking your clothes off. I'm not into it personally. I'm not a stripper, but I'm very free-minded, and if that's what people want to do for entertainment and to earn money and to live, then I think they should be able to get on and do it.
Well, I worship your vision of the future, Gary. Thank you for that.
Okay.
Good man. Well done. And another thing, I have come across more than one person who has been reported to the local authority because they were sunbathing in the buff in their own garden, and the question came up of just whether or not that is acceptable in law, and presumably the law would say that it depends on how you do it, and if you've got a low fence and passers-by can walk by and you're walking and running around with no clothes on, I would have thought they might have come and had a word, but I would also have hoped, and I wonder if you agree, that broadly speaking, if it's your territory, you can wear what you like, or not. Lisa calls from Basingstoke. You're on Talk Radio, Lisa. Good afternoon.
Hello.
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 Hi.
Yes, I've been to see a male stripper in a club, and it was fantastic, to use your word. It was a good laugh. I really enjoyed it.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's an experience. I think a lot of people make judgments without having actually done it. And I think it was definitely an experience. Yeah, one-off.
When men go to strip shows, generally speaking, there's a very high core factor. Do you know what I mean? Core factor. Do you know what I mean?
Factor. No, I don't.
Core.
No.
Core.
Oh, I see. I'm with it.
A noise that men make. Core.
Yeah.
Okay. Stimulation, arousal.
Yes, I'm there.
Yeah. Okay. That doesn't seem to be the case when women go to watch male strippers.
No, I must admit.
No.
But then it was because the men that were there weren't my type, I suppose. You know, but if they'd been really, my type, I think they would have been out there. Definitely, because I don't think there's much difference when it comes to men and women. I'm not sure about this.
Oh, I'm convinced that there is in this within
there is?
these parameters. Yeah.
I don't think so. I'd love to step in a man's shoes, for an hour and see what they think. But I just don't think there is much difference. You think there is?
Well, the male strippers that I have seen, and I've only seen them on television and in films, I don't think I'd go to one if I was asked. I don't know why, but I don't think I would. Seem to me to be doing it for a laugh.
Yeah.
With a great big, almost geeky smile on their face.
Yes.
For some reason.
Yes.
And that seems to match the reception it gets from the bulk of the women in the audience.
Well, I mean, yes, it was fun. And I mean, it wasn't done in a serious way. I mean, it is for fun, isn't it?
Have you ever been to a female strip show?
No, I haven't.
They're very serious.
Are they?
Oh, it's like a church in there.
Is it?
Half the time, yes.
Go to worship?
Unless it's a pub and everyone's had 5 pints, and the whole thing's a bit what we call Larry. The women on the stage are very serious.
Yes. Oh, right. I hadn't really thought of it that way.
No?
Yeah, maybe it's just the way that it's done then.
Yeah.
I mean, if men came out and were more serious rather than sort of jumping around, and they were actually, what they were doing was making you laugh. So, but if they did it in a more serious way, then perhaps you get a different reaction.
Well, I don't want to over-egg this pudding, but I just wonder whether sex is something that men take rather too seriously and women a lot less seriously, on the whole.
Oh, now that sounds like the wrong way round.
Oh, well, okay. Let's talk to Sarah in Luton. You're on Talk Radio, Sarah. Hello.
Hello.
I think stripping can have a lot to do with power. From female point of view, having stripped for my husband, yes, you can feel very powerful. I would imagine just if my husband stripped for me, which he hasn't, I think he would know better than to strip for me because I just fall to pieces laughing. And I love him dearly, obviously. But I just think I don't know, from a man's point of view, I would imagine a man would feel vulnerable and quite stupid. The first time when I stripped for my husband, I felt vulnerable, but then after that, when you see their reaction, it makes you feel very strong and very powerful over the man, which is quite rare when you're a female.
All right. So it's good from the point of view of sort of equal authority, but do you feel aroused by the sense of power that you get when you strip for your husband?
Yes. I wouldn't get aroused by him stripping for me, and I've been to a male strip show and wasn't aroused there. I think it's just a big joke there.
When you know you're going to strip for your husband, do you dress appropriately?
I think I always dress appropriately in case I'm taken unawares.
Is that right?
Well, I think you have to, yes.
Right.
Yes.
And you do it upstairs in the bedroom or anywhere in the house that takes your fancy?
Oh, not only in the bedroom, but we have to pick and choose having children.
Understood. And what time do they usually go to sleep?
7, half 7.
Okay.
8.
So that gives you the whole evening?
Yes.
So you're not somebody who goes to bed, when you really are exhausted and you're just absolutely ready to drop off? Okay. So the strip show could begin in the living room?
Oh, yes, definitely, and work its way up the stairs. But the thing is, this is not every night. This is when you decide it's going to happen, obviously.
Okay. And to what extent do you really sort of milk it, make a meal of it?
Oh, God. What do you mean?
Well, how long do you make it last? How long from the point of flicking open the first button to the point when, whatever it is that comes off last is on the floor?
I've never timed it.
Well, roughly.
I've never timed it. I wouldn't know.
Roughly.
Oh, I don't know. I've never timed it.
Oh, I'm enjoying the way that other people listening to what you're saying, and we're going to try it in our house tonight.
It's not something you do with a watch on. You're not watching the clock when you're doing it. It's just you're in a state of mind.
Well, let's use the childlike way, the way I do with my children, telling them how time passes. And how many episodes of Thomas the Tank Engine could you watch?
I don't know how long it would take.
How old are your children?
10 down to 4.
10 down to 4?
Yeah.
Not to worry.
Okay.
Thanks for your call.
Thank you.
Enjoy yourself tonight.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye. So there we are, as we heard from callers. The striptease joint is never a halfway house. Removing one's clothes or watching others do it is either a delicious, empowering cathedral of pleasure or a nauseating, diminishing chamber of horrors. It's not the body in question which determines the outcome, but the memories and the prospects long-rooted in each of the parties. Tom's tip, you will be taking your clothes off tonight. Do it properly. I'm Tommy Boyd. This is Talk Radio. There's a good argument for listening.
Well, good morning. What an absolutely glorious day. Today is our one day of summer. I haven't checked the forecast coast to coast, but I understand that pretty much anybody can be sunbathing today if that's what they want to do. Not me. And I wouldn't be out there even if I wasn't here. Join me this afternoon. Save a life. Humiliate a sunbather. If you're indoors and working or sensible, if you're driving along and therefore the sun's rays can't get at you, and you can see sunbathers, give them a shout. What's your problem? Don't you read the newspapers? You're safer smoking and eating a T-bone steak. Or call me, because people will be listening to this programme whilst they are out in the sunshine, risking everything, risking not just their life, but risking their looks, risking their mental and physical well-being, risking, for goodness sake, their bank balance. We've really got to get them into the shade. Are we jealous because they're sunbathing and we are not? You tell me. You're not sunbathing. Would you rather be absorbing the sun's rays, wearing something skimpy, lying, or should I say slithering, on something canvas, listening to the soothing words of this radio station, perhaps with a book flopped against your firm or otherwise abdomen, the sound of far-off bird song, or perhaps the gentle, soothing hum of the dual carriageway? For certain sure Burtonshaw knowledge that at 3 o'clock in the afternoon God is in his very heaven because you are out in the garden, stroke on the rooftop, stroke down by the beach. Are the rest of us jealous of that? No. No, we're not. No. No, because by comparison we will live forever. On 2 counts. One, because if you add it all up and divide it by 2, it's clear that the sun is nowadays a killer. Its rays will shorten your life one way or another. And even if you do live to be 60 years and 10, you're going to look 50 years and 10, because we all know what the sun does to our skin, don't we? It wrinkles it. It makes us look haggard. It makes us look fake, frankly, because I can't tell the difference between a bottle tan and a real tan. So I always, whenever I see anybody who is brown, assume that they are vain and they've been down to Boots and spent $9.99 on some brown paint. But the bottom line is this. The reason why when I go on holiday I don't see very much of my wife, because she enjoys the sun and she likes sunbathing. My bottom line is this. Sunbathing is a complete waste of a life, isn't it? You think of it, you only get one life, so far as we know, for sure. Surely you should cram as much into that life as possible. See as many places. Talk to as many people as possible. Read as many books. Have as many vigorous thoughts, fueled by vigorous experience as possible. The occasional animal is known to lie on a flat rock and enjoy the sun, but you can bet your bottom dollar that when Br'er Leopard is doing it, looking out over the savannah, he's also checking for wildebeest, you see. And we sunbathers, well, those sunbathers, because you and I aren't, are we? Those sunbathers are just wasting their time. It is a waste of time. A tan looks good on you, but other people looking at you with a tan don't think you look any better for it. You don't. I'm not jealous because I'm in here this afternoon, and you're not jealous because you're on the inside or driving a machine this afternoon. Not jealous at all. We're happier, better off where we are. Join me. Save a life. Humiliate a sunbather. Rosie calls from Bristol. Rosie, you are on Talk Radio. Good afternoon. Got a slight technical here, which is fantastic because I've brought my harmonica this afternoon. I'll just invite my team to come in and take a look at a completely dead, completely comatose, utterly somatic piece of equipment. So we're going to change studios. Fantastic.
I have to find somebody to keep talking.
No, hell's teeth. I'm not going to do any fake nonsense broadcasting whereby we play a trail and then come back somewhere else. I hate that. I'm going to do it live. So she'll go away. That's she. She is Andrea. A fine woman. And a reasonably good technical operator. Otherwise, you know, there were men working in here at about 2:30. I know, because I came in looking for a pair of headphones, which I needed, to listen to a CD, because we're thinking of ending the show each day with a song, because that's how it was in vaudeville and music hall. When I was a boy, you would always sing a song and get off. And so at a meeting on Monday, we decided that we'd consider ending the show with a song, something from Cabaret, something powerful, Tom Jones-ish, avenues and alleyways, streets of Laredo, that sort of thing. So I came in here to borrow a pair of headphones and noticed that there were men working. Now I'm going to get some more information. Come in here and tell me. There's absolutely no point using sign language. This is what?
You can run now. Your other microphone's working in the other studio.
In the other studio. Shall I bring all my stuff?
Bring what you need.
Okay. How long will it take before we're back on the air?
Oh, I'm not going off the air.
Well, there'll be a silence.
No, there won't.
Why not?
Put this microphone on as you're walking through.
Yes.
You pick up your other headphones in there, and by then that microphone will
What do you mean in there?
No. You're going in there.
Oh, in there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But the microphone, keep talking, and you'll never go off there.
How dull. I'd much prefer a proper crisis. If we're going to have a crisis, can't we have a proper crisis?
Oh, what do you want to do? Dead air? Horrible noise?
I don't know. What's a good radio crisis?
Outbreak?
No, a good radio crisis is where you put to air a studio accidentally where people are having a Barney, or the very opposite of a Barney. Are you with me? Nah, that would be fake, and we don't deal in fake stuff, do we? Okay, I'll go through then into
keep talking.
Well, no, I'm not going to keep talking. That would make it all too thingy doodle, wouldn't it? Anyone else? Yeah. When everything I do is wrong. There. About to launch into a programme designed to save lives this afternoon. The lives of everybody who is going to otherwise waste the afternoon by sunbathing. Let's see whether Rose is on the line from Bristol. Rose, you're on Talk Radio. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Tommy. You can't stand it, can you? Stuck in that studio while I'm in the garden in a bikini with a G&T. Absolutely fantastic.
Get out of the garden now!
No.
Get into the house, woman!
No, bollocks. I'm sorry.
You're going to die!
No, I'm not.
You're going to die!
Yes, we're all going to die one day.
But you're going to die sooner than you might.
But as long as I go quickly, Tom...
Haven't you read the papers?
Yeah, I've read this for ages. It's the same with the alcohol consumption that we were doing the other day.
Consumption? How many have you had?
Okay. Oh, it's lovely. Beautiful sunshine. I feel so good.
Have the alarmists spoiled sunbathing for you a little bit?
No.
Not at all?
Not at all.
Are you sure?
Promise. I mean, I'm not ancient. I'm a little over the hill, but there's a long view down the valley.
Let me ask you a key question then, because I don't entirely believe you. I think to a certain extent you're whistling in the dark. Have you, at any time in the last 12 months, checked your moles? Aha!
I haven't got any.
Well,
I've got freckles, Tom.
Checked for moles, then.
Oh, no, I haven't. No.
You haven't?
No.
No.
But I've got these freckles,
Yeah.
you know, that they sort of cover up with the suntan. But I think I look nice, actually.
See, Tiny Roland died of skin cancer, didn't he? And I mean, I hate to use the word, but they do get us worried about the sun, don't they? I was on the train this morning and a granny was pushing a pushchair off the train with her two other grandchildren who were walking, and I said to her, "You're going to be..."
Has the train stopped?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
We're all caring people, aren't we?
Yeah.
And I said to her, you're going to be hot in that today, because she was wearing a cardigan. And she said, yes, she said, but you don't want to let your arms see too much of the sun.
Oh, yuck.
But that's what I said to her. Isn't that sad they've got you? She's wearing a cardigan. It was 79. She's wearing a cardigan because she didn't have a short-sleeve dress, a long-sleeve dress.
Oh, my God.
You know?
I love shorts, Tom. The minute my legs are slightly tanned, I wear shorts. I've no varicose veins, thank God, so I'm lucky. But I think it's fun. I feel well. This is what I can't understand. They say it's going to kill you off. But as long as I go through the life I have, feeling well, surely that's a plus, not a minus.
Get out of the garden.
No.
Get in the house.
No.
You're going to die.
No.
Sue calls from Hertfordshire. Sue, you're on Talk Radio. Good afternoon.
Hello, Tommy.
Sue.
Tommy, I said I'd never call you because you're such a wind-up merchant, but I had to. Now, you're stopping me from being out in my garden sunbathing because I had to come and call you.
Thank the Lord, I saved a life.
No! You haven't.
You will live forever, and...
Too late for me, Tommy.
Yeah, you will be as in Shangri-La, except in your kitchen. And beautiful forever, Sue.
No way, man.
Yeah.
No, it's not like that.
What do you want to go on?
I've actually taken... I went into work this morning, right?
Yeah.
I started a new job recently, and the journey's a bit horrendous. And I didn't plan it, but when I saw that lovely blue sky out my little cramped office, I thought, I'm going to take the afternoon off.
And do what?
Sunbathe!
Why do women sunbathe? It's beyond me. It's beyond us men.
Tommy, I'm going to be straight with you now, right? We get these white sort of floppy bits that we don't like much, and they look a little bit better when they're browned.
No, says who?
Well, to me, they look better.
But does that matter? I mean, do you look at yourself in the mirror and go, "Whoa, I fancy me today,
I
now
don't.
No.
I don't ever look in the mirror and do that, Tommy. Never.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, but you believe that some men find you more attractive when your floppy bits are brown?
Oh, I
silly,
suppose I
isn't
hope so. I'm deluding myself. I know what you're going to say.
Get a good book or take up
I
painting.
do. Tommy, I'm reading.
When was the last time you threw a pot?
Through a pot?
Get a life.
I don't throw pots.
Get a pet. Learn to ride a motorbike. Do something.
Hey, Tommy, you just picked up one of my lifelong ambitions. It's to learn to ride a motorbike.
Well,
I don't know how to go about it.
Every year, start of every year, Jane and we decide on a new challenge, okay?
Yeah. Who's Jane? Sorry, Tommy.
She's the woman I share my life with.
Good man.
She's a good woman.
Good man.
And I've done Japanese sword fighting, for example.
You're very well. Yeah, go on.
I've been out to swim with giant whales in Scammons. You know, do stuff, but I do not, and I never will lie in the sun.
Yeah, but Tommy, I can still lie in the sun and do things.
They can't?
I can!
What?
All right, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I am going to go out and get some motorbike riding lessons, good of you.
That's good.
I'm going to do it.
Do it.
I will.
All right, but don't go out in the garden this afternoon.
I'm going straight back now, Tom.
Don't do it.
See you later.
No.
Tommy, I'm going now.
No. I mean, you might as well put a gun to your head. You've read the magazines. Sue calls from Wellingborough. You're on Talk Radio. Sue.
Hello, Tommy.
Sue.
You've really upset me.
Why?
I've spent all day in the house thinking at 3 o'clock this afternoon when Tommy comes on, I'm going to take the radio out, I'm going to sit in the sun.
And
I come out and you make me feel... I've retired into the dappled shade.
Good for you.
And, well, that's how close I had to come to the shed in order to reach the phone. But you have upset me because I'm aware of how much of my life I do waste sunbathing.
Ah.
But if I go off and do something else, I'm terribly, terribly frustrated because I'm not sunbathing, so I seem to be in a catch-22.
I can't see the point of sunbathing. Look, we sleep, don't we? And that's a waste of time.
Oh, but sleeping in the sun, though, that's excellent, to just fall asleep in the sun.
Oh, yeah, very
after
sensible.
reading a good book.
Very sensible, that is. What else should we do? Go play with the trains this afternoon, shall we?
No,
Come on,
I
Sue.
I haven't got round to putting any lotion on yet.
There's UVF, there's ultraviolet, there's infrared, there's holes in the ozone layer.
I do already have a tan.
That thing up there is an ongoing nuclear device that makes Hiroshima look like a dot on the escutcheon,
Yeah.
and you want to sit underneath it.
Yeah, and I'm
Why?
in the nude. I always do my sunbathing in the Altogether.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've got no white bits. And I start sunbathing very, very early in the season as well.
Oh.
So my skin's...
Who gets to oil you?
Oh, there's nobody about at the moment. I'm all by myself.
Ah. Go on then, give your body a slap just to prove it.
Oh, hang on.
Ooh.
There we are. That wobbles a bit, actually, because
We don't care. We don't care. There's no such thing as a bad-looking bottom.
No.
Well, look, as long as you're in the shade.
I'm in the dappled shade now.
And you're reading a book.
Well, I've got books out here, but and I'm very. We've got a shed that's got a fridge in it, so I've got beer and Coke all on tap, nice and cold. There's a freezer and a microwave in case I fancy defrosting myself something. And it's the life, really.
There's your spirit blossoming.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
All right,
so just don't, there's another, you're going to go on about this for the next sort of hour. Don't bring me down.
No.
Let me enjoy myself.
No.
Please. Please.
No. We're at our best when we're on our high horse. Sue, thank you for your call.
That's all right.
Thank you for being naked when you spoke to me.
That's all right.
You're only the 8th woman I've ever spoken to who was naked.
Yeah?
There are people out there sunbathing. You and I aren't, because we've read the magazines, we've read the newspapers, we've seen Tomorrow's World and those other programs. We know that it is a shortcut to the crematorium. In fact, probably, yes, it's almost like an early sort of, turning yourself into kindling before the crematorium gets hold of you. You can save a life this afternoon. Humiliate a sunbather. Get them out of the garden, off the beach, off the rooftop, and indoors where they belong and where they're safe. Patrick calls from Paynton. You are on Talk Radio. Patrick.
Hello, Tommy.
Patrick.
I think we've got a job to warn everyone about the things, because I went down the beach yesterday to have a game of football in the green, and you just look around and they're burning. All of them. Like pigs.
Why do we bother? Why don't we just let themselves fry?
Because, well, we've got to be the responsible ones here. We've got to warn them.
Well, I don't know, there's a population explosion. There's not enough space, there's not enough housing.
Yeah, well, I suppose you've got a point there.
Maybe we should just, let them do it to themselves if that's what they want to do.
Yeah, but if you do that all the time, you know what happens, I went down for game of football. It's alright playing football on the beach, cover up, put the sun tan cream on.
Sure.
But they're just burning. They're not getting a tan. They're burning. No red, the tans.
Yeah.
Your burn sometimes turns brown, but...
When you see a man or a woman with a tan, you know that you're looking at an airhead. Somebody who's done nothing.
Or someone really fat, usually.
Look at George Hamilton IV.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. And
hopeless.
And the sun usually brings out the people who take their shirts off as they walk through town. I mean, it's not the greatest to see, is it, really?
How did Judith Chalmers get that brown?
Oh, well, she goes to distant islands, doesn't she? So no one can see her. Oh, dear.
Patrick, stay away from the sun. Mel calls from London on a very serious note, because this is a serious topic.
Hello, Tommy.
Mel, welcome to Talk Radio.
Well, I had skin cancer, but I had it where the sun don't shine.
That's a bummer, isn't it?
Yes, it certainly was.
No, sorry, or where was it?
Very down below.
Very down below?
Very down below.
Oh, that's awful, isn't it?
Well,
how are you now with it?
Well, I had my checkups and everything's fine.
Good.
But,
Did they tell you to stay even more out of the sun than you used to with your...
I used to work out in the open.
What did you do?
I had a flower store.
Did that have anything to do with it?
I never ever went up the flower store naked. So I don't know how it came down below.
That's a shame, really. In a sense, isn't it?
It's, you get all the scares with everything.
Well, not with everything. No, now you mention it, let's think of some things that there aren't health scares about. The wind. There isn't a health scare with the wind yet. You get acid rain and you get skin cancer from the sun. And people died in their thousands from the fog.
Yeah.
Not long ago.
Yeah.
You know.
But they've got to find something, you know, it makes you feel good to be out in the sun. I don't say go to extremes and get burnt and things like that, but you feel good. The last couple of months, everybody's been so miserable.
And you reckon that's down to the weather?
Yes, definitely.
Well, what about people like me who don't give a hoot whether it's sunny or not?
Well...
You see, are we more in tune? Are we stronger? Aren't we more reliable? Aren't we more consistent? Ah.
Oh, well.
Yes.
You got me there.
I have. But I'm glad you're well. Thanks for your call.
Thanks.
We must speak to Simon, who calls from High Wycombe. Simon, you are on Talk Radio, sir.
Hiya, Tommy. These suicidal maniacs are exactly the same people who made up me for smoking.
I'll bet they are. I'll bet they are.
I can see them now, and I know a few people around here that are sunbathing as I look out my window.
Yeah.
And as soon as I put the phone down, I'm going to go over them and say, "Oi, you're going to kill yourself far more quicker than me."
Yes.
Well, don't come at me again, you
and indeed they are a danger to you, because although I can't reveal full details yet because there's an embargo on this story, you, Simon, are in danger from them from passive sunbathing.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes.
I mean, well, don't they read? Don't they look at the telly? Don't they read the news?
It's beyond me. It's a death wish. It has to be a death wish.
And they've got smiles on their faces. It's like a massive cult or something.
An unconscious suicide pact.
It is. It's like the Waco, Texas thing, isn't it? They're all
yes.
Follow the leader kind of thing.
They're out there. They're doing it.
Madness.
I know. Costing us a fortune.
Exactly.
And costing themselves a fortune. I suppose at least they are providing some people with employment. People who make sun creams,
yeah.
sun loungers.
But it's just not worth it, is it?
No. Stay healthy, Simon. Thank you for your call. And carry on smoking. It's much safer.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Absolutely.
I think so. Liz, what is safer, sunbathing or... Supposing, all right, you were given a choice. You will either smoke 10 cigarettes a day or be out in the open sun for the rest of your life all day long, okay? Now, which would you choose? From the point of view of longevity and general well-being. Liz calls from Cheltenham. Liz, welcome to Talk Radio.
Oh, Tommy, I've been a sun worshipper all my life, and now I've just discovered I've got a funny brown mark on my nose.
Dun, dun, dun. Have you had it looked at?
No, it's come this last few weeks, actually, but I don't think it's anything to worry about. It looks like a lot of freckles all joined up together.
Well, you say that, but you're thinking, aren't you?
Of course I'm thinking. I've just spoken to a nurse at the doctor's surgery, and she's told me to see the doctor the first thing in the morning,
Is that what she said? When did she say that?
Well, yesterday.
So you went this morning?
No, I went yesterday to see the nurse.
And the nurse said come back
I couldn't get an appointment until tomorrow morning, Thursday morning.
Right. That's
she
great,
told
isn't
me to
it?
get to see him straight away as soon as I could, you know, so I'm going in the morning.
So she had a look at your nose and she said, oh, dear God.
She had a look and she just said, well, maybe I think you better see somebody about that.
The trouble with our blemishes, freckles, moles, is that they say if a mole changes its appearance, you should seek professional advice.
Yes, I've heard that.
But you can't remember exactly what your moles looks like last summer.
I never even noticed this arriving. You know, it isn't as though you get it one morning and suddenly it's there.
How many moles have you got?
I haven't got any moles. This isn't a mole.
No, I'm just asking how many moles you've got.
No, I've got none.
I wonder who's got the most moles listening. I've got about 15.
Have you really?
I have.
Would you want to see a doctor, Tommy?
No, I don't.
Are they
I do.
looking dangerous?
No.
Are they changing colours? You get changing shape?
Well,
and-
that's not my point. I don't know. You read the magazine articles and it says that if a mole changes its appearance, you know, you should seek medical advice.
Yeah, wow.
I've got one that's very pronounced but quite small. It sticks out almost as far as it's wide on my left side.
Has anybody told you what it is? Have you seen
What,
it?
a mole? It's a mole! It's a mole! I'm not going to the doctor and saying, Doctor, what's this? And he'll say it's a mole.
Well, I suppose if you've had it all your life, you can't.
I have.
Your sister's only arrived in the last week or two.
Has it got any hair sticking out of it?
No, it's just like a row of freckles all joined up like a long line, but it's rising up now. It's getting...
Perhaps it's a wart. Perhaps you're turning into a witch.
Hey, you never know.
What would be worse? Turning into a witch?
Or what?
Or melanoma? No. Listen, good luck. Look after yourself.
I will.
Stay out of the sun.
I will, don't worry. I've had my day of sunbathing now. It's all over.
Liz in Cheltenham. Mind you, when the sun's out, people are much more free and easy on the phone. You've noticed that. Roger calls from New Malden.
Hi, Tommy.
Roger.
I'm quite an old boy now in my 40s, but I love sunbathing. I just spent hours ago to Spain just because I wanted to be brown, and I did definitely pull more girls.
Yeah, but they're shallow women, aren't they?
Well, I suppose perhaps I was a shallow man, you know. I mean,
I'm sure you were.
but
who's to say you're not still shallow?
Well, probably I am, but at least I read, and I think that I've got a degree, as you know, means nothing. But it definitely it makes you feel more attractive. It makes you feel as though. I'm talking about then, not now, but then.
Do you think that racists like to get suntanned?
Sorry?
Do you suppose that white racists like the idea of getting suntanned? Or do you think they worry about it because it makes them look a bit more like the people that they can't tolerate?
No, I don't think so.
I just asked the question because it interests me.
I think there could be, I know it sounds a moderate difference, but if you've got blue eyes and you've got brown eyes, that might have more significance. I don't know if that's...
No, I'm only wondering out loud myself. And you say you're not shallow, you read. What are you reading at the moment?
Well, I read at the moment?
Yes.
Oh, my gosh, I've got so many books. If I say Dostoevsky, you think, oh, that's a load of old rubbish. I'm reading do-it-yourself psychotherapy because psychoanalysts are a load of old crap. I think the
no, it's not, you twit. How dare you? Freud was right. Freud was right. It's just that these days, most people are either too amateur or too lazy to understand analysis.
Well, to go to an analyst, sometimes one wonders why. You know, why can't they see in themselves? Why is there this insecurity? In fact, I was going to even mention that for sunbathing. I think it's a partial insecurity in that person because they think, well, if I look good, it gives me something that I haven't really got inside.
The trouble is that a lot of men, and I'm sure you're like this, Roger, you will have noticed now that you are what age?
45.
That your midriff is starting to spread a bit.
No, I'm still skinny.
And your legs are getting very, very beanpole-like.
They always have been.
Well, you don't look good, do you?
I'm not too...
Most men of your age are much better looking clothed in anything than even if they've been turned mahogany by a Mediterranean sunset. Oh, yes.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen you for years, Tommy, from years ago. I remember you from my school, almost my school days. But I think you're about the same, aren't you?
No, I've got super legs.
Oh, well, you go to the gym then?
No, I don't. I just happen to have good genes. My father was a champion bodybuilder, one of the best.
Yeah.
So I don't have to do anything. It's fantastic. You know. The most important thing to do in life is to choose your parents carefully.
You did say something, and this is for those who do like the sun. I have found, like this morning, people who've never spoken to me, because I'm in a, not a very, what I call friendly area, it's a very quiet road, and I've found that people have actually said hello, and so the sun has that kind of, what I call a more spiritual element to it, so it makes people more able to communicate. I don't know why.
Okay, well, there could be something in that, but it doesn't mean to say that you have to lie down on your back and soak all of it up, especially since it means that, A, you are wasting part of your precious time on this planet,
and B, that you are wasting part of your precious financial resources, but C, you are sticking yourself underneath an ongoing nuclear device which scientists will tell you is emitting nothing but harm and danger to your dear little third lung, because that's what your skin is, your third lung. Gemma calls from Huddersfield. Hello, Gemma. Welcome to Talk Radio.
Hello.
Hello.
There's no sun in Huddersfield whatsoever.
Oh, don't show off, otherwise everybody will be down.
Oh, it's not funny. It isn't. It's cold. It's windy.
Oh, you're lucky.
Oh, I'm not. I'm
See?
not.
That's better for you, though, isn't it?
Well, yeah, you could say that, but it'll be a bit better if there was some sunshine. I mean, not really warm or anything like that, but a bit of sun would be nice.
But if the sun's out and you go down the high street, Gemma, you've got to duck from awning to awning to stay out of those harmful rays, haven't you?
Well, yeah, no, I don't like it too hot, but all this cloudy weather, it's not very nice. It's getting us down a bit.
Really?
So, anybody wants to get out sun, just come to Huddersfield.
Exactly. If anybody wants to live forever.
Yeah, come to Huddersfield.
If anybody wants to get a decent life.
Yep, you don't get any here whatsoever.
Come to Huddersfield.
Yep.
What's the best thing you could say about Huddersfield, Gemma, apart from the fact that it's miserable there at the moment? You were selling Huddersfield.
Good shopping centres.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's not bad shopping centres. Good nightlife.
Thank you for your call.
Okay then, thanks.
You know, I don't want to bring this up, but you've been treating a lot of people with a lot of disrespect.
No, I just care about sunbathers. Save a life this afternoon. Humiliate a sunbather. Get them in the house where they're safe. Barry calls from Essex. Barry.
Hello, Nobby.
Yo.
Save two lives right now.
Yeah.
You had two Sues on at the beginning who were outside sunbathing.
They were.
You must still have their numbers. Bring them back. Get them back in the house.
Get them back in the house. I could do that, couldn't I, Barry, if I cared? And I do.
You do. Ring them up. See how they're doing. Another point. The sun's at its hottest between about 12 and 3.
It is.
Just happen to be opening hours.
You're an active man, aren't you, Barry, with a lively mind. You've never sunbathed once, have you?
I tried it, to be honest, to impress a girl. Not, you know, it didn't last very long.
No.
Too bright to read.
You will live forever, Barry, the good-looking boy that you are.
Oh, thank you very much.
And will remain. David calls from Gwent. David, you're on Talk Radio. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Hello.
Tommy.
David.
I'm in the car on the mobile a minute.
Oh, dear.
I'm just grabbing this minute now to get out in the sun and get a bit of sun on me. Now then, you're on all the time about sunbathers wasting time.
Yes.
Well, they enjoy doing it. What do you enjoy doing?
Get right out there into the full rays of the sun, David.
I'm out here.
With your shirt...
Looking right up at it and feeling his rays all over me.
Good. Whip your shirt off whilst you're about. Get some on your back there.
No, I don't want to do that now. There's too many cars driving around.
Well, why it's not illegal. You can do that. You can take your shirt off. You're a man. It's women who can't take their shirt off.
I'm a bit embarrassed to do that. I'd like to do it in the privacy of my own garden.
Well, I hope you spend a lot of the summer sunbathing, what's left of it.
Well, I certainly will.
Are you going away this year?
Just come back from my walking yesterday.
Get plenty of sun?
Oh, tons of it.
Jolly good.
Enjoyed every second of it.
Glad to hear it. Get yourself a lamp, actually.
A lamp?
Yeah, get a lamp. You can buy lamps nowadays. You can plug into the dashboard of your car and you can have it on you whilst you're driving along. Fantastic.
Now, do you smoke, Tommy?
I do.
No, then I find that more offensive than I do a sunbather.
Should I care?
Well, you care about sunbathers. Or is it the expense of the sunbathers you're worried about?
No, it's the fact that sunbathers are wasting their lives.
You're wasting your life by smoking.
No, I'm not. I'm enjoying it.
And you're costing the taxpayer all the money by smoking.
No, you're confused, David. We're talking about two things.
Yeah?
I'm talking about the fact that sunbathing is a waste of time.
Right.
Smoking isn't a waste of time.
Well, what do you do for a pleasure activity?
Smoke! That's so funny. And drink. And laugh.
What an incredible waste of money.
And talk.
I'll bet you waste more money smoking than what I do sunbathing.
And read. And play football. And watch football.
Right. Now, surely if you didn't smoke, you might be able to play football.
I've waded into life up to my ears, pal. I don't need the sun. I don't need a canvas sun lounger.
Why do you smoke?
Because I enjoy it.
I enjoy sunbathing. It makes me feel relaxed.
Why do you enjoy it?
I just feel better after it.
In what way?
I don't know, it just gives me more...
See how addled your brain has become? You can't... you can't even focus on a simple piece of self-analysis, which is why something makes you feel good. Oh, I don't know, I just do. That's no good, is it?
No. It makes me feel a lot better. It gives me a little bit more life. For some reason, I don't know why.
No, you don't know why.
The same as for you, smoking What does smoking do for you?
Smoking exhilarates me. Smoking makes me feel both calm and at the same time elevated. Smoking makes me feel devil may care, because I know I'm going to die, but I'm not afraid of the Grim Reaper, because I'm going to meet him one day, and when I meet him, I'm going to say to him, listen, pal, you've got your way, but I came kicking and screaming, with my jaw set, my chest thrown forward, my shoulders back to meet you, not cowering and skulking like those sunbathers who don't smoke, don't drink, and only drink herbal tea.
That's the way I feel about dying. That's why I'm stood out here now, not sat in my car speaking to you, stood out, taking the full rays of this sun.
Well, you're a waste of space.
Oh, okay.
You're a waste of space.
Okay.
What are you?
Okay. I'm not a waste of space.
Save a life this afternoon. Humiliate a sunbather. Get them into the house and help them get a life. And you can buy creams and you can buy gels and you can buy things that you put around your neck which make you look a bit like those dogs that have got ointment on their noses and so they mustn't scratch themselves in order to maximise the amount of sun's rays that hit your face to make you look like George Hamilton IV. And I once saw a man in Poole on the beach and he was cutting up matchsticks and he was using them to hold his toes apart whilst he sunbathed so that even the gaps between his toes would turn a little bit brown. And sometimes people ring and they say, hey, Tom, you're sad. Well, Lizzie calls from Surrey. Lizzie, hello.
Hello.
Lizzie.
For goodness sake, take your... I'm sorry, whose teeth are these? Take your tongue out of your cheek and just remember that everybody loves to have the 2.5 hours of sun that we get a year, and remember the Spanish saying, si no posible hoy, no morte mañana, no pasa nada. If it's not possible today, and you're not dead tomorrow, well, then it didn't matter.
¿Qué usted hablar en español o inglés, señorita?
Ah, well, now, come along. You know full well...
No es un problema. Yo prefiero español.
It's perfectly correct for people to be able to go out and...
¿Cómo le dice las palabras de usted?
Oh, muy bien. ¿Y usted también?
No, I asked you whose words they were.
What do you mean whose words they were? They're my words. No, they're words of a poet, actually.
Which one?
A friend of mine who writes Spanish poetry.
¿Cómo te llamas?
So, no sé. No, I'm not telling you. Not telling you.
Yeah.
Now, come along.
You're like Niles and Fraser. You come out with some foreign quotation because you think that just because most people won't be able to understand it, they'll assume you're clever.
Do you know what I've done?
Then it turns out you can't even speak the lingo.
I've actually got my dog in to please you.
Do dogs? You see, dogs aren't threatened by the sun, are they?
Well, you see, I don't want him to get sunburned, so because I thought to myself, I feel terribly guilty about it, and I thought, oh, heck, get him in. He'd like to say hello to you. Say hello, Richie.
Oh, for goodness sake, clear off. Honestly. Talking dogs on the radio. And...
Hello?
We can't sink any lower than that, can we?
No, my dog's out in the garden. No, when I was about 15, I used to go around with all the girls, and we used to go on the rocks and the beaches and that. And I'm as white as a sheep, but I've got loads of freckles. So the girls said, oh, you'll go brown, no problem, put some olive oil and vinegar on. So I did this. Fell asleep on the beach, woke up, absolutely really feeling hot and uncomfortable, so I dashed home as quick as I could. Didn't have a shower. We only had the old roll-top bath. So I stood in the bath, tried to get myself in underneath the cold tap, which is quite difficult. Reached up into the medicine cabinet and pulled out what I thought. It said balm, so I thought, oh great, that will calm it down a bit. It was rheumatic balm, and I'd rubbed it in. And if you could imagine trying to get underneath a cold water tap in a roll-top bath,
yes.
it was rather uncomfortable.
It's like occasionally you might chop up a chili to go in a recipe and then rub your eye.
Oh, God, yeah.
Or worse, go to the loo.
Yeah. Well, for a man, yes, I suppose so. It would be, yes.
One way or another.
Yeah.
Those little chili peppers will get you, won't they?
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not
Speaking
good
of your medicine cabinet,
no, it was my mum's medicine cabinet.
When you go to your medicine cabinet,
and
you see all those things that remind you of those previous accidents and ailments that you've had.
It's true, yeah.
You hang on to.
Of course.
In case you need them again. Are you going abroad this year?
No, we're self-employed, so we don't get a lot of chance for a holiday.
What a great answer to the question, though.
Well, self-employed you don't, do you? If you don't work,
no.
you don't, whatever.
No.
That's it.
No,
I mean, I think the final insult for me with the suntan was when I was working in Saint-Tropez, and I had to have the drummer put a fake tan on in between the freckles.
Yeah. Oh.
So that was the final insult, but I think it is a waste of time. Waste of time for me because I can't tan.
I was just wondering about tummy trouble ointments.
Tummy trouble ointments?
Tummy trouble pills and potions and things.
Oh, you mean where you have to do 40-yard sprint to the loo, you know?
Yes.
Oh, well, when I have been abroad, I've taken stuff like that, yeah, of course.
And I've never
Just in case.
I've never been able to work out what it is abroad, because it's not a bacteria or a virus, is it? I think that the reason we get tummy troubles when we go abroad is simply because the water is different. That's what I think.
It is, yeah. We did the emigration thing over to Australia 30-odd years ago.
Yes.
And I was 6 or 7 months pregnant, and my husband sort of geared the waiter up to sort of get everything sorted out for his meals, and it didn't see him for 6 weeks because he was just poof.
Yes.
And we stopped off in Cairo, and he kept away from the water, but had the salad.
Well, which they wash in the water.
Which they wash in the water.
Yeah.
So there he was gone again.
Sharon. Thank you for your call. It is Sharon who's next in Birmingham.
Hi, Tommy.
Hi, Sharon.
Oh, yeah. These women that go out sunbathing, have you noticed when they touch water, they have to get a good bloody ironing?
Yes. Yes, they get pruny skin, don't they? Adiposia.
Yes.
Adiposia it's called when you get it if you've been in the bath for too long.
Yeah, that's it. They look like a dried up prune.
I wonder why that is.
Because they're out in it day and night, and then they go abroad, they go to the suntan, do you know where you get the fake suntan?
Yes.
Sunbeds.
What age are you?
32.
Have you yet bought any jars of those anti-wrinkle creams?
No.
No. But you've thought about it?
No, I've never thought about it. I don't use water on my face, I just use cleansing cream, and that's all I need.
Have you got any wrinkles at all?
No, a good diet, and that's all you need.
One of the advantages in getting fatter as you get older is that it does tend to push the wrinkles out.
Yeah.
I think if you got a lot of puppy fat when you were, say, 23, and then you hit 30 and you decided to diet, you'd get more wrinkles, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but if you look after yourself and regular exercise, I mean, I jog and I do exercise, so I'm quite slim.
Yes.
It's just a matter of looking after yourself. But these women who lie more on their back, catching the sun and going into the shops and buying big designer clothes and big jewellery.
Yeah.
And then when they get bored, so they want a facelift.
Sharon, thanks for your call. The subject of digestive disorders when one drinks water abroad or whatever the cause may be has certainly seemed to have touched a chord with our listeners and callers, and so we will expand the conversation into that area after the news, which is just a couple of moments away. That's the way to do it. That's how conversation works. You think of something and you talk about it, then something else comes into the conversation, so you talk about that. Very quick word with Bob in Manchester gets the last word on sunbathing. Bob.
Hi, I'd like to say that sunbathing gives me what I need. Life.
Yeah.
I mean, not sunbathing gives me life, but the sun gives me life.
Yeah.
You know.
And what a lot of it you sound as though you've got.
Yeah, well, I don't sunbathe. But I do take the sun in.
Bob, thank you for your call.
I'm sure this has happened to you. Every once in a blue moon, you get an idea that is going to stop the traffic. It's going to stop everyone dead in their tracks, and they're going to go, ha-ha, thank goodness for you. Because you will have told them something they didn't know that's going to improve their lives. Here's my contribution. Are you a little bit shy? Do you know somebody who's a little bit shy? I think inside, a lot of us are just a little bit shy. Some people, sadly, are very, very shy. Children, if relatives or friends visit the house, children will often gravitate upstairs, make a big fuss out of wanting to play in their bedroom, won't come downstairs. They're very, very shy. But adults don't have to do this. You don't have to do this anymore. Because I have a theory. We can cure shyness now, in the next 15 seconds. Shy? Don't be so selfish. Yeah, it's as simple as that. Stop thinking about yourself in any given social situation, at work, wherever you are. Stop thinking about you and yourself and how you're coming across and how important you are, and you all stop being shy. I know it's a harsh way of putting an important point, but if you're shy, don't be so selfish. Believe me, this works. This works. When I walk into a room, I don't give a hoot about me. I say to myself, I want to find out about him over there, and I want to talk to her and find out what makes her tick. And somebody might think I'm wearing a silly shirt, but I think everybody around here will own up to the fact I don't care what I look like, do I? No, that just doesn't matter. I'm more interested in what else is going on. Believe me, this works, because I've been shy, painfully shy as a child. We all are. The first time you had to stand on stage at school and do something, ooh, or even now. I know somebody who had to go and see a therapist because they were asked to be best man at somebody's wedding and knew that they clinically could not stand up and say something in public. Clinically. Couldn't do it. Knew that something terrible physiologically would happen to them if they tried to do it. Had to go and see a therapist. Crazy. People aren't judging you. Say to yourself, nobody gives a darn about me. And you'll stop being shy. But better than that, build on that. Say to yourself, I really want to find out about other people, and I want to look at this room, and I want to find out about why they've got that wallpaper, and I want to talk to them and say to them, what a lovely jacket you're wearing, and I like your haircut, and anyway, so tell me about yourself. What's your mum and dad like? Things like that. Shyness goes. Honest Injun. It could be that the only reason you get shy is because part of you, emotionally, is stuck at a development stage that you should have gone through when you're very young, very little. Not an expert on psychology, but I do believe that there is a reasonable reason, something to do with the id, I believe, if anybody understands Freud, something to do with the id, which does control people's tendency to think about themselves all the time. Children only think about themselves. They can, when they're very little, only think about themselves and their immediate needs. And all their thinking processes gravitate towards me, I. But I don't know. And I don't know whether it's something that we ought to all be able to easily overcome by stopping being selfish. What do you think? One thing shouts at me that I might not have cracked this one, and that is blushing. Blushing happens. People blush. That is obviously a deeply rooted reaction to a circumstance because it changes the colour of your face. That can't be anything to do with being selfish. That must be something deep down, something quite important, in an animal way, something which perhaps we've learned to do for millions of years, to change the colour of our face, to indicate that things aren't exactly as we'd like them to be, that we're feeling uncomfortable. I'm not sure about that. Have I cracked this one? What do you say? Shy? Don't be so selfish. Let's go to Tracy, who's calling from Liverpool. Hello, Tracy. You're on Talk Radio UK.
Hi, Tommy. I've got a very, very good one for shyness, yes?
Yes.
Many years ago, I was acquainted with social workers. But anyway, what you do is you walk into a room if you're feeling extremely shy, and you imagine the person standing there in their underwear with their radio pages strapped to their underwear, and it really, really does just sort of make you stop feeling shy and break down a few barriers. You end up giggling, and then you sort of start up a conversation. So I figured that's a pretty good way of, overcoming shyness.
It stops you being frightened of somebody, doesn't it?
It does, yes.
They say there's that thing about imagining the person you're talking to as well, going to the loo and things like that.
Absolutely.
To remind you that they're just the same as you.
Well, they're human, aren't they, at the end of the day?
Is it worth drawing a distinction between being frightened of somebody because they're more important than you and just being shy because you're not sure how you're going to come across?
Not really. We're all people at the end of the day, aren't we? So just imagine them funny and just, get on with it, strike up a conversation.
Somebody gave me a tip once about how to make yourself laugh. If you need to laugh in any situation, but what's being said to you isn't funny, if you're acting or whatever.
Yes, play rolling, you mean?
Yeah, all you have to do is imagine the person you're talking to wearing nothing but their socks.
Absolutely. Or a pair of wellies with some straw sticking out.
Thanks, Trace.
Okay, thanks.
Bye.
Hi.
Trace in Liverpool. She thinks of people in their underwear. Shy? Don't be so selfish. I think this works. Try it out in your own mind now. Or if you've got an idea that you think might just change the face of humanity, put a smile back on it. Georgie's calling from Hull. Hello, Georgie. You're on Talk Radio UK.
Hello, Tommy.
Hi.
I think it's exactly true what you're saying about shyness. I've been shy for over 30-odd years, I think, but I'm trying to conquer it now. But I think, it's worrying what other people think about you. And, it's eye contact. If you're frightened of looking in people's eyes and worrying what they're going to say about you and things like that. I think it starts from early age, though.
How did you conquer being shy then, Georgie?
Well, I'm just trying to sort of listen to what people say and trying to not think of myself so much, you know, like thinking what they're thinking about you, because once you get on a subject, you can lose you track what you're talking about and thinking what the other person's thinking about if you're coming across all right and just worrying all the time.
See, I don't want to be unkind to shy people because obviously it's something of an affliction, isn't it?
It is. It's terrible. It can ruin your life, really, because...
Very debilitating.
If it started at school, a lot of people think you're a bit slow, a bit of an idiot, but it's just the shyness that's stopping you coming across, you know, being yourself.
It's going to take a lot of courage for you to agree to this, Georgie, but do you feel that when you are responding with that emotion that we call shyness, it's because actually you're being slightly selfish about your own position, your own circumstances?
That's it, true, yeah. Someone once says to me, they says, be yourself, but it's very hard for people who are shy to be themselves. And somebody says, well, talking's automatic. It comes as another person finishes speaking, you speak back, but if you're worrying what you're going to say and if it's going to come out right, you know you go to pieces. That's a frightening thing about it, really. But if you just realise that talking is automatic and if you're interested in what the other person's talking at, it will flow, you know.
Is it possible to be shy and yet be confident and comfortable in circumstances such as being on the phone and being on the radio, Georgie?
Yeah, I think it is, you know. At the back of your mind, you're still thinking, am I coming across all right? You know, that's the real worry about it. But it is, it's like a debilitating illness, really. You just got... you seem to be on the outside looking in, do you know what I mean? Other people seem to be enjoying themselves and you seem to be outside.
How did it affect your life, Georgie?
Ruined it, really, I think.
No, come on. Surely not.
It has.
Not that bad.
No. Tried to end my life account of it.
Say again?
I tried to end my life account of it.
Georgie?
I did a few years ago. I just couldn't sort of... I think it was like social phobia. I just couldn't communicate with people. I wanted to be myself, but I just couldn't. I couldn't let myself go because if I did let myself go, I used to think, oh, what they're thinking of me and things like that.
What did you think people were thinking about you, Georgie?
Just that I was stupid. But sometimes I felt I was I was clever, but I was just thinking, oh, if I say this thing, what will they think if I get it wrong? And you say something's upset you or something like took the mick out you. Instead of forgetting it, you're thinking about it next time, and the next time you talk to the person, you're thinking, are they still thinking about what you've said, silly?
Georgie, I know what you're saying, and I think a lot of us suffer from it, but not as badly as you.
No.
Well, where did it come from, Georgie? Was it teachers, brothers and sisters?
I think it starts from when you're very young, and I think a lot of people who've got nice parents suffer from it because they're like overprotected from the world and like a shell. And when they get to school and they see how rough some of the other children are, they can't sort of mix with them and they're worried in case things go wrong, you know.
Did you get badly teased at school?
A little bit, yeah. And the thing that got me, Tommy, you know, like say there was a question in school and I knew the answer. I was so shy.
I know.
I wanted to put my hand up, but I thought if I make a mistake, the people will take the mickey out of me. So I went in a shell, do you know what I mean? And I've been in that shell for 30-odd years. But
I was embarrassed if I knew the answer, and I was embarrassed if I didn't know the answer.
That's it, true, exactly, yeah.
Isn't it hard being a human being, Georgie?
It really is. Very hard.
So many aspects about being a human being which are so hard. I just wonder what we've done to deserve it all.
Yeah.
But you're on the mend.
I'm trying to do my best, you know. I get odd times, but I'm trying to get better than what I was and try and mix with people a bit more.
Yeah. What about trying to say to yourself, I don't matter, so I'm going to go out and find out about other people?
Yeah, I think that'd help, actually, because, like I say, I'm always frightened of being myself, and if I ever went in a pub on my own, I used to try and pretend I was a film star, like John Wayne or somebody like that, because I was frightened that people didn't like the real me, you know. That's what's the worrying aspect about it.
Well, you're not going to do anything silly again, are you?
No, try not to. Just got to try and enjoy life best way possible. Just gets a bit lonely on your own sometimes. You know, just got to carry on, haven't you? I just got to think there's more nice people in the world than nasty ones.
You know, the funny thing, George, not changing the subject at all, but I note that you live in Hull.
Yeah.
Hull, such a wonderful place. It's full of such interesting people. who seem to have, I don't know, what can you say, their fingers on the pulse a little bit.
That's it,
Why
yeah.
is that? Is it that bracing air that comes in off the sea?
It could be, yeah. As I said, there is quite a lot of nice people and they're friendly, you know, towards you. But if you are such a shy person, even with your family and friends, you can get a little bit shy, and it's self-inflicted, really.
This is what I'm saying.
You know what I mean? People try and see the good in you, but all it takes is one nasty word off a person, like saying, if you're in a queue and saying, oh, I was before you, you're thinking about it all the time instead of forgetting it and getting on with the next thing. You're worrying about, you know, what's going to happen, or if you go out, will anybody attack you or like that? That's the thing about it.
I'm saying this. Shyness is terrible, a very genuine affliction. It can spoil people's lives. It nearly ended Georgie's life from Hull, who we heard from a couple of moments ago. I'm saying I think it can be conquered. It's just a matter of not being, and this sounds harsh, so hear me out, not being so selfish as to think that in a situation everybody is concerned about you, looking at you, assessing you, wondering about you, judging you. They're not. They hardly notice you're there. They notice you in the same way that you notice them, which is a bit but not much. Recognise that, and I think your shyness could fly out the window, or at least be enormously improved. Now this is an idea that could stop the traffic. Certainly put the way I've been putting it. Shy? Don't be so selfish. Let's go to Raymond, who's calling from Birkenhead. You're on Talk Radio UK.
Hello, yes. I'd just like to question, you know, the truth of this claim that shyness is always caused by selfishness, or nearly always caused by selfishness. For example, take the case of, I don't know, a child was bullied at school, very badly bullied. They may be shy because of that experience. Now, to say that they are basically selfish, obviously the bullying may make them selfish as well, but not necessarily. And there are lots of cases of shy people who are capable of other regarding behaviour, which isn't really compatible with your thesis. And take somebody like Hitler, who presumably wasn't very shy in lots of respects. Is that because he was altruistic and thinking of others?
Well, that second bit that you said is actually a very interesting argument. So let's hold on to that one for a second.
Right.
I think you might be in the first thing that you said, confusing fear, and in the case of bullying, very sensible fear, yeah, with shyness. And I think they're two distinctly separate things.
I agree that fear and shyness are different, definitely. And I agree that somebody who's bullied at school will probably almost certainly be experiencing fear. But a consequence of that bullying, which is induced fear, may also be to make them very shy, give them a bad self-image. And there may be, see, some people who aren't shy may not be shy because they're conceited. Obviously not always the case, but sometimes. It's the correlation that you're making, which I think could be quite damaging to some people who are very shy.
Well, that's not what's intended.
No.
And I do think that if you boil it right down, what you end up with is the discovery that people who are shy are people who are worried about how other people are going to judge them. Well, and if you say to yourself, nobody cares about me, then it might stop you being shy.
Well, the difficulty of that is somebody used that as a way of overcoming shyness. In a sense, they would be deluding themselves, wouldn't they? Because obviously people do take interest in other people. And I think it's a bold hypothesis.
It is, isn't it? I love your corollary that since Hitler was not shy, was that because he was enormously altruistic?
This would be the implication.
I have a theory.
Yes.
You know, Hitler is supposed to have ended his life by shooting himself in the mouth.
This is true.
When people shoot themselves, it often gives you clues as to the nature of their feelings about themselves when they decide to end their life.
Right.
I know somebody who was who didn't like their body. Who I know this person, whose name I won't give, who killed himself by shooting himself in his body, in his chest, which is a very rare thing to do. Now my theory is this: some people shoot themselves. Terrible way to end your life, but they do, with a bullet through the head. I wonder whether that's because they think to themselves, you know, oh, my thinking was all wrong, and I got it all wrong, and I'm stupid. And so that's where I'm going to put the bullet. If Hitler who shot himself in his mouth, can we be sure that he wasn't saying to himself, you know, look at me and my big mouth, that was.
It might have been that the Russians were outside the bunker.
I know.
That might have been a fact.
You're missing the point, don't worry. It's a strange point I make.
But indeed, the trouble with that move, I think, is that now you're trying to hold on to the proposition that all shyness is caused by selfishness, by putting a very unusual interpretation on a fact saying, Hitler killed himself because basically he became very selfish, very shy, and he shot himself. Whereas the more plausible explanation, the obvious one, is that the game was up, the Russians were outside the door, he'd had it.
No, you're missing my point. I'm just saying that the fact that he shot himself in the mouth and not in the head or in the chest might be significant.
Well, that's quite speculative.
I don't think your let's go to the other extreme is intended to be bomb-proof, but it's certainly amusing.
Yeah, but the thing is that, it's certainly being ambitious and saying the fact he shot himself in the mouth rather than the head or chest, and that supports my theory about shyness and selfishness. That surely is an ambitious position.
No, I honestly wasn't saying that.
Sorry.
I don't even understand it, so I hope I wasn't saying it. No, a good point you make about Hitler. I appreciate that. If shyness isn't caused by placing too much emphasis on yourself, what causes it?
Well, I think shyness can be caused by lots of things. For start, I work as a psychiatric nurse anyway. That's my job, and sort of, you see people who are very shy for lots of different reasons.
E.g.?
Oh, for example, you may get somebody who's been sexually abused and they're very sort of introverted and...
but that is introversion, Raymond. That is not shyness.
Well, hold on. Shyness, if you look at Isaac, introvert-extrovert distinction, lots of introverts, if you accept it, I agree these things will be questioned, but introvert-extrovert, now lots of introverts are going to be considered to have obviously to more shy than extroverts. And I don't think, shyness is usually seen as part of introversion, really.
And what is introversion? It's not I think it translates literally as inward looking.
Well, but then you're going to have to argue that introverts are more selfish than extroverts, which I think is highly dubious. You get, for example, extroverts who are, let's say, film stars who can be incredibly self-centered, or businessmen, extroverts can be very self-centered. I think what I find just totally untenable intellectually about your position is this bold correlation, which isn't empirically based. It's really just a hunch, isn't it? If you're honest.
Of course it is. Of course it is. All good ideas start out like a hunch.
And lots of bad ideas start out of hunches. And do all good ideas start out of hunches? I don't know if I agree with that.
Well, that's what we have the word eureka for.
Yeah, but people say eureka and have an absolutely bad idea in their head.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
As a hunch at the moment, it holds water. You haven't given me lots of other possible causes of shyness. You talked about sexual abuse
is one.
And
bullied
sexual
at school.
abuse. Bully, that's fear, Raymond, and sexual abuse that produces a range of very unfortunate reactions, but not shyness.
It doesn't make people shy.
Not shy. People don't go to the doctor and say they're shy, Raymond. It's not clinically recognised.
It's not clinical. People might go to a doctor and claim that they were suffering from shyness.
They might, Raymond, but you and I have never met anybody who has.
I've met people who've definitely said that they have a serious shyness problem, and
we were talking about Raymond.
Yeah.
I'm very tedious about precision. I asked you whether you'd met anybody who'd been to the doctor and said, I'm shy, and you said, I've met lots of people who say shyness is serious. Which is
the only people I've thought, to be quite honest, as far as GP surgeries are concerned, I don't know much what goes on there at all, because I just talking to patients and that, and they have said, that shyness is a factor.
Okay, thanks for your call, Raymond. A psychiatric nurse says shyness has got nothing to do with selfishness. Brian in London, you're on Talk Radio UK.
Hi, Tommy.
Brian.
I think we've got to make the distinction between shyness and unconfidence and low self-esteem. Now, for instance, I'm shy, okay, but I can go out and I'm a political activist, so I can go out and chair a rally, say, of 100 people, or go on a demo of 80,000 people and speak, and I don't have a problem with that. I don't really have a problem with meeting people. I'm always the guy that walks into a new room with a course of people, with a group of people, say 30 people. No one's speaking to each other. No one knows each other, but I work in the room. I say, hi, guys, I'm Brian. I want to talk to everyone. I want to meet everyone. I'm really fantastic like that. But at the same time, I am shy. You see, and whereas Georgie, I think Georgie's got low self-esteem, you see. I think he's got a real confidence problem. Not necessarily all of it is shyness. And that's where we have to make the distinction. Are people being shy, or are they just unconfident about themselves?
And what you're saying is that your approach to shyness is to use this technique that you have of making up your mind as soon as you walk into the room that you're going to attack the situation and you're going to ask other people about themselves.
Exactly. I want to find out about them because they're probably going through the same thing as me.
That is pretty much the approach I'm suggesting.
Exactly. And whenever I do a big rally or big meeting, like I did one a couple of Saturdays ago, I look at all those people, all those eyes staring at me, and I think of them as all being naked, usually having an orgy. And I can get along very well.
You're the second person who's recommended that we need to imagine people who are with us as being naked.
It works.
Well, I'm going to try it more often then. I can try it on the way home this afternoon.
Okay, Tommy.
Cheers, Brian. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Let's go to Sarah, who's calling from Essex. You're on Talk Radio UK. Hello, Sarah.
Hello. Hello?
Hello, Sarah. Yeah.
Hello. Well, what I used to do when I used to go meet my group of my friends when I used to have to meet them on my own in a pub, I used to stand before I used to go out, I used to stand in front of a mirror and used to say, I love you, I think you're beautiful, I think you're gorgeous. I know it sounds silly, but when I walked through the pub, I laughed about it, you see, so I was more confident to walk through that door, you know, like that. And I told my sister once, because she was really shy, and I said, you know, go ahead, do it. And when she got to meet this bloke, she just couldn't stop laughing because she thought, oh God, I hope nobody saw me. And she just couldn't stop laughing all the way through. She actually made herself feel good before she went out. She looked at all her bad points and, you know, said, so what if you've got a big nose? So what? It doesn't matter.
It's a very good tip, Sarah. You better get the baby now. Thank you for
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye. So there we are. Shyness. When I'm saying don't be so selfish, all I mean is, if you're shy, when you walk into a room, just tell yourself that you want to find out about all the other people in the room. Say to yourself, what they think of me doesn't matter. Say to yourself, I don't really matter. It's a funny way to combat shyness. Think it might work. Let's have a game of big and small. What we do here is we reduce our enormous concerns about the nature of our existence to a radio phone-in game. It's called Big and Small. Some of the questions are big, some of the questions are small. We sometimes think there's as much truth and importance in the small ones as in the big ones. Hopefully we'll get some answers to your questions and ours. Anything that's left over at the end. Then we send Chris off, and just before the end of the show, about 10 to 7, he comes back with one or two answers. That's the scheme of things. Now, today's questions. Why is Toad in the Hole called Toad in the Hole? We do not eat toads. The one thing we don't eat, probably, of similar... dormice. No, Magnus Pike said you could eat dormice. Why is Toad in the Hole so called? Why is the collective term for crows a murder? What animal is the cartoon character Goofy supposed to be, the Disney character? He wears red pants, I think he's got a yellow hat on, and long black ears. Could be a dog on his hind legs, but too big, and doesn't display any dog-likeness at all. Why are the West Indies so good at cricket? Oh, please. I have a theory there too, but what do you say? Why are the Windies so good at cricket? What is Dutch courage? And where does it come from? Why do we get ingrowing toenails, but not ingrowing fingernails? Ingrowing toenails, so painful and so silly. All you do is cut them square, do you? Yes. Why is this country always so cloudy? We know why it's cold, but why don't we get more clear skies? Because that's my favourite day on these islands of ours. Isn't it yours? When the sky is blue, there's a bit of a sort of a nip in the air. The sun's out. Lovely, crisp British morning. We'll go to Manchester, and Martin, you're on Talk Radio UK.
Hello, Tommy. A little bit of a silly question, really.
Excellent.
Why are Wolverhampton Wanderers called Wanderers? Why not just Wolverhampton?
Why
Can we Tranmere?
Are they? What are they called?
They're called Tranmere Rovers. Why are they called Rovers?
Why Rovers? Let's just get these names. We have Rovers, Wanderers, Rangers.
Yep, you've got Sheffield Wednesday. Why not Tuesday, Thursday?
United.
United. I mean, if it was United, the whole idea of United is a town being united.
What about Albions?
Albion as well.
Albions are very strange, aren't they?
Yes, they are indeed. Another question.
Yes.
Why or how does that stuff on the inside of your windscreen appear?
Yes.
I mean, when you look at it, it's nice and clean and clear. But why does it appear? How does it appear?
Where does car dust come from? Because you drive around all winter long with the windows up, and you get all that stuff over your dashboard.
That's true. That's true.
Where
Never
does
really
that
thought of
come
that.
Where does that come from? That can't be human skin, surely.
I don't know.
Someone will ring in and say that it's human skin on the dashboard. Can't be.
Could be.
Could be.
Could be.
Could be, Martin.
You never know.
Who's going to win the cup?
My money's on Tottenham, even though I'm a West Ham fan.
All right, cheers, Martin. Hard lines this season.
Never mind.
Bye.
Bye.
So Martin's question, why do we have the Wanderers, the Rovers, the Rangers, the Wednesdays, the Uniteds, the Albions? The only ones that I suppose make sense are the Cities and the Athletics. I can see that. And obviously everybody's an FC. But especially Albion. Interesting. To Kevin, who's calling from Harrow. You're on Talk Radio UK.
Hi, Tom. I've got a question for you. How can you make a barrel lighter by filling it?
Oh.
Right?
It's one of those good ones, isn't it?
Why do people, when you lose something, why do they say to you, where'd you lose it? If you know where you lost it, you'd find it, wouldn't you?
No, they say, where did you last have it?
Yes, I know. And they say,
what did you do when you came in?
I know. So you stood up. When you're indoors and you're watching TV, and they say, are you stood up? And you think, yeah, I am. It's amazing, isn't it, Tommy? It is, what these expressions. So, do you like the question I set you then?
How do you make a barrel bigger?
No, how do you make a barrel lighter?
Lighter.
By filling it.
Lighter, by filling it?
Yes.
You fill a barrel and it makes it lighter.
A barrel.
I'm sure there's one of those clever answers to this. You know what it is, don't you?
Oh, yes.
All right, Kevin, what I'm going to do in a minute, I'm going to hand you back to the teams because I want to get the answer off you.
Okay.
And if you haven't got it at 5 to 7, then I'll give it out then because I'm sure it's one of those ones that makes you go, oh,
yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay. Here you go back to Tanya. Then.
Okay.
There we are. Hopefully. Let's go to Somerset and Barry, you're on Talk Radio UK. Barry.
Hello, Tommy, you alright?
Yeah, you?
Yeah, not bad. Listen, simple question, I think. If a hole was bored through the earth from one side to the other in a straight line,
yeah,
if it was possible,
yeah,
and you jumped into it,
yeah,
what would happen?
What would happen?
Yeah. So from one side of the earth to the other, you jumped into it.
Have you ever experienced déjà vu?
No.
I think somebody asked this question on the programme last week.
Oh, did it have an answer?
Well, there were various answers given. One is that you would go past the middle on your first ascent and almost to Australia, where you would stop and then start to go back the other way. And you would oscillate like that for a considerable number of years until you eventually settled more or less in the middle, where, of course, you would roast to death. What does that sound like to you?
Yeah, possible.
Do you know what I've always wondered?
What?
Why does every map of the Earth show the North Pole as being on the top and the South Pole on the bottom?
Yeah, how do they know?
That assumes that you know which way up the universe is.
That's right.
And do we?
And so the other thing is you could obliquely go to would be, how do you know that we actually orbit the sun?
Well, that's a slightly different argument, but it's just that I'd like to be able to say, if I'm on holiday in Glasgow, that I'm going up to Manchester.
Yeah, true.
Instead of having to go down to Manchester.
Down to Manchester.
You know, or up to Newcastle.
Or it's grim up north.
Up, yeah, it's the up thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
But we don't know which way the universe is up, and it's quite possible that Australia is above us.
Possibly. So we'd be jumping upwards.
Exactly.
Rather than downwards.
Thank you, Barry.
Thanks very much.
Chin chin. Bye-bye. Let's have a look. I'm just going to have a quick scan on some questions and answers. I've got a nice screen in front of me. I want to have a word with Robert in Harrow. This shows how quick some people can be. Robert, you're on Talk Radio UK.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm going to tell you why Sheffield Wednesday are called Wednesday.
Why?
Well, my dad told me this. They were formed from a club that used to meet only on Wednesdays.
What makes me think that's too easy, Robert?
I don't know. I think it's from my dad's a quiz freak, so I think he got that from one of his quizzes.
Do you know where the word quiz comes from?
I haven't got a clue.
Well, I've never believed the answer to this. In fact, I'll set it as a question now. Where does the word quiz come from, since you mentioned it?
All right. I've got a
It's supposed to have been invented in Dublin about 150 years ago. Invented, I say.
All right.
You set your question, Rob.
Well, it's a stupid question. I don't know whether it's a valid question or not. When you ask someone what a word means, they explain it to you by using words that you know. So how did you pick up your first word? Does that make sense?
Yes, we can flesh that out really into the way in which we learn language and the problems that exist if we speak the same language. Confucius tells a story about a beautiful prince who met a beautiful princess from another country, and they were very, very happy together until each tried to teach the other their own language, and the relationship floundered.
To have pets that eat meat.
Have pets that eat meat, right? I'll tell you what, I think a vegan would say, and a vegetarian would say as well, that it's not a question of what they're allowed, because they choose themselves to do what they do. They say it's meat eaters who suffer the tyranny of being told what they can eat, which is everything. But that's a different matter. Your question is, do vegans keep pets that eat meat, and have they got a problem with it, yeah? Okay, what are your answers?
Filling a barrel to make it lighter, fill it with either hydrogen or helium, which are both lighter than air, and that would make it seem lighter.
Hang on a second. Tanya? Woo! Have you got the answer about the barrel? Oh, you didn't? Oh, not to worry then. Right, fine. Okay. Well, as far as we know, then you're right, David.
Yeah, and the other one...
I've got a funny feeling there's something cleverer to that one than that. Have you?
No, just hydrogen's lighter than air, and
All right,
so is helium.
Thank you, Dad.
And the other one, the other answer...
Yep.
In the universe is north up, but in the universe there is no up. There's no such thing as up and down, it's just something we've said.
Well, if there is a universe and it's got, like, parameters, then there is an up and down for it, isn't there?
Well, when you're in space and you're, like, weightless and you can't tell which way's up, like that, there is no up and down, is there? So... That's
my point, really. So why do we always show the Earth the way that we do? With John O'Groats higher than Land's End? If we depicted the world the other way up, you see, well, who's to know?
Well, because
it's just a convention, isn't it?
When you hold a compass, you hold north forward quite often, don't you? So that would seem upwards, and north points up on a map, usually. Well, forget that, because I could just draw a compass the other way.
And the other thing is, why do compasses point to the north? What is it that they're attracted to?
Well, the Earth's got a magnetic field around it generated by something.
Well, I read that there was some great big bit of magnetic metal that was probably about 50 foot down, somewhere in the north of Canada.
Nah.
Did I dream that?
Nah, because if it was in the north of Canada, then if you were at the North Pole, exactly on the North Pole, it would still point towards the thing, wouldn't it?
Oh, well, it does.
Metal.
Oh, interestingly, it does. Compasses do not point to where you're standing if you're standing on the North Pole. They point somewhere else. Now, I might have dreamt this, or it might have been on one of those, do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. But I seem to remember coming across the information that the actual magnetic north point on Earth is somewhere in Canada. Good question, David.
Okay.
Can vegans have pets that eat meat? What do they say about that? And that's asked. That's not a gotcha. That's asked out of interest, I'm sure. Let's go to Warrington and talk to Richard. You're on Talk Radio UK. Neil in Runcorn, it's you.
Hi, Tommy. Three names. April, May and June.
Yeah.
Why do we not have a January or a November? Where do those three ladies' names only be used out the calendar? You know, from the months. I've often wondered, why is there an April, a May, a June, no November, no October, no December? Are they connected, or did the names come first, or did the months come after, or whichever?
That is a good question. It reminds me that when years ago I used to walk around... it was a comic. Do you know a gag that never got a laugh?
Go on.
I'm not saying my wife's jealous, but she looked in my diary and asked me who May was.
Oh, dear.
And it never got a laugh.
Oh, dear.
But you ask a decent question. We name... Some girls are named April, May and June.
Yeah.
And those months are together in the calendar, aren't they?
Yeah, consecutively. But did the names come first? Did the months come first? Or why? Sort of like a couple of questions in one, really.
Well, wait, because this gets even deeper. Isn't there an actress called Tuesday Weld?
Is there?
She was in some Hitchcock movies. I think she was in The Birds.
Right.
No, that was Tippi Hedren.
Oh, there's no Mondays, is there? They're probably along the same line.
Don't know. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Is there anybody called Wednesday?
And there's a surname.
You're on Talk Radio. Good afternoon.
Hello, Tommy. I don't think it's so much the animals that need their teeth pulling out. It's more like vets and your previous caller there, because the vets for the bills they charge, and that other person who just spoke about the cruelty that he's sort of instigating his so-called sort of passive retrievers to do. I work in the mental health field, and we've got some empty beds at the moment, and I wonder whether you would sort of volunteer for one, because I do think you're beginning to lose it a bit, Tommy. I'm sorry to tell you this, old chap, but I really do think that use it advocating people riding along the bike.
Have you got a constructive argument, or have you just come on here to slag us off? And I bet you
I'm speaking up for the animals.
You only push a trolley. You only push a trolley with sweets on it. You're not a doctor.
I'm not a doctor. I'm not a doctor.
Well, don't you go round... Well, I am. I'm a psychiatrist. And don't you go round diagnosing people as being mentally unwell?
The nearest you've been to a couch, Tommy, is probably in a furniture shop. What are you talking about, a psychiatrist?
You know perfectly well that is the oldest joke in the mental health catalogue, and it's not a very good one.
What do you mean? I've just made it up.
I've got some much better ones than that.
No way.
I certainly have.
Listen, leave the poor animals alone.
Right, well, if you're into mental health, then stay where you are. Callers will come on the programme and you can diagnose them, all right? No, that's great. We've got an expert. on the line. We've got an expert on line one. Mick in Maidstone. He works in mental health. If you'd like to call us and discuss Mother Nature and what we're going to do about her cruelty, be warned, a psychiatrist is going to offer a diagnosis of your mental profile. And we're discussing the cruelty of Mother Nature and wondering how long it will be before we get round to drawing dogs' teeth, and cats for that matter, and their claws, and getting rid of poisonous snakes. And we have Nick in Maidstone on the spare line, who works in mental health, and he's going to prove it by diagnosing a succession of callers, sane or insane. Jerry calls from Sussex. Jerry, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Tom, you got it wrong again, haven't you? You haven't got a clue about dogs, have you, yourself? I breed dogs, and what you want about? I mean, like, you've got to take their teeth out the moment they're born. They're a bit difficult, they don't have any. And when they have their first set of teeth, you've got some more come through. So what you're going to do, give them another operation, take them out as well?
Dogs only have one set of teeth. It's a well-known fact.
No.
Yes,
I breed dogs, Tom.
Get
real. Get real.
I was working with dogs long before you were born.
You probably work, you're a lot older than me, but the fact is, like you say, dogs are vicious. My dogs aren't vicious, even though they look vicious, admittedly.
All of your dogs are potentially vicious.
No, they're not.
Yeah, no, sorry. Excuse me.
Rubbish.
You can't argue with that. I could take you to court. I could clean you out if you're going to say that you could defend the notion that all dogs are potentially vicious.
I could defend my dogs.
No, your dogs are potentially vicious. If you don't understand that, you're either stupid or insane.
No, you're no stupid. Perhaps it's like Mick can help you out.
Look, Mick, Jerry,
yeah?
you are potentially vicious.
Is that right?
Of course you are.
Why is that then?
Because everybody's potentially vicious. It depends on the circumstance.
Not necessarily.
Well,
you haven't got an argument, Tom. Admit it. You haven't got an argument, mate. Have you? Admit it.
And I think we're going to have to bring... Mick, you work in mental health. Is Jerry insane or just very, very stupid?
No, I think he's got a condition called lover-duckers.
What does that mean?
Well, he loves the ducks. He loves everything. Has no harm in that. I'd put him on the perfectly sane list.
Yeah, sane, but you're not very clever, Jerry.
It's called lover-duckers.
Yeah.
You love nothing apart from yourself.
No sort of... no perception in it. No wonder you're happier with dogs.
Well,
are they stupid dogs you breed?
Oh, it depends, mate. I wouldn't call them stupid.
What breed is it you specialise in?
British Bulldogs.
No, you're winding me up. Nobody breeds British Bulldogs.
Well, I got 4 of them, Tom.
That shouldn't be allowed.
Why shouldn't it be allowed?
Because they are killing machines.
No. If you go back, they started off in 6
What does anybody want a dog like that for? They're hideous.
They're not hideous, are
they? They show their teeth in repose.
They're fine. There's nothing wrong with them at all.
They show their teeth in repose.
So what?
So that's a statement of intent.
Hold on, you just go back and check the facts that you'll find a bulldog has never, ever bitten anyone. They don't attack people.
Where do I check that?
Exactly.
No, where do I check that?
Oh, you go to libraries, places like that, yeah?
And what do I look up under bulldog attacks? Nil.
Maybe you should look on the vicious animals. I'm sure you won't find any British bulldogs there, Tom.
What about cats, Jerry? We've got to get their claws off them. You've got to get their claws off them and their teeth.
I'll agree with you on that one, admittedly.
There you are. Malcolm calls from Southend. Malcolm, you're on Talk Radio. Thank you for calling. Malcolm, hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes, you could have your dog fitted with some false teeth in this day and age, surely. And while it's eating its dinner, have the false teeth in, and when you take it out for a walk, take its false teeth out and leave them in a glass at home.
I'm sure that there are people in California who've got their dogs fitted with rubber teeth.
Well, false teeth, so that he can eat his dinner all right.
No, that'd be dangerous, wouldn't it?
Why?
Well, because false teeth could probably do as much damage as real ones, or nearly.
Yeah, but if you're going out in the street with your dog or over the park, you take them out.
Do you know what's really stupid? You get some old men who whose faces are very clearly 80 years old, but their teeth are very clearly 8 weeks old and made of porcelain. And I think that if you're going to have a set of it's like a wig. If you're going to have a set of false teeth made, they ought to look like the false teeth that your teeth would look like if you'd been able to keep them down the years. Do you know what I'm saying?
No. People were phoning in arguing with you about the dogs wouldn't be able to eat their food without some teeth.
Yeah. No, I just digressed there. That happens in conversations. Thank you for your call. John's in Somerset. John, you're on Talk Radio. Hello.
Hiya, mate. All right. Well, basically, why not humans? Why just, well, how do you put it? Carnivorous animals. Why not humans, such as in, crime, that type of thing? You know, someone steals something, chop their hands off. They will do it again then, will they?
I'd rather put that to one side for a second, because I tend to believe that humanity is improving, becoming more spiritual.
But how can you say that when we're still at war? There's a war going on in this world now.
I'm not having this argument which proves that humanity is better than it was. If you'd like to spool back 5,000 years, do a little bit of history, do a little bit of study, John, you would discover just how vile and repulsive people were not that long ago. And we've mended our ways, and we're mending our ways, and we're moving on, and we're moving upwards. And dull, stupid arguments like there's always a war going on. And by the way, there isn't a war going on at the moment.
There isn't?
No.
There's not one going on in this minute, you don't think?
No.
No?
No.
Well, we'll beg to differ on that one.
Go on, then.
Well, basically, what I'm trying to say...
No, where's your war?
Where's my war?
Where's your war?
All right, well, I'll give you a ring tonight and I'll find out where it is.
You can't think of a war? You come on the radio and you say there's a war going on somewhere all the time, and then you can't think of one?
No, but there's a civil war going on, they're guaranteed, man.
Well, so you're betting me that there's a civil war going on somewhere
I'm
that
betting
you
there's
can't...
a war going on in this world somewhere now.
Where?
I don't know, but now I guarantee there is one going on. And also...
Look at Northern Ireland.
Yeah.
Look at Southern Africa.
But you say like we're
Listen to
becoming
me,
more of a...
look at Beirut.
Well, there's a war going on now in Northern Ireland, isn't there? Well, we just called a peace truce. Yeah, we're at a truce now. But it wasn't long ago. There was a war between us and them, basically.
So they're getting
Not
better?
as in war, as in guns coming out every day.
Shut up. So
on the front line.
Not anymore. They don't do that anymore in Saudi Arabia.
They do.
No, they don't. When was the last time they did...
You might not know about it, but they do.
Oh, I know...
I know people that live in Saudi now, and they still do that.
You know somebody who lives in Saudi Arabia.
I know lots of people that live in Saudi.
Yeah, they do still do some horrible things in some other parts of the
They do
world.
a lot of horrible things like that.
But they used to... But shut up. They used to do it all over the place.
Right.
But they don't.
But they don't.
Why not?
But instead...
Why not?
Instead now, they go and grab some young girl from the middle of a nightclub and kill her. How can you call that humanity? That's not humanity. That bloke's an animal. That bloke should be put down. That bloke should have his teeth extracted, the same as the dog.
What sort of history reading have you done? Have you done much social history?
Have I done much?
Yeah.
Well, see, I'm only 24. I haven't done much.
So you don't really know much about history?
In what context?
Any you like.
Well, are we talking about the Battle of Waterloo or something? No, I don't. I just know.
Well, what sort of history do you know about then?
Well, what sort of history do you know about?
So you don't know anything about history, but you are confident to come to the radio and tell us
you
that...
haven't answered my question.
If I may, you don't know much about history. In fact, you don't know anything about history, and yet you come to the radio to tell us that, historically speaking, mankind is not improving.
Well, it isn't. How can you say it's improving, though?
Because I'm a historian.
When violent crime is on the increase...
It's not.
You think it's... Well, what was the...
No, it's not.
The other day...
Which paper? You're making stuff up. You're an alarmist.
Right,
and you're a very...
Britain was more violent than America.
You're a very nervous young man. Well, you believe things like that. You want to believe things like that. It's not true.
I don't necessarily believe things like that, but when you hear about... There's hundreds of things you don't hear about every day. Stabbings, things like that, which is trivia to be on the news, right? But they still go on.
That's simply not true. Are you in the news? Do you work in the media? Do you work in the media?
No, I don't.
Well, what makes you think you know more about the media than I do?
I didn't say I did. Did you hear me say I
Yes, you
did more
did.
about the media than you?
That's
No, I
exactly
didn't.
what you said. You were telling me how the media works.
No, I was saying that is too trivial. You're saying that if a bloke gets stabbed down my local pub tonight, it'll be in the national newspapers tomorrow
It'll
morning.
be all over the bloody shop,
It
man.
would not.
It'll be all over the bloody shop.
Don't be silly.
Right, okay, let me quote you from the second item on the BBC South Today News on BBC Breakfast Time, okay?
Yeah.
Here was the second story. Police in Southampton are calling in a psychologist. I better go. Sorry. Oh, bye. I better go. Mickey Mason. Yeah, it's Mickey Mason. He was there to try and work out whether you're sane or not, but I think we know the answer to that one.
Oh, thanks, mate.
Here was the news story, right?
Yeah.
Police in Southampton have called in a psychologist to try and help them develop a profile of a man who may have committed up to 3 sexual attacks in the area over the last 12 months. The last one of which took place some months ago in a park. And I'm not going to repeat the details, even though it was on Breakfast TV.
Yeah.
Right? There was no news peg for that. But what that story had was sex, and it had violence. And it wasn't even a story. And that was on the television.
Right, so
Now-
you're saying, so 10 years ago,
Yeah.
right, now I'm 24, right, so 10 years ago I was 14, right, now, as far as I'm concerned, at 14, I didn't hear about things like that. I'm
As
just saying
far
that
as
type of
you're
thing wasn't-
concerned,
that
is
type of
no
thing wasn't
argument.
around.
Is no argument at all. What I'm here to tell you is that the media and the way they play on every salacious event that takes place in this country, and as far as they're concerned, let me tell you, there aren't enough of them, is turning people like you into worry buckets because you think it's on the
Yeah, but
increase.
I'm not worried about it. My point is that why are animals suddenly been pinpointed? We are in the same category as animals.
No, we're
just
not.
Because,
No, we're not.
because
You
we
don't know anything about
civilise
animals.
ourselves.
All right. So you
But
don't
we
know
call
anything
ourselves
about...
civilised, don't we?
You don't know anything about history, and you don't know anything about the media, and you don't know anything about animals. But you're prepared to pontificate on all 3 subjects. You're a case, you are.
Yeah, but what do you mean by I don't know anything about them?
What do you know about animals?
Well, what do you mean they're animals? That's a cat,
Is
that's
it?
a dog, that's a cat, that's a
I
dog,
bet you
that's
don't
a
even know
cat.
what button the Discovery Channel's on, do you? In fact, I bet
Well,
you don't even know...
Sorry, my friend.
What?
I haven't got a TV.
You know...
TV is basically rubbish, as far as I can say, but that's not a point to get on to now anyway.
No, it certainly isn't. I've enjoyed talking to you. I've learnt a great deal about the media and history and the nature of the animal kingdom from you. You're
No,
a real font of... No, you're dead right, actually. I haven't, and nor have any of us. What an absolute joy to behold. People don't usually get as pig ignorant as that until they're about 50. Here's Anne calling from Belfast. Anne, you're on Talk Radio. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Tommy. Hello.
Hello.
Tommy, what I'd like to say is your show is wonderful and it really gets people's blood up.
Thank you for the call, Anne. I appreciate your comments.
But I'd also like to ask you, how many people here have been killed by animals, or how many have been killed by human beings?
Well, I can answer that question because nobody here has
Well,
been
you
killed
seem
by
to know all the other answers to everything. You seem to be
I
a
know the answer to this
psychologist, a
question.
psychiatrist,
You
a
asked the question, how many
sociologist.
people here have been killed by animals? And the answer I can tell you categorically is nil.
Well, why are you so against animals then?
Well, because everybody who has been killed by an animal is not here, ergo.
Would you repeat that, Tommy? That
Everybody-
seems insane.
No, I couldn't possibly be more saying. If you have been killed by an animal, you are not here.
Well, if you've been killed by a human being, if you've been shot in the head, if
Equally absent.
equally absent. So
Equally
who's
not
going
here.
to speak for those people then?
Me.
Well, let's hear you speak for those people.
Have the dog's teeth out.
Well,
And as for sharks,
Tommy,
have you ever heard of the funnel web spider? Do you know what it does?
Tommy,
It nests on the underside of the
well,
toilet
have
seat.
you heard of killings here? And you know what that does?
Oh, someone from Belfast. Taken over 2 minutes to mention the troubles. We're discussing animals,
no,
woman.
Tommy, you were the first one to mention them.
No, I wasn't.
Yes, you were.
No, I wasn't.
About 5 minutes ago.
No, I mentioned peace in Northern Ireland, not the troubles.
No.
Yes,
you
yes,
mentioned a war in Northern Ireland.
No, I said Northern Ireland. I didn't mention the war in Northern Ireland. This is your trouble, you lot. You've got a bee in your bonnet. If Northern Ireland is mentioned, quick, let's phone up and talk about the troubles.
Well,
We're talking about dogs. You've got dogs in Northern Ireland,
Let's go about the troubles in Northern Ireland. How many people have been killed by other humans in Great Britain or all over the world as compared to dogs or cats
How many mice have been killed by cats?
Tommy.
I bet you...
Was your brother a mouse?
Listen to me. Yes. Listen to me. I bet you more mice have been torn to pieces and cruelly tormented in their death gurgles by cats.
So...
This week, than ever there have been people killed by other people in this country, period. I bet you. Are you dead in the water? Is your argument over?
Absolutely, Tommy. I can't argue with lunacy.
Lunacy.
Absolutely.
Lunacy.
But your show is good.
Sorry the troubles have ended for you, by the way. You're going to have to find something else to talk about.
You're going to have to find family whose son was killed last weekend.
You're going to have to find something else to talk about, aren't you, Anne?
No, I think you're going to have to find something else to talk about.
I want to talk about animals.
Well, I find animals are a bit more truthful than human beings.
Really? What's the most true thing your cat's ever said to you, then?
The most true thing my cat's ever said to me, I want fed.
To be fed?
To be fed. I want
that.
fed and I want out.
Yeah. She wants to get out.
Exactly.
Well, she's not stupid. We're discussing Mother Nature. As humanity moves onwards and upwards to a higher plane, a more spiritual, loving place, we're going to start taking a long, cold, hard look at some of the things that Mother Nature does. We've asked our scientists if they can intervene with all the hurricanes and famines around planet Earth. But what about the animals? A lot of people won't have cats because of what they do to birds and mice. And a lot of people are very worried about some of the young men who walk around with those boxes of meat with legs on all four corners. It won't be a civilized world until we've got animals and Mother Nature behaving in a civilized way. Jack calls from Cardiff. Hello, Jack.
Hey, what's up, man? Well, what can I say? You're wrong.
Powerful stuff, Jack.
Well?
Let me pause for a breather here. Oof. Water, Jack's at me.
Yeah, that's right. I'm at you now.
Where's the argument?
Well, look, you play with fire, you get burnt, yeah? You provoke an animal, it'll attack you, yeah? It's going to fight back. What are you... We can't control it.
How do mice provoke cats? What do they do? Go up to them and go...
It's in a cat's nature to hunt, isn't it?
No, that's a different argument. You said that if you provoke an animal, it'll attack you.
Yeah, well, you're talking about, like, old brats getting, like, chewed up by dogs, aren't you? If the brat throws a stone at the dog, it's going to get a bit, upset about that and do something about it.
You're too good for me, Jack. I'm going to bring Andy into the argument in Luton. Andy, what have you got to say to Jack?
Hello, Jack.
Right, man?
You prefer animals to people, yeah?
No, I don't.
Then what are you saying?
Well, like, Tommy's on about dogs getting their teeth ripped out, yeah, because they're attacking...
No, what Tommy's going on about is nature and nature's cruelty and how we as a human people have tried to evolve past it. That's why we don't live in caves anymore. That's why we don't live in the jungle. We live in the houses. We have fires. We have medicines. We have books. We learn. We're trying to evolve past nature because nature is cruel.
Yeah, but we can't control nature. There's no way...
Yeah, we control our own nature, though, can't we?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, so that's what we're doing. We're trying to evolve past it so we become better than animals. We don't want to be animals, do we?
No.
Well, then what are you saying, Tommy?
I'm just saying that you can't do that to an animal. It's not right. They were given teeth. We were given teeth.
What would we do with dogs if we didn't have them as pets?
I don't know.
Well, we wouldn't have them, would we?
No.
Well, so they're better off with rubber teeth than not existing, aren't they?
No. What's the point of not having teeth?
Well, then we won't have them. If they're going to go around biting children, there's no point in having them. You wouldn't have them in your house if they're going to bite children, would you?
Well, the kids don't provoke them. They won't get bitten, will they?
How are kids provoking dogs?
I've seen kids where I live
throwing
stones at dogs.
I don't see any kids throwing stones at dogs any time. I've never seen that.
Where do you live, man?
I live in Luton, mate.
Luton?
Aye.
Oh, well, I live
we have plenty of dogs, and no kids go around throwing stones at them, because you don't see dogs wandering about anymore, because they have to be on leads, don't they?
Yeah.
So where are all these kids throwing stones?
So all the people who walk the dogs, yeah? Their dogs aren't going to go biting kids, are they? Because they're probably, well looked after, domesticated, aren't they?
So what happens with these kids that get their faces ripped off every now and again?
Well, a friend of mine got his nose bitten off, but that's because he provoked the dog. He admits it's his own fault, and the dog was put down.
Yeah,
it happens.
But if the dog had rubber teeth, it wouldn't have bit the bloke's nose off, and it wouldn't have had to be put down, would it?
Exactly. There would be a dog alive and happy, gumming its winner lot, and your friend Jack wouldn't be so funny looking. Now, come on, Jack, you can see this one.
Ah, shut up, man.
You can see see this one.
Don't be rude, Jack. We're just trying to evolve past our animal nature. We're trying to be better than animals.
Andy's
Look, we
painted you
can't
into a
play
corner.
God. Simple as that. I mean, cloning. Cloning, what's all that about?
Wait a minute, if I may, Andy. Jack?
Yeah?
We neuter animals.
Yeah?
Do you again that?
Well,
What would you
different,
rather?
though.
What
I
would
mean-
you rather have? Rubber teeth or no testicles?
No testicles. You know, so you don't have little unwanted puppies on a thing. Man, you want to get yourself some balls.
Andy, thank you.
Bye.
But Andy, it was a masterclass. Humanity finds more humanity. The day will dawn when we take a careful look at how animals behave to each other and to humans and begin to intervene. Starting surely with cats. Why do they do that? And why do foxes need to kill the entire coop and sometimes never even take one chicken for their young? And well, what do you need sharks for? Richard calls from the West Midlands. Richard, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Tommy. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. And you?
Very well, thank you. May I ask you a question, please?
Yes.
Right. You're talking about animals who hunt for food. What would you do with a species that hunts for sport? Bearing in mind you're so up on these things.
Does all of the species hunt for sport?
No, I'm talking about one in particular.
And does every member of this species hunt for sport?
A lot of them do.
Not all of them?
No, not all of them.
What sort of percentage of them do this?
Oh, I would say it's in the region of about 15 to 20%.
Well, that's not many, is it, really? I wouldn't bother about them, really. And that percentage is probably being reduced.
You reckon?
Clearly.
That's good.
It is, isn't it?
But you're still saying you would actually...
You're talking about mankind, aren't you?
Absolutely.
Pathetic argument.
No, not really.
Totally.
Because if you're putting that... If you're going to argue that point, then what right, until we've sorted that out, what right do we have to dictate to animals?
You don't do things one at a time. You can sometimes do... I can, anyway, do two things at once.
Very true. Very true.
We'll deal with people who hunt for sport at the same time as we deal with animals who hunt for sport.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is, you won't find any animals that hunt for sport, really, because the fundamental instinct is to hunt for food.
Well, why do foxes not take all their chickens then? In fact, why do they sometimes not take any?
All right, that one.
Shall I come back to you on that one?
I'll concede that one to you.
Yeah.
Do you have an answer? Do you have an answer?
Why don't cats eat the mice?
Because 9 times out of 10, a cat will bring the mouse home for you because it is a way of saying it loves you. It brings its kill home for the family. Next.
Charming.
How could you? Come on.
Charming. We don't want that. They shouldn't be doing that. It's unkind. I care about mice.
Correct. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. What I'm saying is that how do you change the base instinct of an animal?
You don't. You take their teeth out and then they can't follow their base instinct. Have you ever been in a cage with a lion?
No, but I've been in a pound with 4 Rottweilers.
Why?
Basically because the dogs got out of their pen by accident.
Yeah. No, go away. Poor bloke. Saw him coming a mile away. Barry calls from Essex. Barry, hello.
Hello, Tom. Here's the idea. You work out an ascending scale of cruelty times possible danger, and from that you deduce what you amputate from the animal. Starting off with a paw, perhaps on a rabbit, going up to diagonally opposed legs on a Jack Russell or a cat. So you take the front left and the rear right. Can't jump up, can't catch anything, no danger.
Very well thought out, yes. Go on.
Poisonous snakes.
Yes.
Drain off the venom.
Yes.
Fill the sack with alcohol. If it bites a person, you've got a little bit of it won't poison anyone, and you've got a little bit of a treat in store. If it bites an animal, it will slow it down enough for it to, anaesthetise it a bit, and then they can still get their dinner.
I'm with you all the way.
Yeah? It'll also give trainee doctors something to learn on. Going around amputating all these paws, tails, legs. Give them something to do, other than hanging about in A&E.
Very good thought.
I can't see anything wrong with the idea myself.
Well, I'm very grateful to you, Barry. Thank you. Put an awful lot of thought into your call. I only wish more callers would do the same. Thank you.
You're very kind.
What a nice man. Allegedly the greatest golfing tournament, one of the greatest sporting events on earth, started about an hour and a half ago. Allegedly. If there ever was a valid place to stick the word allegedly into a sentence, it's right there. What a waste of space the US Masters is. And what a waste of time golf is. What a waste of a man's life. If ever you wondered just who was winning the battle of the sexes, you only have to look at the simple fact that women recognise golf for what it is, i.e. less than zero. They don't get involved in it. Half of them, no, nearly all women are relieved and delighted that most golf clubs deny access to women, at least to the club room. I'm a sports fan, you're a sports fan. Everybody loves sport. The point is this, golf isn't a sport, and I can prove it. Golf is about clothes. Golf is about tools. Golf is about rules. Golf is about sexual inadequacy. Golf is about anything you care to name. It's about real estate. It's about flora and fauna. It is about business management. It is about theatre. It is about anything you like, but sport, it just ain't. And now that the sport has acquired as its champion of champions, allegedly the greatest golfer who has ever lived, allegedly the greatest sportsman currently plying his trade on planet Earth, a man who is a complete robot, a man who was taught to play golf before the umbilical cord had been severed, a man who was forced by his father at the age of 3 to practice putting whilst his father tried to distract him so that when he became a great professional golfer, he would be able to live with the pressure. So his father at the age of 3 had him trying to finish off 9-foot putts in the garden whilst his father was saying distracting, obnoxious things to him. How is this man going to get through his life if Bjorn Borg went off the rails at 26 because the degree of focusing, the intensity that was required for him to achieve the pinnacle in tennis that he did was too much for any human being? Where is Tiger Woods going to be in 3 or 4 years' time? And where should the game of golf be in 3 or 4 years' time? It should be dispatched to the litter bin. Scotland has very little to answer for, being the most beautiful country on earth, being home of some of the people who have made some of the most magnificent inventions on earth. We wouldn't have telephones, and we wouldn't have roads, we wouldn't have bridges, we wouldn't have so many things if it hadn't Tartan, if it wasn't for the Scots. But please, will you take back golf? Will you have it back? Because we finished with it. Golf is not a sport, because it is a dead ball game. Golf is a dead ball game. And any sport where you start with the ball being dead is not a proper sport. Snooker and golf. I'm sorry. Well, one of them never travelled. That was snooker. So is it any wonder that the world champion is always British? Because we are pretty much the only country that tries the darn thing. The only country that begins to think it's a bit of a sport. But golf, for some reason, has flown the coop, has multiplied 1,000,000-fold. And the locusts that are this game are just tearing through, not just the British countryside and laying down these ludicrous artificial landscaped parks, which are a bigger blight on most of the escutcheon than your average building site, your average hypermarket, your average sink estate. But they've done it right across planet Earth. It's not as though a golf course is a pretty thing, not compared to a football stadium, for example. We're discussing a dead ball game, which is not a sport. That's golf. And it's boring. They never get into fights. They never fail drug tests. Matt calls from Hertfordshire. You're on Talk Radio. Matt, good afternoon.
Hi, Tommy. I think you're jealous. Because Tiger Woods is a lot younger than you, a lot richer than you, and all he has to do is knock a ball 300 yards and follow it. And that's all he has to do. And golf is a beautiful game as well, because some of the landscapes where these golf courses are just tremendously beautiful. Being worked out so well and designed perfectly for some of the places around the world.
Matt, it's a dull sport for dull men.
It's not a dull sport.
Golf is a dull men.
It's something you do in your spare time. Well, have you ever played golf, Tommy?
I've had a go at it, yes. I wouldn't talk on any subject about which I knew nothing.
So why did you have a game of golf then?
To see what it was like, to see if it was any good, and it isn't.
And it's dull?
It's dull. It's very dull.
Well, other things are there. I mean, golf is a really beautiful game. I mean...
It is not a beautiful game. There's no beauty about it.
What do you mean there's no beauty about it? Have you ever seen the landscapes? Have you ever seen the...
I don't like artificial gardens.
You've got beautiful trees, you've got rivers, you've got rockeries.
But it's artificial. It's artificial. You must know that the Tudors invented that kind of gardening, and I find mankind imposing
it's a lot
himself...
better looking than some of the stuff that's natural. It's a lot better looking. You've got wildlife. In South Africa, Tommy, in South Africa, they got a golf course where you've got a par 3 hole, I think, which you knock it over, you have to hit the ball over a crocodile pit. And there's
crazy. That's crazy golf. You're talking about crazy golf. No,
no.
I don't mind crazy golf
with full-size competitive golf courses here.
With windmills.
In fact, I think it's stated the largest amateur golf tournament in the world. So
how interesting.
And you've got lions there and everything.
Lions.
And they play it everywhere. I mean,
and they play it everywhere.
Sorry, Tommy, but sitting in a small room and slagging off one of the greatest games ever invented. Quite frankly, I'd rather be playing golf.
I'd rather you were. The two of you are made for each other. A dull sport. Martin calls from Cheltenham. You're on Talk Radio, Martin.
Hello?
Sir.
Yeah, a few points I'd like to make. Well, golfers aren't actually sports people.
No.
I mean, sportsmen, like your footballer, they're fit. They can run. But golfers, most energetic thing they do is swing a golf club. And then they walk a bit and swing another one. It's just boring.
It is.
I mean, it takes so long. Whereas a football match, like you're on there, 90 minutes, bit of action, quite exciting. Bit of golf, you've got to wait ages for the next person to swing his club. Oh my god, so exciting. It's just boring.
It is dull, isn't it? The same thing happens over and over and over again, and they pick up a little bit of grass from the ground, and they lift it up and they drop it.
I know, each person takes the same shot, and they all do roughly the same thing. It's just they hit their ball slightly further, or not quite so far.
The commentators say things like, "Now, I think this is a 7-iron into the heart of the green."
How boring. I mean, it's just deciding which club to pick out. Which clubs are you going to pick out next?
And it's all luck, you know. I mean, Tiger Woods is not that good. It's mostly down to luck.
The people that play golf are rich people that aren't fit enough to play anything else, like rugby.
This is a very important political point that you're making, and I'm very glad you've done that. Because it's only recently, you know, that they allowed black people to play at Augusta, which is where this Masters thing is going on. You know, and golf, particularly what they call country clubs in America, are still a little bit sort of KKK, you know?
I know, it's disgusting.
It is. It's a rich man's sport, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, but they build completely artificial courses. They're nothing like the countryside at all. They're not beautiful. They're just built. They're artificial.
You think of all the true genius sportsmen on earth, like Haile Gebrselassie, for example, the great Ethiopian runner. I mean, running is a magnificent thing, and he's done it better than anybody's ever done it, okay?
It takes effort.
He still lives with his mum. And the Mercedes that he won when he ran in Leipzig is still in the garage because he can't drive. Now, Greg Norman, I mean, what's he ever done? And he owns his own jumbo jet.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
That's awful.
It is. It's
I mean, they don't even break into a sweat.
It's decadent.
They just walk and they might get in their own little cart, which is
corrupt.
A bit of fun, I know.
They do. They do. And speaking of Greg Norman, you know that he's been implicated in Bill Clinton's sex scandals in the White House?
Well, it's probably a load of rubbish, though, isn't it?
Well, you know, at least it begins to make the sport vaguely interesting.
Well, yeah, a bit of scandal.
Martin, thank you for your call, and you make an important point. Golf is not a sport, and golf men are not sportsmen. You only have to look at them. They are all carrying a couple of extra stone. It's a simple fact, isn't it? That's why they ride around on those little buggy things. They can't even walk properly. Annette calls from Oxford. You're on Talk Radio, Annette. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Tommy. Hello, love your show. Listen, like, normally I stand in my kitchen cooking dinner, arguing back to you, saying, no, I don't believe you, no. How can you say that, right? But today is the first day I've agreed with you. I have to phone you to tell you. I can't believe it. Someone else actually agrees golf is crap. Honestly, well, that's it. It's boring. There was a guy who phoned you, and I thought, wow, I was standing in my kitchen. I was really arguing with him, you know, back to myself, no one's in the house. And there he is saying that beautiful countryside, can't agree with that, beautiful countryside, but it's ruined by these people playing golf.
Yep. Welcome to the programme, Annette. Stay with us. James is on the line from Perth, and he would like a word with you. James, you're on Talk Radio. James, hello.
What are you on about? It's a great sport.
Oh my God, it's not, it's a load of, my brother, right, we were brought up in the same house, he's gone off now, he's playing golf, thinks it's brilliant. I said, oh my, how can you sit there and play it? I just can't cope. I don't know how he can play it, it's so boring.
It's not.
It is, little white balls and hitting it with a stick. How do you get excitement from that? Tell me.
But you just do it, you do. When you hit the ball sort of like really close to the hole or even get it in from 200 yards away, it's a great feeling.
Oh, well, I can't see it. I'd rather go and do gardening, I hate gardening even more. I'd rather go and weed my garden. Honestly, I just think golf is boring. It is, come on. Even Tommy agrees with me.
James, you're 5 down with 4 to play. I'm going to have to bring Michael in Liverpool to help you. Michael, you're through to Annette. What do you want to say?
Well, you were talking about, you talk about facts and you talk about golf and in the country clubs in America and the KKK. How do you know? Have you joined a club in America?
Yes.
You have?
Yes, I have, yes.
Oh, so you know, so it's factual what you're saying?
Yes, it is, yes,
well,
it is.
Yeah.
I'm a journalist, I wouldn't make stuff up.
Oh, you're a journalist.
Yes,
Big
I am,
deal.
yes.
Big deal. What about football? Football's a game for greedy men, overpaid greedy men. It's a cop-out for fashion accessories. People wanting 20, 30, 40, 50 pounds for a shirt. Absolute rubbish. And actually, I'm very, very sorry. I think you're totally ignorant.
Well, Annette, I'm just astonished at this man's onslaught on me. I'm going to go back into the corner of the room and lick my wounds. Would you like to have a word with him? Would you like to have a word with him?
Well, I don't know what to say to him. I don't know any facts about it. All I know is that I have tried to play it, because we go on holiday with all the family, and I think, I'll try and get into it, I just think, I have to go. I said, I'll see you in the pub.
Have you tried to play football, kicking the ball into a net? What's so big deal about that?
No, I hate football as well.
It's absolute rubbish.
But we're on about golf.
I know we're on about golf. I'm talking about golf. He said there was a game for men who were not fit, not for sportsmen. Football's a game for absolute yobs. And overpaid men. It's not a game for the working class man now. It's a game for overpaid footballers, overpaid men. It's absolute garbage.
Why do I have to put up with callers like this and that, honestly?
I don't know.
I mean,
week in and week out.
That's why I haven't phoned you before, because normally I'm arguing with you.
I see, yes.
Normally I'm arguing with you, and I don't agree with you, so I haven't bothered calling you, but I couldn't believe that you've got on a subject that I actually agree with you with.
Well, I'm glad you rang, and do ring again. And, Michael, what are these facts that people should know?
You said that in America, in some of these southern states in America, the country club, it is like a KKK. How do you know? Give me the facts. Not talk about hearsay. Oh, I've heard.
No, you see, you're like a golfer. You're a typical golfer. You don't concentrate.
The thing is, I've played golf occasionally, and I'm absolute rubbish at it.
I bet you are too.
Yes, I am.
I bet you're rubbish at football too.
Not really. You're rubbish as a host. You're absolute garbage.
Don't be cruel. That hurt. I'm really trying to explain to people why it's bad that black men aren't allowed to play golf in all the clubs in America.
Absolute rubbish. Black men aren't allowed to play golf.
But they're not.
You are an ignorant man.
But they're not.
Yes, you are an ignorant man.
Then can you name me any black golfers in America?
Yes,
Who?
Tiger Woods is one.
Yeah, well, we mentioned him.
Can you mention any black golfers in Great Britain? You talk about America being racist. Any black golfers in Great Britain?
Yeah, I mean, go on. That's a very good point. So what you're saying is that there's racism in golf in Britain too.
You're bringing this into it.
No, that's very interesting. No, you see, now you've just shot yourself in the foot there. You see, you shouldn't have gone on. Sometimes people talk for too long, and then if you let them, you give them enough rope, and they hang themselves. So you're saying that golf is racist as well as sexist in Britain.
You're saying about black men in golf
because golf is sexist in Britain, isn't it?
Black men in football. A few years ago, 20 years ago, we didn't have one. Where's the black managers in football?
What are you talking about? We had Albert Johansson, we had Clyde Best.
You're so ignorant, man.
Well, who did Albert Johansson play for then?
So ignorant, it's unbelievable.
Who did Albert Johansson play for?
He played for Leeds United.
Right, and how long ago?
It's a while ago.
Well, you asked me to name one, and I did.
One man.
I named two.
Man.
Well,
listen,
how many do you want me to name?
You're an absolute.
How many do you want me to name?
You're ignorant.
How many do you want me to name?
As many as you want.
Well, I haven't got time. I can't be bothered.
No, I know. I can't be bothered, really, because you're ignorant.
Yes.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I don't like golf.
No, well, that's okay. You don't like golf.
Yes.
Yes, well, okay. Well, a lot of us don't like football. It's overpaid. £50,000 a week, some of them are, aren't they?
Yeah.
Absolute ridiculous.
Well, I bet you wish you could earn that playing football, don't you?
Pardon?
I bet you wish you could earn that playing football, don't
Not
you?
at all.
Oh, no!
No! I'm quite happy with what I've got.
Which is what?
Exactly. What I've got.
Which is what?
Material things don't worry me.
Oh, right.
Quite happy with the income I'm on.
Yeah, which is not a lot.
How do you know it's not a lot?
Well, no, I'm trying to have a conversation with you because you're not saying much.
No, you're not. You're just being ignorant again.
No, you see, you're not very good at arguing because all you're doing is insult people.
Listen, I'm not arguing. I could say you that you come on every day.
I could say that you are, right, a repetitive, slow-witted, bird-brained ignoramus with very little going for you except your temperature.
Well, I'm sorry, but
if I were to do that, I would be descending to your level of conversation, and I'm not prepared to do that because I've made a number of powerful points about golf.
Who said you made powerful points?
I did.
I see. You're the big cheese, are you?
Well, I am on this show, yes.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, a problem with that? I mean, if I came on your show, you'd be the big cheese.
I think you're just an ignorant man. I'm sorry, that's what you are.
But you haven't told me anything I don't know. He's gone. Yes, but he didn't slam the phone down. Get rid of the guy. Every time. Out of here. Missed the cut, pal. You missed the cut. Golf. I didn't know there was any passion in it at all. It's an appalling pastime. It is a good walk spoiled, and I can prove it. Anybody in this country who's young and upcoming in sport will choose a proper sport if they can. If they're not, and if they can't, they end up playing golf. All good sportsmen and women are pretty good at golf. I can't think of one golfer who's remotely good at any other sport. Claire calls. From Heathrow, you're on Talk Radio. Claire.
Hi, Tommy.
Good afternoon.
I'd just like to say, going out with my other half is a golfer. And, I mean, while I've got the utmost respect for every single sportsman and woman in this country, I have to disagree with what you're saying. The man you had on about 10 minutes ago saying that golf is for rich people. I know millions of professional golfers who've struggled all their life to be able to play golf. They work, my boyfriend worked sort of 12 hours a day and then still had to practice in the evening.
Yes, there's still no excuse, otherwise the great train robbers would have been let off.
I'm sorry?
It's no excuse, otherwise the great train robbers, for example, who also came from humble backgrounds, would have been let off.
Yeah, but I think, the guy that was talking earlier was just, I think he's a bit sort of, it's all for rich people, and he's obviously not one of them.
But it is boring.
I have to admit, I don't enjoy watching
No, it's boring,
it.
No, and you don't enjoy playing it.
I don't mind watching the big tournaments like the Masters and that sort of thing, but I will admit, if you're not that deep into it, it is boring.
It is boring. Thank you, Claire. Tell your boyfriend that. Or change your boyfriend, one of the two.
Yes.
Martin, thank you. Martin calls from Dudley. You're on Talk Radio. Martin.
Good afternoon, Tony.
Good afternoon. I'm very well.
All right, just listening to your attack on golf there, a few points that I'd like to make. We're not all overweight and unfit. I'm 26-year-old, 6 foot, 11.5 stone, so I don't think they'd class me as overweight, and I do keep myself fairly fit. 11
stone's a bit much for 6 foot.
Oh, well, I'm not overweight.
Well, I think about 10.8 is your ideal weight, so you probably could lose a few pounds, couldn't you?
Well, I have a 32-inch waist, so I'm certainly not fat.
But you've probably got a bit of body fat.
I'd rather say muscle than fat.
Well, you probably would.
Yes, and it's not always played by rich people, as the caller just said.
I didn't say it. That was a caller. You'd have to disagree with them. I just said it's boring. It's a boring game for boring people. Are you boring?
Well, not at all, no. I like to have a laugh with the best of them.
I can tell.
I can't see how golf's any more boring than running. Now, watching people either run round a track or run over fields, no. I used to do a lot of cross-country myself, so I do know a fair bit about it.
Why did you do it then if it was boring?
Well, it's boring to watch. If you're not actually taking part in the sports, a lot of sports can be boring. A lot of football matches can be very boring until you get the 1 minute where somebody scores a fantastic goal. The rest of the match can be absolutely terrible. I think it's down to how you perceive either the game or the sport.
Let's be honest. when you pair sports away, you know, you say, you know, 22 men kicking a ball around a field.
Yes.
I mean, we know there's more to football than that, don't we?
There is a little bit more, yes.
No, there's a great deal more than that, isn't there? The personalities of the people playing the game, what it means to them.
Come on, a lot of the personalities in the game are manufactured by PR agents and things like that. We don't see that.
Well, at least they've been manufactured. Can you tell me a personality in the game of golf?
Well, no, but it isn't a great game.
It's a dull man's game.
No, it's not a game of great personality.
It's a dull man's game.
You know.
For dull men.
Well, no, I can't agree with that.
Look at the clothes. Who wears V-neck sweaters?
Quite a lot of
slacks.
Fashion victims.
Slacks. I bet you've got a man in Dudley who wears slacks, and you snigger about him, don't you?
Well,
what do you wear on the golf course?
I think fashion, it extends everywhere. It's not just on the golf course. If you go to municipal golf courses, you'll get people playing in jeans, shirts. You'll even get them in football shirts.
You can't wear jeans on a proper golf course. You're not allowed to wear seams on the outside of your trousers. I've been asked to leave a golf course for that.
And I've been asked to leave for the same reason, but a lot of the municipal courses...
Have you ever had anybody asked to leave a golf course because they're dull?
Certainly not, no.
No, exactly.
Never had anybody too dull playing.
No.
Then again, there's dull people in every sport.
No, there aren't.
There certainly are.
Name me a dull boxer.
Name me a bright one.
Name me a dull boxer.
Well, name me a bright one.
A bright boxer? Gary Mason.
Gary Mason. Well, these people don't exactly exude intelligence, do they?
We're not talking about intelligence, we're talking about charisma.
Well...
Has golf got a Prince Nazim?
No, he's a great character.
They've got a Chris Eubank?
No, but I don't think they'd welcome one.
They've got a Mike Tyson?
I certainly don't think they'd welcome one of those either.
Evander Holyfield's pretty boring, but at least he looks more interesting than he did.
Well, yes. But
Come on.
Where is Lennox Lewis's charisma? Where is his charisma? Now, when these people are speaking at press conferences and such like, they're often speaking from pre-written scripts.
Gosh, that's rubbish.
Oh, come on.
That's just not true. No, I'm sorry, I'm a sports journalist, I know my stuff.
Yes.
They are not speaking from scripts, pal.
Well, they certainly don't have a great deal of originality about anything.
Why don't you get any fights in golf?
Because I don't think the great majority of us go out looking for fights or violence.
They're dull men.
Well, do you go out looking for fights and violence?
And they've got well-filled bellies.
No, but do you go out looking for violence and fights? Is that what makes...
If it goes on, I want to know what's happening, yes.
But does that make a sport spectacular?
Yes.
So you're condoning violence in sport?
On the field?
Well, yes.
It happens. That's what sport is.
Are you condoning violence in sport?
Sport is stylised violence.
So you think it's fine for footballers, rugby players, even athletes, it has been seen to fight?
You said that. I'm saying what I'm saying, which is that sport is stylised warfare. It is stylised violence.
And you agree that there should be violence there with it?
Well, have you ever seen people running at Jonah Lomu, the rugby player, within the confines of the rules? That's violence, isn't it?
Rugby is a contact sport.
But it's violence, isn't it?
It is in the strictest sense of the word, yes, but it is a contact sport.
Well, I do deal in the strictest sense of all words.
Yes.
Yes.
But you're saying that violence gives people a certain character, a certain edge.
It adds to the passion and the charisma of the sport.
So, as such, you're saying that
golf is
violence in sport should be encouraged, and if golf wants to be one of the great sports, then we must start fighting.
We need more passion in the game. It's too friendly.
Yes,
we need some rivalries. We need to stoke up the rivalry between Woods and Els.
I can't remember the gentleman's name. There was a golfer a couple of seasons ago, and it was probably about the most spectacular thing that happened. We broke his putter over his knee. I don't know if you've seen the clip at all. And he was fined for that.
Everything that's ever happened.
He was fined for that, for bringing the game into disrepute.
Yeah.
Terrible. Yeah. Golf doesn't need violence. It doesn't need people to go around secking about one another. It's all personal choice. As I say, I've taken part in various sports, and I find a lot of them are quite boring to watch.
I don't know what your I don't know what your handicap is in golf, but you argue off about 24, Martin in Dudley. And I've just been reminded that if anybody wonders whether there is still racism in golf in America and denies the fact that there is, I just refer them back to Fuzzy Zeller's comments when Tiger Woods won the Masters this time last year. Whoever wins the Masters gets to choose the menu at the dinner that precedes the following year's Masters. And Fuzzy Zeller expressed his concerns that next year Tiger Woods, being black or part black, would choose fried chicken and grits and watermelon as the meal for the pre-Masters dinner. He's apologised for it, and Tiger Woods has accepted the apology and says that if he ends up playing a friendly round with Fuzzy Zeller, he won't have a problem doing that. But that is a tip of the iceberg comment. Graham calls now from Cardiff. You're on Talk Radio. Graham, afternoon.
Hello, Tom.
Graham.
I just like to say about golfers being incredibly dull on the golf course. I'm a greenkeeper.
Oh, are you?
Some of the things they get up to are absolutely incredible, Tom.
Go on.
If you put a sign up saying ground under repair, please do not walk on here.
Yeah.
The first thing they will do is walk on it.
Straight across
and
it.
say, why am I not supposed to walk on this?
Yeah, I know.
Incredibly stupid people, Tom.
And they
as soon
leave...
as that bag was on their shoulder, their brain goes out.
Yeah, and they leave clubs lying around everywhere.
Absolutely everywhere. Tom, you won't believe the amount of clubs you've got now shared of golfers who've left them there. You've got a couple of sets which we make up and we sell on.
Yeah. And they hit those balls, and they spend about 2 minutes. If they hit a ball and it goes into a bit of rough, they hit another one. And those balls cost about, what, £2?
Yep.
And they hit the ball into the rough, and they go, well, I'll hit another one in case I can't find it. And they spend a cursory sort of 30 seconds rummaging in the rough, and then go, oh, I'll play my second ball.
That's incredible. That's right, Tom. If they land in the bunker's in the wrong place.
They should only be allowed one ball, which is my point. Shouldn't they?
Yep, and as soon as they lose it, they should leave the golf course.
And if you land in a bunker, you should be penalised a shot. Because most golfers nowadays can get out of a bunker more easily than they can get off grass.
If they can't get out of their bunker in one shot, Tom, they come back and they complain to the greenkeepers that the bunker was too difficult.
Oh, it's your fault, isn't it?
It's our fault if they can't get out of the bunker.
Mind you, you say golfers are stupid. What about greenkeepers?
Intelligent, Tom. Very intelligent, resourceful people.
The last but one round I ever played, I gave the game up. The last but one round I ever played, I hit a wedge to the 14th. The pin was set right on the right of the green, okay? And I was lucky. I got to about 6 feet of the pin. Then the greenkeeper and his assistant came onto the green, took the flag out, filled in that hole, walked right the way across to the other side of the green, opened up a new hole and put the flag in it, leaving me 30 yards from the pin. Are you with me?
Yep, I'm with you, Tom.
Is that stupid or very stupid?
Yeah, you should have played the ball the other side of the green.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should have played the ball the other side of the green.
Anyway,
okay then.
Who's going to win the Masters?
I'm not too sure about it. Elvis, I think, still a good bet.
11 to 1. Graham, thank you for your call. Bill calls from Birmingham. You're on Talk Radio. Bill, hi.
Hello there, Tommy.
Hello, Bill boy.
How are you today?
Do you know I'm well? How about you?
Oh, yes, wonderful. It's pretty sad, really, isn't it, Tommy, how people get so excited about golf?
Extraordinary, isn't it?
It is. It's balmy, don't you think? I mean, and the people you see going around playing in the rain, I don't think they're right. Playing golf in the rain, it's not an exciting sport at all. And it's true what you say. It is people who, can't do any other sport.
Well, can't do anything because a number of my team have tracked down a number of, oh, come on, say it. They reckon that golfers not only can't play any other sport, well, all right, I'm not going to beat about the bush. They tend towards sexual inadequacy.
I think that if they get excited about golf, how boring must they be in bed?
Precisely.
That's the end of it, really, isn't it? Personally, myself.
Exactly.
I know. I think it's sad, really. I wouldn't like to be with a golfer in the bedroom, male or female.
If you can't go for a passionate sport, then where can you find passion in life?
Exactly.
That's the point.
It's depressing, really. Myself, I'm a bit of a bird brain and I love cheese. It's me again. But golfing, I've got to excite your show up, Tommy. There's some really boring people coming on it today.
Well, I don't know. Not compared to you.
But then, not compared to me. No, I'm exciting because I love cheese and I'm really happy that you like Gorgonzola. But, I just like to phone and excite your show up and get people, thinking, there's some mad people around as well as some sad people. That's all I'd like to say, Tommy. Keep it going.
Well, I'm so glad that you did. Paul calls from Dagenham. You're on Talk Radio, Paul.
Right, Tommy. Before I get on to golf, you said snooker's not a contact sport? A good sport either. There's nothing better you can do than going down the pub.
It's not a sport.
A snooker or pool.
It isn't a sport.
How isn't it a sport?
Because the ball
brilliant.
is still.
No, it's brilliant.
No, but the
Getting all
ball...
different breaks, you got to do all different shots from angles, everything like that.
But the ball is still.
And there's characters in that as well.
No, but the... Hello?
Hello?
The ball
Yeah, I
is
do hear
still.
ya.
And therefore, there is nil hand-eye coordination.
No. Anyway.
Do you know what hand-eye coordination is?
No, I ain't got a clue.
Do you have any coordination?
Yeah, I do. Anyway, golf.
Anyway, golf.
Yeah.
I hope the golfers are listening to the sort of calibre of support their sport is receiving here. We have Paul.
Yeah.
And there's a danger that any moment now Paul may have a conversation.
Yeah, if you stop talking, I will do. There's passion in golf as well.
There isn't.
How can you say that?
There's no passion in snooker or golf, and they are both dead ball sports. They are dead sports.
It's good. It goes on all the bunkers and that. How is it luck? Just to, like, say you hit a ball from 400 yards into a hole. That's not luck. You've got to be able to aim it up properly. You don't just swing a club at a ball and hope that it goes near it, do you?
That's exactly what they do. They hope for the luck of the...
They don't just hope.
Well, where does the phrase, the rub of the green, come from? I'm asking you a question. What does the phrase, the rub of the green, mean? I'm asking another question.
Yeah, it means that you're getting luck with, like, hoping that the ball goes in the right place.
Yeah, exactly, yes.
But
which is luck.
Occasionally, but you've got the principle of it to start off with to aim it up properly,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yes, I suppose so.
And how can you say we're not good at other sports? I love playing football as well. I'm an avid Arsenal supporter. I try to go to their matches. I like playing footballs on Sundays as well as I do golf, snooker and pole.
Well, I'm sure you'll be readily accepted in, amongst Arsenal supporters, Paul, in many ways. I'm not sure just which club you're going to find yourself in receipt of 3 proposals. It's usually 3, isn't it? But keep plugging away.
And
good luck with the golf.
Oi.
What do you mean, oi?
I thought you was going away then.
No, I'm not going away.
Right,
You are. And look at the sad celebrities who gravitate around golf once they've sort of had their first series on ITV, Jimmy Tarbuck. Never catch an alternative comic playing golf. And I think that speaks volumes. Steve calls from London. You're on Talk Radio. Steve, good afternoon.
Hi, Tommy. How you doing?
I'm well. Yourself?
I'm very well, thanks. What I'd like to say is, basically, first of all, I am a working class man. I work very hard. I play golf. I'm not very good. I enjoy being out there and I enjoy playing. What I'd like to say is, if you were a golfer, you would be worth millions and millions of pounds. And I say that because, as a person, I don't like you, okay? But you are very good at what you do. You are very good. There are millions of people listening to you, including me, because you are good at what you do. Now, you should really have respect for every man and what he does for a living and how good he does it.
I'm talking here, Steve, about disproportionate returns for expertise.
Right.
Now, there are people who know just how to empty a bedpan.
Sure.
Who get paid less in their lifetime than Tiger Woods will be paid for 3 minutes worth of wearing a baseball hat with a swoosh on it this afternoon.
Sure.
That's disproportionate returns for expertise. Agreed?
To a degree, yes, I agree. They're paid far too much money. But we're talking about the game of golf, not about how much money these guys earn. We're talking about the actual game. I personally think it's a beautiful game. I play, and I am absolutely useless. I belong to a club. I enjoy the game, okay, and I have respect for any man that can play a sport or a game, whatever you like to call it, and perfect it, which is exactly what you've done. You've perfected your profession, because you have millions of people listening to you.
Yes, but golf is to sport...
And you earn loads of money because of it.
A fortune. Golf is to sport what plate spinning is to vaudeville. Isn't it?
No, I disagree.
You just wouldn't miss it if they got rid of it, would you?
Obviously, you're doing very, very well for yourself.
You wouldn't miss it if they got rid of it, would you?
Of course I'd miss it if they got rid of it.
If they
I wouldn't miss you, Tommy. I wouldn't miss you. But I respect you for what you do. You do your job very well.
Yeah.
Very well.
Yeah. If they did away with your golf course, Steve, you'd have to take up a proper sport, and that would do you a lot of good. First of all, because you would meet more interesting people.
I've done lots of sports.
Yeah, well, you should go back to them, or are you getting a bit unfit?
I'm getting a bit unfit, I'm being honest.
Hey, well, you see,
Getting a bit
I
unfit,
told
but
you,
that's not the-
I told you it was a porker's game, didn't I?
No, of course it's not.
It's a porker's game.
You know, if you were a golfer, you would be very, very good.
I worry about your
Because I
arteries.
respect you for what you do, and you know.
And so you should.
You're doing
But I worry about your arteries. Where are you getting your cardiovascular activity from these days?
I play a bit of squash, very rarely. I play a bit of golf. I walk, and I have to say that although I don't like you as a person, I respect what you do.
Yes.
You know, you're earning your radio station loads of money.
Yes, I
They come on and basically you don't honestly give your honest opinion.
No.
You entice people into arguments.
And what
really.
about the argument that golfers are sexually inadequate?
There you go, Tommy.
Well, how often have you had it this week?
Sorry?
How many times have you had it this week?
That's to know, really, isn't it? How many times have you had it this week?
I haven't actually, since you ask.
Sorry?
I haven't actually, since you
Well,
asked.
you should get out on the golf course. You'll be amazed how many nice ladies you can find on the
But that's full moon tonight. That's got.
Yeah. No, you're very good at what you do, Tommy.
Yes,
very
I know,
good, and I respect you for that.
You told me that, and I enjoy that form of respect. Thank you, Steve, very much indeed for your call. So the Golf Masters has started in the United States a couple of hours ago, but why should that be part of the sports news? Chris calls from Pinner. You're on Talk Radio, Chris.
Hi. Earlier on you were saying about golfers are useless at other sports.
Which they are.
Well, I really do disagree with that. You know Lee Westwood? He's currently third or fourth favourite to win the Masters.
Yeah.
Well, he had contract to sign for Nottingham Forest as a football player at age 14.
Yes.
And rugby as well.
So did David Frost.
Yeah, exactly. So how can they be useless at other sports if you're saying that?
Well, we don't know how good he was at football. I don't know if you know how bad David Frost is at football. It seems that you don't have to be much to go on schoolboy terms at the Forest.
Well, that could be true, but they're
Couldn't it?
first division team going up into the Premiership hopefully this year. I mean, sorry, but if you can play with their under 15s, under 16s, whatever, you've got to have a touch of class.
Well, I'd know about that, being involved as I am in youth football, and all you've got to show is a certain amount of promise. Or maybe your dad knows the coach.
Well, that's true in any sport, isn't it, really?
Yes, there goes your argument about Lee Westwood being an all-round sportsman.
Well, fair enough, but I play in most of the sports that you can think of, really. And I think golf is one of the toughest sports, and I think, yeah, you don't find
it tough, is it? You even get somebody else to carry the bag around for you.
Yeah, if you're a wealthy little person, yes, you do, but think about it, I mean...
Or you put it on a set of wheels, like a huge shopping trolley.
Okay, yeah, you're walking on a golf course for 4 hours, getting fresh air in your lungs.
Yeah?
Having exercise of your life.
Not having the exercise of your life. There's absolutely no cardiovascular benefit from golf whatsoever.
Well, you may say that, but excuse me, I'm the fittest person in my school. I'm currently in a shuttle test last week.
Yeah, well, how old are you?
15.
Well, at the age of 15, it's very difficult to be unfit, isn't it? What about that boy who just eats Marmite sandwiches?
Well, that's dead true, but...
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Well, I'm just disagreeing with the fact that I don't think... Yes, maybe your average golfer has got a belly or whatever, but that is...
Haven't they?
They're not playing golf every day of the week.
They're all flabby.
I mean, name one fat golfer.
Name one fat golfer?
Yes.
I can name two. John Daly.
No, that's not fat. That is mostly muscle, and he's agreed. He said that himself.
Give me a break.
He said most of it is flab. He said he's got a lot of muscle. He's 4 hours a day in the gym. All of them are.
They're all a little bit overweight. Very few of them work out. How many of them use the gym?
All of them. Gary Player, recently he played at the Buckinghamshire.
He had to because he was a short house.
Well, that's because he did so much exercise, really, wasn't he?
He just won because he was South African, and they're very determined, and that's the only thing that Ernie Els has got going for him.
Excuse me, but if anyone else has got rhythm like him in any sport, they'll make it.
Yes.
They're special, and I'm sorry, I really disagree with you about criticising golf. I think it's one of the best sports ever, and I think if you haven't played it, try it, and you'll fall in love with it.
Well, I have played it, and I didn't fall in love with it, and that's a very easy thing to do. Paul calls from Suffolk. You're on Talk Radio. Paul.
Hello, Tommy.
Paul?
You enjoying yourself ridiculing golf today?
Somebody has to do it.
Well, you're making a pretty miserable job of it.
Is that so?
I'll tell you a little story.
Oh, dear.
When I first played golf 20 years ago.
Oh, not a golfing story.
Yes, indeed. Not a golfing story, it's a saying, Tommy.
Go on then.
Golf's not a sport.
No.
It's not a game.
No.
It's a disease. Because once you're hooked, you can't get out of it. It's in your blood.
Like herpes?
No, not like herpes, Tom. And not like footballers either. I mean, who wants to pay lots of money and dance around in front of thousands of people, falling over little knocks? Right? Can you really enjoy that sort of thing?
Yes.
Do you like going to the stadiums?
It's a proper I love it. I love the atmosphere. I love the smell. I love the passion. I love the danger.
There's no comparison.
I love the camaraderie.
And the hooliganism.
I do. It's all part of it, man. It's all part of life. I can't think of anything that is less like life.
No one's mentioned the banter you get when you go out in the four. You like banter as much as anyone.
Banter? These boys don't banter.
You've never played in a decent football.
They don't banter, man. They shot. That's it? That's banter? No.
No, I mean banter.
Gimme? Okay.
What a very naive attitude, Tommy.
What a laugh, what a laugh. I think this one probably wants laying up. And then you can take the burn with a wedge.
Tommy, there's millions of people out there that enjoy it.
I know. That's the problem. That's what I'm trying to shake up.
And they're gentlemen that play it.
No, they're not. They are. No, they're not. They are vacuous men.
No, they're gentlemen.
No, sir. There's a difference between being a gentleman and being empty-headed.
No, I disagree with you.
And passion-free.
It's one of the last sports.
It isn't a sport. The ball is dead. If the ball is dead, it is not a sport.
Well, you failed at it.
I didn't fail at it. Who told you I failed at it?
You couldn't do it. You couldn't succeed at it.
We haven't talked about whether one was any good at it or not. The reason I walked away from the game was because I found it dull. A dull game for dull men.
You had a bad experience, Tom.
Nope.
And most golfers accept that and have had plenty of bad experiences themselves.
And spend the whole of their life doing one thing.
Make themselves better.
Now, you've got to move on in life, Paul. You've got to be able to burn your bridges and move on and move away and move upwards. But I'm afraid golfers are still stuck there trying to score an 80-something.
Not moving up to football with them.
Right, who's going to win the Masters?
Well, I'll put my money on Lehman.
Dullest man who ever walked the earth, Tom Lehman. Listen to this. Can you do this? Can you do that? Can you inhale through your nose? Go ahead. It's how you're supposed to breathe. Whenever you do yoga or anything like that, or aerobics, they tell you breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth. Can you do that now, here, in the middle of August, with all that pollen about? Can you do it? Can you breathe through both of your nasal cavities? Like me? Miserable, isn't it? Miserable. I wish I had hay fever, don't you? Hay fever. Fantastic. Never had a sniff of hay fever. And when you've got hay fever, if you're somebody who has hay fever, you get so much sympathy throughout the summer from this thing which is completely avoidable and possibly fictitious. But you get so much sympathy and so many programs about it and so many things that you can buy over the counter which are dirt cheap and which, again, increase the amount of sympathy that you get. Hay fever. How do you get it? As far as I know, it's not contagious. Because I've worked with a couple of people who alleged that they had hay fever, and they were all tissues and inhalers and sprays and pills and things, and days off work. Teachers, especially, towards the end of the summer holidays, would often sneak an extra 3 to 5 days off before going on their 7-week holiday, because they had horrible hay fever. I wish I had it. How do you get it? Have you got it? Any tips? I mean, it's a great excuse, isn't it, if you've got hay fever, for not doing all sorts of things that none of us really want to do, like going to all those dreadful garden fetes that you get every summer. Why do people organise garden fetes? What is that all about? Why are you stuck with the prospect of whether or not you ask the Anglia weatherman or whoever's opening it for his autograph, stuck in the middle of that field with all sorts of activities you really don't want to do, and things that you really wouldn't dream of buying? But if you've got hay fever, of course you don't have to go. Nobody says, where's so-and-so? Oh, they say, well, she couldn't make it, I wonder why. If you're a known hay fever sufferer, you hardly have to do anything during the course of the summer. You certainly don't have to cut the lawn. Aha! You certainly don't have to trim the hedge. Ho-ho! You certainly don't have to bother with any of that nightmare, which is running a garden in the summer. Hay fever. Fantastic. I wish I had it. How do you get it? Got any tips? I mean, not only that, if you've got hay fever, you don't have to look your best. And it doesn't matter how funny looking you are, whether it's a hangover or whether you're just funny looking anyway. You don't have to make excuses. You can have a red nose, you can have streaming eyes, you can be somebody who's in a fit of of shallow depression for whatever reason, because he's just left you, or maybe he's decided not to leave you, but it doesn't matter. You can pass it off in the pub by saying, "Oh, my hay fever's been terrible today." And you'll get a free drink and you'll get some sympathy, and people will talk about you for 10 minutes. And what can be better than people talking about you? Hay fever. Fantastic. I wish I had it. I'm trying to lose a couple of pounds. No more than a couple of pounds, because I'm a trim boy. But it has struck me that you don't see a fat hay fever sufferer, and I can only presume that's down to the amount of exercise their metabolism gets through this alleged allergy, and also because they suffer so much fluid loss during the summer. Again, allegedly. It's painless. It provides you with tremendous sympathy. It's the perfect excuse for not going to faints. It keeps your weight down. It's a reason why you don't have to look your best. Please, some advice for everybody who, like me, this afternoon can have to endure the misery of being able to go like this. Can you catch hay fever? If not, how can you pretend? Hay fever! It's fantastic. We've got people ringing up to show off just because they've got hay fever. Like Anne, who calls from Bolton. Anne, you're on Talk Radio. Good afternoon. Hello.
You suffer it and you have this like I've got. I don't know if it's flu, hay fever, or what the bloody hell it is, but you can have it back. If you want it, you can have it.
Oh, don't rub it in. Come on.
Oh, come on. Listen to this.
You're so lucky.
I'm lucky.
Yeah.
You must be joking.
All us people who can't have a good old whinge during the summer.
Oh, what do you mean whinge?
Well, like you lot do.
I don't whinge.
You're whinging now.
No, I want me out now, in pub, enjoying myself, instead of stuck in bed. Because I feel ill. Now, you don't tell me that.
You know, they do say that you have to be one of the top 10, the highest bracket of intelligent people in order to get hay fever.
Oh, well, I am intelligent.
Yeah.
You know, I'm really good, but, I mean, you are not in my bracket. I can hardly speak. Come on, you talk to me.
Thank you for your call. Faye calls from Newport. Faye, you're on Talk Radio. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Hello.
I want to say that my hay fever's very bad. I catched it from school as soon as I broke up.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wanted to tell you how bad it was, that I've been lying in bed for quite a while, and it hasn't got any better since I broke up from school.
I love my boy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my brother's just saying in the background that he loves you.
Well, I'm very glad to hear it.
Hey, you're a great DJ, can I say?
We're just
you're amazing.
so envious of Faye because Faye has hay fever.
I know she has a bad, she can't go out with her friends or anything.
Oh, isn't she lucky?
Lucky?
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
She's very, bad actually.
Yeah.
He just takes the phone off me then.
Faye, thank you for your call. Andy calls from North London. Andy, you're on Talk Radio. Good afternoon.
Hi there.
Andy.
Yeah. I'd just like to say how good it is, how good it was when doing exams. You've got an excuse to do poorly.
Oh, you're a hay fever?
I used to suffer from it. I'm not so bad now, but I used to be when I was younger.
Fantastic.
It is, isn't it?
Aren't you lucky?
That was my excuse anyway.
Well, it's a perfect excuse, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because you get exams during the summer, yes?
It's the best time to have them, isn't it, for hay sufferers?
I wish I'd thought of it.
Yeah.
I had to put my A-level failures down to rubella.
Oh, there's another excuse.
Well, I got away with it.
I got away with it most of the time.
Yeah.
Not all the time.
Yeah.
It wasn't bad, though.
Can the rest of us, who aren't lucky enough to have it, can we fake it?
I don't know. I mean, there must be ways. They ought to do an injection or something where you sort of get it. Perhaps onions, breathe in onions. That does the eyes anyway. I don't know anything else.
Shane calls from Boston. Shane, you're on Talk Radio. Good afternoon.
Hello,
Have you got hay fever?
having hay fever.
Oh, don't rub it in.
It's brilliant. You can get out of work, PE at school. I used to do it all the time.
I envy you.
Good.
You show off.
I've been in bed, though, since Monday afternoon.
There, you see? Don't even have to get out of
and
bed.
I've been waited on hand and foot.
Yeah. People making sure that your bedroom window's closed.
Oh, I keep calling them up all the time. Got the little bell.
Oh, poor old Shane. He's got hay fever. And people tell you what the pollen count is each morning, don't they?
Oh, they do.
Yeah. How do you get it?
I have no idea.
Is it genetic?
Probably.
No, lucky. So if you haven't chosen your parents properly...
No,
stuffed,
unfortunate
aren't you?
look there.
Yeah. You've got to join in with the summer.
No, I'm one for indoors when it gets like this.
Are you a sporty type?
Don't be silly.
Perfect then, isn't it?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Absolutely perfect. It's amazing how it might be genetic when you think that we've evolved, haven't we, as a species to be as perfect as possible. And there's always been pollen around, hasn't there?
Yeah, it's just a shame it took them so long to work it out.
Well, I'm not sure whether you lot haven't made it up.
No, we haven't made it up.
Well, I'm not sure. Anybody can fake an attack of hay fever.
No, it makes you breathless. You know when it's hay fever.
You really don't ever make it up or exaggerate it a bit.
A bit, yeah.
Aha! Aha!
Just for a bit of sympathy, though.
Aha! Thank you for your call. Well, what weight are you?
I'm 8.5 stone.
There you are, you see. Perfect weight for your height. How tall are you?
5'7".
Oh, well, a bit fat, perhaps. Anyway. Daisy calls from Devon. Daisy, you're on Talk Radio. Daisy, hello.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Is that Tommy?
Yes.
Yes. I know how you can fake it, Tommy.
Hay fever?
Yes, hay fever.
How?
And it's just as uncomfortable as hay fever.
Yes.
Poke yourself in both eyes and punch yourself in the nose.
Hang on. But that won't work on radio because...
Because...
You need to make yourself...
You're not sniffling and everything. You'd have to make all that up.
Have you got hay fever?
I do get it. I haven't got it at the moment.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
And you never pretend?
No.
You never exaggerate it a bit? I'm rubbing my eyes, but it's not working.
No, because I don't do anything anyway, so...
Punch myself on the nose?
Yeah.
No.
No.
Can you make yourself sneeze?
Can you make yourself... I don't know.
I
Try onions.
No, that doesn't make you sneeze.
That doesn't work.
I can.
Don't make you sneeze, but
Hang
it
on.
makes your eyes run.
Let me see if I can make myself sneeze. Hold on a second. Hold on. I can do this. I'm not going to tell you how. I'm not going to tell you how. I can get it either by reading a new newspaper. For some reason it gives off fibres these days that can make you sneeze. Or by looking towards the sun, but not into it, obviously. Does that make you sneeze? Hang on.
And that worked. Was that a real one?
Yeah, well, yes.
Well, you know, I was just kind of lying here, standing here, Tommy, in my bikini, giving my friend a massage who has suffering from wind, and that's when I heard you saying about hay fever. Aren't people lucky when they've got hay fever because they can get out of so many things? And I thought, how can you be lucky? Sitting at home all miserable with your eyes all red, sneezing your head off, and feeling generally miserable. But then that's your argument, isn't it?
No, my argument is you can choose how you feel, but you have to be very careful if you want to make other people feel towards you as you want. You see, this is the thing. If you've got hay fever, you're laughing.
Oh, right. You reckon?
I'll let you get back to your massage.
All right then.
Thank you for your call. Celebrating hay fever. The pity of it is I haven't got it. I wish I did have. I mean, it's a surefire way of getting some sympathy, isn't it? It means you're intelligent. It means you've got a perfect excuse for not doing half the things you don't want to do in the summer anyway. It's a good reason for looking funny, and it keeps your weight down. We're celebrating hay fever. I wish I had it. Donna calls from Worthing. You're on Talk Radio, Donna.
Oh, Tommy, you don't know the half of it. When I was young, hay fever was one of the worst things you could have. It's an allergy. If you live in the country, my father was a woodcutter, and with ploughing and woodcutting, I mean, I just sneezed, my eyes were running, I caught a temperature. My mother would put it down to flu, especially in the summer. And that's all I can say to you.
Well, hang on a second, because I've got to take issue with the first thing you said.
It is an allergy.
No, that's the second thing you said.
Oh, was it? Oh.
And they say hay fever sufferers are intelligent.
Well,
listen to me. You said it's one of the worst things you can have when you're a child.
Well, yes, I do, because children don't want to be stopped in when it's summer. They want to be out there enjoying the sun and
Do me a
the
favour.
freedom.
Do me a favour.
I ask you, have you ever suffered hay fever?
No. I wish
so then how can you comment on a radio show for something you've never suffered?
No, my point is I'd love it.
No, you wouldn't. Because it is very much like the flu. It is an allergy.
I don't mind the flu.
Oh, well, then you're one of the...
If I had hay fever, I could go around demanding sympathy just like you.
No, want sympathy.
Yes,
I'm
you
not
do.
worried about sympathy.
Yes, you do.
All I say is awful because I can't do what I want to do. My eyes are running.
You can do
you've got a
anything you like.
temperature.
Oh, come on.
No,
You can do
you don't.
anything you like.
But I still work. I never went off work.
Here we go. Look, I'm a Trojan. I'm a hero.
No, I never went off work.
What a
I was a
little soldier I am.
machinist.
Had a
And I never took time out in the factory, and the girls complained that I looked like something out of Dracula.
Yeah.
And I just didn't, because I needed the money, you see.
You're
So I didn't complain in them days.
Case in point, you are, aren't you, Donna Ray? Case in point. You have been blessed with one of life's most perfect ailments. Hay fever. Guaranteed sympathy.
For a gentleman who has never suffered it, I mean, I don't think really you're in the position to quote something you've never suffered.
I long to have hay fever.
Oh, I don't think so.
I
don't
envy
think
you.
so. It's
And
very
you're-
much like the flu.
You're only ringing up to crow.
No, I'm not ringing up to cry. I just enjoy your program. Sometimes you really make me laugh. Other times I could scream at you.
It would be a wet scream, Donna, wouldn't it? It would be a clogged up scream, or allegedly. Mick calls from Canvey Island. Mick's a scientist. You're on Talk Radio. Mick, good afternoon.
I never said I was a scientist.
No, I did.
Did you?
Yeah.
Did you know me, did you? I think that you're a little bit of a toilet, aren't you?
Say again?
You're a little bit of a toilet, aren't you?
Toilet?
Yeah.
What's your problem?
Well, you're obviously a
You wanna
little boy,
fight?
aren't you? A little bit immature.
Do you want to fight?
All right, then, yeah.
Okay, where?
So you crave sympathy, do you?
Where?
So you go through your life craving sympathy.
Where
so
do you
you'd
wanna-
love to be ill, so you people would sympathise with you.
Where do you
And
want to fight,
obviously
then?
an immature boy, aren't you?
Where would you like to fight?
I'll fight you wherever you want.
Okay, you come round here then.
No, you come here.
No, you come here. You're the one who wanted to fight.
It's your idea. You come here.
No, you rang
You've
me
got
up.
more money than me. You can get the train.
I've got lots more money than you, and I'm better looking than
so
you.
you're going to boast that you're rich now, are you?
And more successful than you are.
Oh, yeah? You don't know what to do.
I've been out with Madonna.
Have you?
Arnold Schwarzenegger's one of my best friends.
Is he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. I remember that on Magpie.
Yeah.
Oh,
So.
you've still got the same physique,
You're
haven't you?
struggling here, aren't you? And
Am I?
And my dad's bigger than your dad.
All right, listen then, right?
Yeah.
Now, back to the serious thing. It's a gene, right? I know, obviously you haven't got it, so you're not in the top 10 intelligent most people, so you wouldn't know that. But it is a gene, and it is the same gene that carries eczema and asthma and migraine. So people who suffer from hay fever sometimes can get any of them as well.
Yeah.
Which is not nice either.
No, those
although
things-
you probably would like that because you'd get some more sympathy. And
Those
you seem
things
to
aren't
like that,
nice.
don't you?
Those things aren't nice, but hay fever, that's a doddle.
How can it be nice? How can you want red eyes and sneezing and snot flying out when you're talking to people?
Absolutely perfect.
Is it?
Yep.
Well, if that's the sort of
Spot
circles
on.
you mix in, if your friends enjoy getting covered in snot.
Have you got hay fever?
Yeah, well, I'm not too bad today, actually.
Have you got hay fever?
Yeah.
I knew you were ringing up to show off.
Showing off?
Yeah.
Ringing up to inform you what a sad boy you are.
I knew that if we left it long enough, we'd find one thing that you're better at than me.
Oh, there's probably lots of things, mate.
No, just hay fever.
No, I should think everything. If we went head to head on anything, I'd probably beat you at anything. But anyway, I'm not going to go down to your level.
If we went head to head on anything, I'd get wet.
You're disgusted.
Wouldn't I? Wouldn't I?
You'd get wet.
Yeah, that is if hay fever is what you lot reckon it is.
Is it? Hay fever's a gene, and
I don't think so. I think it's
can I just ask you, who told you that it was the top 10 intelligent people that carry that gene?
Nobody. I made that up just to make you feel a bit better.
Oh. You make everything up, don't you? Do you know anything for a fact? Or do you just make everything up as you go along?
Well, you tell me one fact.
Alright, fact. Tommy Boyd's sad. How's that?
So you can't, can you?
Yeah, that's a fact.
You can't
So
get the
there's
fact, can
many
you?
people agree with me in that one.
No, go on, let's have an existentialist conversation then, if you've got any idea where that's coming from. You tell me a fact.
Oh,
go on.
go on, now we're going to get pompous, are we?
Yes.
Oh, I'm better educated than you.
I am.
So I'm obviously a much better person.
Way better. Way better educated than you. And better looking, and more successful, and richer.
Yeah?
Yeah, and happier.
But I've shagged more women than you.
I bet you haven't.
Well, I have.
Go on then, how many?
What was your missus?
You know, it's you.
Yeah, you stutter in there, aren't you? Go on, find
Australian
the word.
Test cricketers who come out with that. That's pathetic, that is.
Is it?
Yeah. Go on then, how many?
What?
Women.
Mind your own business.
Well, you brought it up, didn't you?
What, we're going to be sick now?
You can't handle it, can you?
I can handle you, mate. I can handle you.
Dear, you really? You're one of
People
these
like
people.
you every day of the week, in, out.
You're one of these people who waits until their mates have got hold of their arms and then you go, let me at him. Yeah, got you.
Oh, yeah.
Canvey Island. Canvey Island.
Oh, no, it's the sort of place Tommy Boyd would live, isn't it?
Mud flats, pal.
It's smelly as well.
Mud flats.
There's a lot of people who said the similarities between Tommy Boyd and Canvey Island, actually.
Mud flats, German shepherds and prefabs.
German Shepherd.
And prefabs.
There ain't no shepherds because there isn't any fields left.
I don't know what we let you off the island for, no, but it's a proper island.
Yeah, that's why I wouldn't live here. I'm at work. Yeah, you can't answer that one, can you?
One way or another, Mick, you're full of it.
Yeah, but at least you know now that it's a gene, because you didn't know that because you're not in the top 10.
It can't be a gene, otherwise it would have been eradicated. That's what evolution does.
Don't be a fool.
No, that's a good argument. That's a good argument. Wow. I can't get over that one. Don't be a fool.
Everything that's a gene should be eradicated, should it?
Yeah, if it's an ailment, yeah.
Well, it's not, is it?
Oh, it's not, is it? Mick, I can't keep up with you, pal.
Oh, no, you can't.
No. Sorry.
No, you can't, because you can't face facts, can you?
That's it, no. I'm getting dirt burn from bouncing along in your way. Heather calls from Staffordshire. Heather, you are on Talk Radio. Good afternoon.
Hello, Mr. Boyd.
Heather.
You're not getting my sympathy vote, for a start.
Well, I haven't got anything for you to be sympathetic about.
Oh, believe me. Do you know what I hope? And in fact, it probably will happen, because I know people in low places.
Yeah.
I hope you come to your phone on Monday, and I hope you have 66 bloody sneezes, and that'll put you off the air for good.
Hang on,
How can you say that it's a very happy thing? Have you ever... Does one of your family suffer from hay fever?
What did you say your name was?
I told you what my name was.
What is
Heather.
it again? I think Heather.
Yes.
That's a funny name, isn't it?
Is it? Oh, you haven't been in the Scottish Islands. I think you're educated. Treating us as imbeciles.
Oh, God.
To say that having hay fever is a very happy occurrence. Look. Yes, I think you need to take... In fact, I've told you, if you sneeze 66 times, you would have no bloody breath nor no voice to talk. Yes. I hope you go home, and I hope you are taking your breath every 2 minutes. Yes. I can't believe that they have presenters coming on air taking the Can't you speak? Are you having an attack?
It's you.
I think I'll tell you what, I think you ought to go and have an examination. I think you want a brain transplant.
I'm allergic to you.
Tommy.
I've got heather fever.
Oh, I'm sure you have. Where does it hurt most? So I can sympathise.
My heart is heavy, Heather.
Oh, Tommy. I called you Mr. Boyd when I came on.
Yes.
You're Tommy now.
Yes.
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 You want to think about what you say.
Yes.
Because really, it is not funny to have any illness.
Nobody is saying it's funny.
But you did. You said I'd be happy to have hay fever.
Marvellous.
Tommy.
Eh?
Yes.
When was the
Tommy.
last time you did a hard day's work in the garden?
Plenty of times. My mother has nearly an acre garden, and I've been down there. I don't suffer from hay fever, but my nephew does. And I tell you what, he's streaming. He cannot appear. It is terrible for hours on end. And you have the gall to say how nice it is. I could have a sympathy vote.
The last caller said...
I'd rather be in your place.
Just zip it and listen for a second. The last caller said, if you haven't suffered from hay fever, you're not qualified to talk about it.
Well, I have some sympathy with that, because I'll tell you why. This is me calming down. I spent 3 months with severe depression. Now, I know you haven't much time for depression, but I'll tell you this.
What?
Yes, I've heard you say before, state of mind, all that. But do you know, it is one of the... I'm not saying it's the only thing. Whatever illness you have, they slap a label on it.
Yes.
But I tell you, if it prevents you from functioning, and you feel that you have no control over your life, and you can't do anything about it, don't you think that's pretty bad to be?
Well, if you need me to tell you that it's pretty bad, Heather, and if you need to have your deficiencies celebrated, then by all means, I am not prepared to do that. I refuse to do that. I refuse to... Will you let me get a word in sideways, dear?
Yes.
I absolutely...
Come on, try sideways. That's about your style.
I don't know what you're referring to there.
No.
What's that supposed to mean?
You work it out. You're the clever one.
What are you suggesting, sideways?
You work it out.
I am working it out, and I don't like the sound of it.
Well, if you can't walk straight, you go sideways, don't you, sometimes?
I think you're out of order, as they say in EastEnders.
I'm glad I'm out of order.
Yes.
Anyway, I've told you, if you get an attack of hay fever on Monday, I shall be clapping all the way to the... wherever I need to go.
Oh, you've got to go now. I can't take any more of you. I'm allergic to you. Goodbye to you. Jackie calls from Manchester. Jackie,
Hi, Tommy.
Hay fever.
Yes, I've got a crazy way of faking it.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I used to do it when I was younger, right, to get off school, and it worked every time.
Excellent.
The only thing is you need to have long hair.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I used to stick my hair up my nose,
Yeah.
and it used to start up a series of sneezes,
Uh-huh.
and my eyes would stream. And what I would do is I'd go in a different room to my mum and do it so she'd hear me sneeze, 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 and she'd come in and say, oh, you poor thing, you can't go to school tomorrow, you got a bad cold.
You see, when you're at school,
Yeah.
so few of the things that you can get a day off for
Yeah.
have actually any sort of visible signs.
That's it.
Unless you are actually sick.
Yeah.
But usually we get tummy aches, don't we?
That's it, we do.
But it's so hard to prove that you've got a tummy ache.
It is, but if you can, you can stick your hair up your nose, there you go.
Yeah.
You can sneeze and your eyes will pour. But, if you've got long enough hair, you could try it.
Jackie, thank you for the tip.
Okay.
All right.
All right, then.
Nice one.
Okay.
What we men do is we tickle our nose hair. Do you have enough nose hair to tickle?
Oh, no. No.
No, I can. If I just tickle my nose hair,
Yeah.
our men can do it. As well as opening a newspaper, which I mentioned before, because they make newspaper nowadays out of such poor quality pulp.
Yeah.
No, it's not happening. Jackie, thank you for your tip.
Okay.
We're lamenting the fact that we can do this. Breathe in. Through our noses. We haven't got hay fever. But all those lucky folk who have are lined up for all that sympathy. Are all set not to have to do any of the things that nobody wants to do during the summer in the so-called great outdoors, ranging from gardening to attending garden fetes. They've got to go down to the beach. You've got to go down to the beach. If you've got hay fever, you can always say, I must go to the beach. It's the only place where I get any relief. Fantastic. It's the perfect excuse for not looking your best. It helps with weight loss. It's comparatively absolutely painless. And, as our last caller explained, it's very easy to fake. Hay fever. Fantastic. Mike calls from Chelmsford. Mike, you're on Talk Radio. Good afternoon.
Well, I'm not so sure they don't fake it, Tommy, because if you look at the pollen count on the news tonight, it's bound to be high for tomorrow, and they'll think, oh, I've got to have a hay fever attack. If it's low, they can't do it.
No.
So, perhaps it's television induced.
And Julie gets the last word on this one for today, at any rate. In East Yorkshire, Julie, you're on Talk Radio. Good afternoon.
Hi, Tommy.
Hello.
Tommy, I've never had hay fever, but I really want it.
No, you do?
I do. I love sneezing.
I do.
And I've never been able to have more than 2 sneezes in a row.
There's a couple of children's books about sex which explain that...
God, you've just read my mind. My next thing to say is, what I would really like to do is combine, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this at this time on the radio, an orgasm and a sneeze.
Wouldn't that be incredible?
And I've never been able to do the timing properly. I've had one or the other, but not together.
Now, wouldn't that blow your mind, or somebody else's?
It would, and my partner's got hay fever and he can sneeze like 15 massive sneezes in a row, and I'm really jealous.
It has to do with moisture, I'm convinced of it.
Really?
Julie, thank you for your call. There. Hay fever. Fantastic.
Brian's on the line from Gloucester. Hello, Brian.
Hi, Tommy.
Hello, Brian.
Let's get St. Elvis on with his hamburgers. Leave St. Elvis a hamburger.
Fantastic, wouldn't it?
Hey?
I think the
I'm
children...
fed up with these mince pies, Tommy.
I think the children would go for it, the idea of Elvis at Christmas.
Yeah, let's go to McElvis.
Thanks for your call. Christmas is coming and we're celebrating it early on.
Christmas is coming and we're celebrating it.
Yeah, that's right, Stephen in Slough.
Hello?
Hello.
I'm on the radio now, Mum. Can you hear me?
How is your mum, Stephen?
My mum, she's fine, thank you.
Fantastic.
She's old, but, she's a bit sort of cranky.
As mums are, but you won't be telling her that in the run-up to Christmas, will you, Stephen?
No.
No.
No. What am I supposed to say?
We're just letting Elvis finish his beautiful song.
Alright.
His beautiful version of Silent Night. There. Got your Christmas list sorted out yet, Stephen? Of course you have.
Yeah,
What's your main present?
My mum gave me a budget and I got to choose my present, so...
Now modern youngsters work, and quite right too. What is your budget this Christmas, Steve?
It's £100.
Not bad, is it?
No.
No, have you realised how hard your parents have to work to earn £100?
Hello, dear. Go away, Daniel.
Go away, Daniel. So what's top of your list, sir?
My keyboard.
You want a keyboard?
I've got one.
Right.
what it is my mum gives me a budget, right, and then she goes and I go with her, and we go away, and we go and choose the presents at the market or in Slough or somewhere.
He's jumped ship. That's a shame. I'll say it for him. I love you, Mum. There. Where should we go to next? To Mitch, who calls the show from Norwich. Hi, Mitch. You're on Talk Sport. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you. Let's break the mince pies out now.
Let's do it now.
Yeah, why not? Why not? I love the last caller with the kids. Just like me, got 3 youngsters, 6, 4 and 1.
Fantastic.
What a time it is.
Oh!
Absolutely brilliant. My oldest 2 already got the Argos catalogue out. They've decided everything they want.
Yeah.
But I want to tell you about a little thing that I do every Christmas. This started 10 years ago, just to put a smile on your face.
Okay.
My brother bought this Father Christmas outfit. He's like me. He's a big soft ape, but he's got 3 young kids himself. The idea was he'd put this Father Christmas suit on and he'd go out in the garden and give them a wave up to their bedroom windows and they'd go to sleep. But he didn't put a lot of effort into it, didn't put the boots on or anything. So the following year, he said to me, right, you have a go. So I went the whole hog. Boots, presents in a sack, the lot, you know. Did it for about 2 years for him. And he said to me, well, you might as well keep the suit. So after a couple of years, a couple of friends got to find out. And obviously with young kids myself, we've got a lot of friends with kids. So a couple of my friends got to find out I had this suit at home. So they said to me, would you come and see my kids? And over the 10 years, this thing has grown and grown and grown to the extent now where I'm visiting about 20 houses on Christmas Eve.
Oh, fella.
And I'm driving about 70 or 80 miles.
How wonderful.
And every one of these kids, I buy them something.
Well, as long as you've got time, and I'm sure you have for your own three, which is the main thing.
Absolutely brilliant.
And what time will you be awake on Christmas morning?
My kids will have me up at about 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock it is, isn't it? Yeah.
Great fun.
The interesting thing is, you know, they're so excited when they go to bed on Christmas Eve. And they say, I'll never go to sleep. I'll never go to sleep. 20 minutes later, you go up there. Oh, and you put the stocking. Do you do stockings in their bedroom and presents downstairs? That's what we do.
Yeah, we have stockings in the bedrooms, and they go and bring them through to our bedroom, open them on our bed, and then main presents in the lounge.
Isn't it funny with children how you do one thing one Christmas, and then that becomes something you have to do?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So for us, it's a Christmas stocking on Mum and Dad's bed with a cup of tea.
That's it.
And then it's downstairs, another pot of tea, and a huge round of toast, and it mustn't be sliced bread, it must be a whole loaf that's been cut thick.
Well, we have croissants in our house.
Oh, fantastic. And when do you open the first bottle?
Sorry?
When do you open the first bottle?
When the first guests start arriving, because we have lots of people come round to ours on Christmas Day.
We always try and put the Bucks Fizz off until about 1 o'clock, but it's always open about 10:30.
And everyone asleep by 3.
Everyone's dozing by 3, yeah. Completely and utterly bloated and happy as can be. Do you defer any presents? Keep them wrapped up till, say, the following day?
No, we don't. The only thing we do say is we don't go out visiting. With the young kids, I don't think it's fair. Yeah. We should let our kids open all their presents and then say, right, put them away, we're going out. We have everyone round ours, and we have the whole house is like a bomb site.
Same here. We just shut up shop. Yep. Anybody's free to come round, especially Christmas Eve or Boxing Day, that's fine. But no, in our house now, it's we just shut up shop. We go for a walk Christmas afternoon.
Yeah, we try to get out for a little while Christmas afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, great fun.
Merry Christmas, Mitch.
This is what I'm bothered about, because I came home from school and the Cuban Missile Crisis was on, and I thought that was going to be it, and I was only 9. It didn't seem right. I still remember the fear. I ran upstairs. Didn't know what to do. Right, we can't have that happening all over again, can we? Not going to happen. I spoke to the Russian embassy, and they told me they weren't particularly worried. So we're all right. Graham calls from Sunderland. You're on Talk Radio, Graham. Good afternoon.
Hello. Basically, I like to talk about the situation in Iraq as well, if I can, please. To be honest, I think the world's coming to an end, really. I can't see any way out of it. First, no. Not with, the amount of arms that, Saddam Hussein seems to have. So I can't see how I can get out of this situation.
What age are you?
Pardon?
What age are you?
I'm 18.
So you haven't really started yet?
Well, no, but you only have to look into the past, don't you?
We've got people telling you
World War.
It's all going to end.
Well, it looks that way now. If you ever seen Threads, which is like an 80s film, which shows, how nuclear war can destruct society, I can't see how we're going to get out of it.
Listen, mister, just a word of advice. Don't worry too much. We're going to be around for a long, long time. You'll get your crack at the whip. All right.
Hi.
Yeah, hi. Let's find out what Lee has to say in Ipswich. You're on Talk Radio. Lee, good afternoon.
Hello, Tommy.
Lee.
Well, probably hate mail for saying this, but I don't think war could be such a bad thing. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, I'm trying to put this across. If you think back to the Second World War, or if you remember stories from the Second World War, the Britain was full of community and spirit. And that was because of the war. People banded together to help each other out. If a bomb fell on Mrs. Jones, there'd be Mr. Smith and Mr. Brown around to help. And maybe that's what Britain needs now.
Yes.
I don't know if you can understand that.
Well, it won't come to it, of course.
Probably not.
No, this is just Boris Yeltsin doing a bit of what we used to call saber rattling, because he needs to impress his colleagues in Russia, who think that he's not got what it takes any longer. See? And of course the consequence is we all start running around like headless chickens, don't we? Or bodiless chickens, because you can't have a headless chicken.
I suppose not.
No. If your head gets cut off, you don't go, whoops, there goes my head. You go, whoops, there goes my body.
Yeah.
Because the seat of your consciousness is in your head.
So they say, yeah.
This is very important when they used to execute people by beheading them. They didn't behead them, they bebodied them.
Right. That's kind of a way to look at it, I suppose.
It's one way of looking at that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let me talk to my team, because they look worried at 3 o'clock. Are you still worried, Ash and Nikkei?
I've calmed down a bit now.
Good.
I'm worried.
Oh, don't be.
I'm wondering if I've got enough doors off their hinges to
Don't.
up on their sides and hide behind to protect me.
Well, it won't protect you from chemical weapons, but they're not going to be used. And then you, Ash, I heard you say during the news at 3 o'clock, 1 cup of that stuff will do for the Midlands or something.
No, London, with 1 glass will do London. But I mean, Boris, he's as unstable as Saddam. He's drunk, you know, you've seen him, he's a nutter, isn't he?
Don't frighten me. What we're saying is, vegetarians, the party's over. It was a nice try. Come and join us over here. Sausages for tea. David calls from Warrington. You're on Talk Radio, David. Good afternoon.
Hello, Tommy, all right?
Hi.
I work in a slaughterhouse. Today I've killed 700 pigs. I don't know what you're on about. All pigs are fit for is on a plate or on a bacon butter.
David, we salute you. On behalf of well-balanced meat eaters everywhere, thank you and your colleagues for the work that you do. What's your favourite knife?
What's your favourite what?
Knife.
I stun the pigs.
Oh, you stun the pigs, do you?
I stun them, yeah.
Right, so you don't actually carry out any of the carvery?
No, well, sometimes I stick them, like, slit the throat, do it with a double-bladed knife.
Really?
Yeah. And then,
do they mind?
No.
They don't mind?
No, the pigs, get stunned. There's 110 volts go through them, and they don't squeal.
No, well, they don't squeal.
No.
And, do they mind when it's about to happen, or are they looking at it and thinking,
Oh, I don't think they know.
They're out from the pig farm?
Yeah, I don't think they know, because if they know, they won't go in there, would they?
They go in voluntarily, you don't have to ask them to go in?
No, they just go in and
They invite themselves in?
Yeah, they just go straight in.
So it makes the life a lot easier, doesn't it, for us meat eaters?
Some of them just turn back and turn on you now and again, but...
Some of them turn on you now and again?
Now and again, not very often.
Oh, that's pigs, isn't it?
Yeah. But they just go straight in and do the job.
Yes, do the job.
Yep.
Well, as I said, David, thank you for the work that you do. And I'm sure it must be harrowing on occasions.
Yeah.
Is it?
Especially Christmas time with 17, 18 hours a day.
Oh, hard work. Well, we know that.
Yeah.
But, there must be occasions when you have nightmares.
No, I don't have nightmares.
You don't?
No. Never.
Don't? Oh, well, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. David, keep up the good work.
Right, cheers, thanks.
I'm glad you called, yes.
Good morning. This government has set itself one task above all others. Yes, we'll deal with that tyrant in the Gulf. Yes, we will repair this nation's tattered social fabric. Yes, we will build a dome in Greenwich. But above all else, education, education, education. Those are the very words of Tony Blair when he was asked what his main priorities would be if and when he becomes Prime Minister. He replied, I have 3 priorities: education, education, education. Between now and 3 o'clock, though, let's help him work out how to pay for it. and how to make sure that it is of the highest possible quality, how to make sure that our children enjoy being taught, how to make sure that our children, when they leave school, are ready for the world and all that it's going to throw at them. You know what's wrong with British education? School children don't do any work. They don't do any work at all when they're at school. They read and they write and they do arithmetic and they do experiments and they do their tables and they've got a nature tray, but they don't do any work. They don't do any actual work from the age of 5 until 15, 16, in some cases 18, 20, 21, 22. They don't do any work at school. If we brought the factories into our junior schools, into our primary schools, into our secondary schools, then not only could we help education pay for itself, but we would provide our school children with some invaluable insights into just what life, sadly, all too sadly, is all about, which is work, isn't it? Love and work, that's what life's all about. Well, they'll find out about love their own sweet way. But they need to know what work is like. So why don't we, for example, here's my thinking, for example, why don't we teach youngsters from the age of about 7 or 8, they'd be quite good at this, to do manicures and to do chiropody. Obviously not major chiropody, but just a little bit of foot care for people who wouldn't ordinarily be able to afford to pay somebody to do their fingernails, buff them up, give them a nice clip, massage some oil into the back of their hands, and ditto for the feet. £7.50 for a 25-minute manicure and pedicure at school. The school would keep £6.50 of it. The youngster would keep 50 pence of it themselves. That would reduce the amount of truancy, because an awful lot of youngsters who decide not to go to school aren't going to school because there's actually no sort of lure at school for those youngsters. But if they knew they were going to earn £2.50 in the course of the day so that they could enjoy their weekends even more, you see what I'm saying? There'd be money for the schools to spend on books and videos and buses and curtains for the school play and things like that, without having to resort to those dreadful jumble sales and bring and buys. Oh, nightmare. No. Let's get our youngsters working. Not all day long, don't misunderstand me. Half the day they'd spend with their books. The other half of the day they would spend doing jobs like sewing footballs. If we had our youngsters in this country sewing footballs in school for a couple of hours a day, first of all, it would make them close those dreadful sweatshops that we read about in Bangkok. It would mean that our youngsters would know what goes into a working day for people around the world. Not just people around the world, people in this country too. Listen, this is a very serious point. Quite a few youngsters who are desperate to leave school and get a job, any job, okay, and therefore abandon their education, would be made to recognise the value of education and learning if they found out just what a nightmare some work can be, okay? Our competitors are getting ahead. In the tiger economies, in the Pacific Basin, people are leaving school and arriving at the workplace ready to start work. They know what work is all about. They've been working from the age of 7. You've got a workforce that already knows how to work. In this country, so many employers will tell you that people are arriving fresh from school. They haven't got a clue what being in an office or being in a factory or being in a coal mine is all about. So why don't we teach our youngsters? What jobs do you think we could create within school buildings that would help pay for education, help get some pin money for children, provide services and goods at a cheaper rate in this country than they're currently produced at? I'm suggesting manicures and pedicures. What about electronic assembly lines? Children have very small fingers, they're very dexterous, they're very bright, they could certainly handle a soldering iron. If that's what's involved in making up some of those little transistor packs that go into our Walkmans these days, then why shouldn't school children be doing that? Nobody else wants to. And what about micro-packaging? And what about painting those little tiny footballers that you still get? Jobs like that, which children elsewhere and women at home at the moment have to do, school children would happily do. What a good experience for them, what a good source of revenue for schools, and what a valuable piece of education in what education is all about for our youngsters. And, you know, if they spent the first 3 hours at school working, doing proper work, they'd have some money in their pocket. But perhaps most important of all, they would arrive at the business of their real education with a brand new enthusiasm. This is a rock-solid idea. I welcome your contribution. Becky calls from Plymouth. Becky,
Tommy.
You're on Talk Radio. We've got this one right again, haven't we?
Tommy, you're talking an absolute load of rubbish, I'm sorry. Did you know that the highest percentage of children in England are working underage in the whole of Europe? They do work. Of course they work. I'm at university now. I just had a year out work experience. I've worked since the age of 11. I've been waitressing. I've done numerous things. And so have a lot of other people my age that I know. So I totally disagree with you, and I'm thinking you're talking a load of rubbish.
Yeah. No, it's a shallow thinking, Becky. You're obviously going to a poor university. Which red brick one are you at?
I'm not actually. I'm at Plymouth.
No.
But it's
That's
definitely
not.
It's one of the best business schools in
Plymouth
the UK, Tommy.
Is not a university. Okay?
Tommy, of course it is. How can you say that?
polytechnic.
That's very ignorant, actually.
It's a polytechnic, and it calls itself a university because all the lecturers want to be
No,
university
Tommy,
lecturers.
it's very reputable now. It's one of the best business schools in the UK.
You know less about...
Have you seen the charts, Tommy?
Have you spoken to Mr. Ansell about this in the education department?
No, but I think I should do, Tommy. I'll
I
tell
would
you.
if I were you. Mr. Stephen Ansell.
Stephen Ansell?
Yes.
Well, I will do.
Late of my parish. So don't lecture me about Plymouth University, and don't expect a lecture from him, because he's not a university lecturer either.
No, Tommy, I mean, my point is, seriously, you're saying that children don't work. They have no practical experience from the age of nursery through secondary school, what have you. And this is my point. I think you're wrong. They do, of course they do.
Not enough of them.
Most, before GCSE, from 12 to 16.
Nah. Children aren't working at school, Becky. This is the point. This is the discussion. What they do with their free time is entirely up to them. How are you going to fund education?
But they're practically working, Tommy.
How are you going to fund education?
You were saying bring industry into school, bring factory lines into the school.
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah. You said that 3 times now. Are you going to say it any more?
Well, no, that's my point.
Well, it's not a very good one. It's almost entirely irrelevant. But I'm not surprised if you sit at the back of your lectures at Plymouth University.
I don't,
you can get away
actually,
with
and
that
I'm doing
there,
very well, Tommy.
Can't get away with that here. Yeah.
Anyway, that was my point. But,
Go away, honestly. You're hopeless, you are. Honestly, I'm not having anybody under the age of 25 on this programme any longer. No more students. They're hopeless. We're trying to find a way of paying for education. It's less than feeble to ring up and say, but some children have jobs. Yeah, the occasional child has a job. What I'm talking about is all children, every single child, from the age of 5 until they leave school, should spend half their school day doing productive work. And by productive work, I mean work that brings in money and helps the community. It'll benefit them, it'll benefit education. Robert calls from Norfolk. You're on Talk Radio, Robert.
Oh, hello, Tommy.
Robert.
I would just like to take your point one step further, if I may.
What a good idea.
And I think that old age pensioners should be put back to work also.
Pensioners
now, that might sound a bit controversial. I think pensioners should be made to work for their pensions. Ones that are fit and healthy, anyway.
Okay, thanks for your call. Peter calls, and we'll talk to Peter after John in Hertfordshire. You're on Talk Radio. John, good afternoon.
Hello, Tommy?
John.
Yeah. Oh, well, market research or like consumer research out on the streets, because I remember being sent out by school and everyone just wants to come and talk to you when you're doing one of these surveys.
You're so right.
Yeah. So, like, if the big companies got onto the the schools, paid them, I mean, you want to run away from these people in the shopping centres.
You do.
Yeah.
But when it's children...
Oh, yeah, they're there.
You're happy to talk to them.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. What would children charge for doing market research? And all they've got to do, actually, is ask the questions that are written down on the sheet of paper. So it requires, some basic reading skills, social skills, writing, and a little bit of initiative. So that's a valuable piece of education itself, isn't it?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
About 50p an hour?
What, to get their self?
Yeah.
Well, the schools could charge probably about £4 an hour.
Yeah, what does market research
You've got to give them something, surely.
What does market research cost? If you want to market research a new hat, and you go to one of these market research firms, do you have any idea what they charge?
No, probably a fortune, huh?
I'll bet it's 1,500 quid.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of about the going rate for projects, isn't it?
Yeah, I was going to write to you as well, Tom, because I thought that maybe children should be paid to go to school anyway.
I've always thought that.
Yeah, I don't know anyone, any other company that would do things like what we do to children.
No, it's beyond me, man.
Yeah.
We make them go and sit in those buildings all day long when all they want to do is go out and run in the fields, and we don't even pay them.
Even prisoners get paid for their work.
Prisoners get paid. They get a worse deal than prisoners.
Yeah, they do.
You're welcome to this show, John.
Right.
I like your thinking. Here is Peter in West Yorkshire. You're on Talk Radio, Peter.
Hello, good morning. Good afternoon, Tommy.
Good morning, Peter.
I couldn't agree more with the last thing. They should be paid to get to school. Give them full rights, Tommy. None of this fiddling around. Children have no rights.
Couldn't
They
agree
should have
with you more.
full union rights.
Yeah.
And secondly, get rid of ball games, these stupid football. Make them extracurricular.
Yes, that's right.
And get rid of homework, Tommy.
Every time. How can we do that to our children? We make them learn all day long, and then when they come home to the bosom of their family and some nice cartoons on the telly, we make them do more work.
Oh, it's atrocious. And can you imagine having all these rights, Tommy? They'd be able to have decisions in the school. Get rid of these inefficient, awful teachers, which there's so many of them. And get them a real say. They'll enjoy it. They'll be a member of the Transport and General Workers Union with a bit of clout.
And I do agree with what you say about getting rid of ball games in schools.
They should be extracurricular, nothing wrong with them, but
Absolutely
they will.
right.
If you play, you know yourself, Tommy,
Yes.
if you're forced to play a team game and not everybody likes them, you will be put off sport forever.
This is a terrible thing, but it does happen. You're
Oh,
right,
it
Peter.
does, and that's why we're so bad at the Olympics.
Yeah, and that's why when you walk up and down any high street in Britain at any time of the day or night, you will see a sea of miserable faces because people have had their joie de vivre crushed out of them whilst they were at school.
Like me,
my
exactly what happened to me.
Oh, it's a tragedy.
It is a tragedy.
Why
Great
do we
idea.
do it?
Let's get them the right. Let's put inefficient teachers out. Let's have children voting for inefficient teachers to be booted out.
If I was funny that way, Peter, I'd marry you. Thank you for your call.
Thank you very much, Tommy.
Nice
Bye-bye.
to talk to you. What a nice man. May he live forever, one way or another. With a heart like that, he will. Elaine calls from Shropshire. You're on Talk Radio, Elaine. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Tommy.
Hello.
It seems the way forward for children to be working at school. But how would they monitor that?
Monitor it?
Yes, to see that they're not doing too much physical work. And how long before they're exploited?
What are you talking
How would you
about?
apply that? How would you apply? Who would monitor how much work they do?
Well,
at
teachers
school?
would, wouldn't they, obviously?
The teachers would do that.
What else are they going to do? Are you there? Hello? Oops, yes, we've got a funny old line there. Hang on, let me see if I can clear it. No. Elaine, you've got a funny line. We'll call you back. And we will do that. We'll talk to Sophie now, who's in Middlesex.
Tommy,
Sophie, good afternoon.
good afternoon.
Welcome to Talk Radio.
Scientists tell us that when we die,
Yes?
millions of our brain cells die with us unused. So there is, in my opinion, there is not enough education. Of the right sort, I would point out. And really, that's why I disagree with what you're saying. We want the right sort of education. Now we have the internet, computers, robots. We really got to think about what we have to teach our children and what will be unnecessary in the future.
Yeah?
Do you agree with that?
Not yet. Not yet. You haven't said enough. You haven't committed yourself. You've been fairy, wishy-washy stuff.
That is really
I deal in lead, friend. I deal in lead. Come on, let's nail this one down.
Straight
Nuts
to
and
the
bolts.
point
What do you?
I am at.
What exactly are you saying?
I am saying that in the future, we will not need so much mundane work.
Yeah,
We will
what are you
have
gonna teach them?
computers, robots, as I said before,
Yeah.
to do it.
Oh, what are you
What
gonna
we
teach
should do
Yes.
is teach children how to use the internet. Because then, when they
don't
want
have
to know
to,
anything
my
about
darling.
history, religion, politics, anything, just tap it up.
You don't have to teach them how to do that. They can.
Well, they can do it. So there's another great asset.
Takes
So-
about 3 minutes flat, and they know how to do it.
Yes.
So what are you going to do with the rest of their 15 years in education?
Well, let them live for goodness sake. Let them enjoy. Let them roam the fields and play football and do whatever they like. Let them enjoy. Most of us have to spend our lives slugging. And then we die off with millions of our brain cells unused. They can learn how to use those and enjoy them.
But you see, I do have to take issue with you on this point. You seem to believe that it is possible for us to stimulate brain cells which at the moment are lying dormant.
Yes, because they're not at school. And not a lot of work is so.
Do you know a lot about neurology?
No, I don't, Tommy.
No,
Only
you
what
don't.
I've read, and
Yes,
it seems
what
to
would
me
that
a
be?
lot of it is true.
How much is that then? And what is that?
I should say I'm pretty well read.
Yes, but what is it you've read about neurology?
Well, I have read, as I told you, that
What?
we don't use enough of our brain in the right way.
Yeah.
We use it in silly ways.
In silly ways.
But I think we
I
should be
missed
allowed to enjoy from an early age.
Yes.
not sent out to work, etc., etc.
Etc., etc. So thank you, that was a good try, and very well meaning. And thin on substance. You know what's wrong with British education. Our children don't do any real work. I mean, you shouldn't need school cleaners for a start. The children made the mess, they can clean it up themselves. The difference would be you would save money and you would pay them money to do the work. Sewing footballs, providing essential services for the elderly, maybe learning to cut their hair. Certainly to carry out manicures and pedicures. Here is Andrew calling from Stirling. You're on Talk Radio. Andrew, hello.
Hey, Tommy, how's it going, man?
Couldn't be better yourself.
Not so bad, not so
We're
bad.
on to a good one here.
Now, Tommy, man, I think you're a bit of a right-wing bigot. I'm sorry.
I don't like the sound of that, friend.
Well, you see, I think it's everybody's basic right to an education. You see, you take away education from kids, you're going to curb all this creative talent that children have inside of them to do good, you know, to be better people. And you take that away from them, man, they're going to have nothing.
Well, you see, I don't think you know much about education, do you?
I'm a student, actually. I'm at the University of Stirling.
Exactly. So you've only known about it because you've been on the receiving end of it.
No. My mum's a teacher, too.
Then you only know about it because you've been on the receiving end of it.
No, not at all.
Well, you're very stupid if you can't see that what I am saying holds water 100%. You've only ever been on the receiving end of it. Okay?
Uh-huh.
All right. Okay, well, educationalists such as myself recognise that education is a much broader business.
Education can be run as a business. It can be run as a business, and that's what the government are trying to do.
And that's what they should do.
No, that's not what they should do. It should be everybody's basic rights in education.
No,
you know,
see,
along with food,
you're
water.
young and you're shallow, and you don't know about paying the bills because you've never had to do it yet. But you will find that the country has to pay the bills in just the same way as you will when you're a little bit older and you understand about responsibilities when you're a bit more grown up. Okay? And the world's a harsh place, and unfortunately, the bottom line has to tally. And at the moment, we're finding education too expensive.
So you're really going along with capitalism then? You really agree with it?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
Oh, well, then we disagree.
Well, fine, but how are you going to pay for education?
Well, there are a number of ways.
And let me hear one of them now.
Taxes.
Yes, and in order to pay tax, people have to...
Work.
Right. So I got the impression you had some kind of philosophical objection to the notion of free enterprise.
Well, I don't think children should be made to work. People should be made to get back to work.
Children, listen, pal, if you said to children, would you like to sew footballs this afternoon or do your 7 times table, they'd choose to sew footballs every time.
Yeah, I know, that's bad.
But you're the kind of guy who makes them do their tables.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, if you just go back 30 seconds to where you were saying that children shouldn't be made to do anything, you're saying that what they should be doing is made to do what you want them to do.
No, they should be educated. Yeah?
I wish people who disagreed with me were better at arguing than people like you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It'd be much more interesting.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, for all you know, what I'm saying is a load of old rubbish. It's just that, you know, you can't construct an argument against it. That's what's astonishing, isn't it? Don't you think?
Perhaps.
I mean, you can tell that there might be something not quite right with what I'm saying, but you can't put your finger on it, much less extrapolate it.
Well, I had a very late night, man.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, peace. I'll see you later.
Dear me. Michelle calls from Essex. You're on Talk Radio. Michelle, good afternoon.
Tommy, I think you're absolutely right.
I know.
You couldn't have been more right.
Makes sense, doesn't it?
Certainly does. I worked from a very young age. I started working in a sweet shop when I was 12, but I enjoyed every minute of it. And as soon as I left school, I couldn't wait to get out there and get a job. And too many kids nowadays, they leave school, they don't know the value. They don't know the meaning of work. They don't. And some of them never will. And I just think it puts a spirit in them.
Put some spirit in them, doesn't it? Yes. What?
Yeah.
Working on a production line.
That's right. Yeah. Or just
doing a menial, repetitive
just
task.
Be working. I mean, like, you
over and over
can't
again.
work in a team when you're doing your times tables.
Being
but
paid
you can when
virtually
you're sitting
nothing.
around a desk working.
Yes, being paid virtually nothing.
That's right.
Not allowed to talk to each other.
That's
and
right.
can't anyway because of the roar of machinery. That's living, isn't it?
That's right. And this is where the parents come in. The parents are supposed to be there of an evening teaching them what they can't get taught in schools because there isn't enough time to divide their time between the children. And
Mind you, I've never got this, you know, it doesn't really take 15 years, does it? Day in, day out, week after week.
It doesn't.
To teach children to write and read and do their sums. I don't get why it takes so long.
Right. And I think they do an awful lot of hours at school. And it's nice for them to enjoy some of it.
Yeah.
It really is. And as I say, I mean, you've got some children, my son goes to school with many children that don't do anything at home. So if they wasn't doing it in school, the parents would have to then sit down with the children at home. It makes such sense.
It does. Thank you for your call. Fred in Staffordshire, you're on Talk Radio. Hello, Fred.
All right, Tommy.
Fred.
I think you've been a bit slow on this. You need to expand it a bit more.
Let's do it.
You've realised everything that's involved with it. If you've got a business, you need somebody to market it. You need somebody to do the invoicing. You need somebody to do the accounting. You need somebody to do the managing. I mean, they're great skills to learn for those that don't want hands-on experience.
Quite right, sir.
You can go out to the countryside. They can do the farming. They can keep chickens. They can keep ducks. They can keep goats. They can keep cows.
Yes.
And somebody there's got to stand on the side of the road and sell it for them as well.
Yes.
In the cities, we can have engineering factories and all sorts of things.
Yes.
Make everything.
First of all, let's look at some of the practical problems involved in your agricultural idea. First of all, you've got to transport them away from their school and into the rural area. Even if it's a rural school, they've still got to be transported to the place of work, and that's a logistical demand, isn't it?
Well, where there's a playing field, you just put another field on the side of it.
But they've still got to be taken there, and they've still got to be looked after. At the age of 7 or 8, you can't just let children run amok with chickens.
These could be the older children. We're talking senior school children.
Okay, quite possibly.
And they keep all these people that want free-range chicken eggs and that, keep them happy then as well.
But if you've studied basic economics, you will know, Fred, that it's important to take the work to where the workforce is, and preferably have the workforce where the customer is. And since most schools are in city areas, where there are plenty of customers immediately around the school, if you have the work done in the school, and the customers visiting the school to purchase the service or the goods, okay?
Yeah.
Then you've got minimal overhead, you're onto a winner.
Well, that point taken on that. Point taken
why I was
on that.
suggesting
I just thought the people who left out in the country might feel left out. So nothing
well,
to
we've
do.
got to leave people out of the country, haven't we, at the moment, because, we're not that bothered about people in the country, really, are we, Fred?
Well, not really, no.
Not really.
No.
I mean, they'd make a song and dance about everything, but they've all got plenty of Range Rovers and...
Point taken, point taken.
It's true, isn't it? It's a fact. I mean, we've got this countryside march coming up soon. They're going to burn a load of beacons and visit London or something like that. But they don't know what they're on about, do they?
No.
They don't know what they're on about, so how are we supposed to know what they're on about?
I don't think anybody really knows what they're on about.
No.
They pretend they're poor when really they're very rich.
They are a bit slow on the uptake, country people. It's as simple as that. Whether they're the squire of the manor or the bloke who's looking after the pigs, they are a bit slow.
That's the interbreeding generally.
Cement-based people.
Yeah.
Nice talking to you, Fred.
Okay, cheers then. Bye.
It's always good to hear some wisdom. Somebody said, news stands for north, east, west, south, or something like that. Yes? Somebody said that. Oh, guess what Y stands for? Wales, Ireland, Scotland, and England. I don't know. Did you ever get that happen to you? Thoughts come from nowhere. I don't know where that came from. We are actually discussing a form of wisdom in this hour of the programme, which is how to make British education not only more valuable, but also more viable. And Colin calls from Sussex. You're on Talk Radio, Colin.
Good afternoon to you, Tommy. Tommy, you've not gone far enough.
Let me hear it.
Sooner we get all young and small people into full-time employment, the better. The fact is that education was started, I don't know, probably 200 or 300 years ago to try and develop people so that they're ready for the working world. And it's just become an institution in itself, and it's not really doing anything.
I agree with you.
At the moment. And what happens is people separate education from work, and you need to integrate them.
Yes.
And if we start young people working earlier, then what we'll do is we'll carry education on much later in life.
Yes. You're a wise man.
It will all be of greater value to all of us.
I've got somebody from Stenning on the line who wants to complain about some remarks she's heard about the countryside, claiming that she lives in the countryside. But you come from Sussex. Stenning isn't really the countryside, is it?
It's not far from me at all, actually.
You wouldn't call it the countryside, would you?
No, not really.
Not really.
It's a village, but it's
but
not really the countryside.
We'll have a word with her. I think I'll bring her in, actually. Would you like to talk to her as well?
Sure, come to.
Right, okay, let's bring Sarah into the conversation. You're on Talk Radio, Sarah. Good
Hello
afternoon.
there. Yes,
Hello.
Robbie. Robbie, wrong number. Wrong name. I live in Stenning, and that is the real countryside. I'm just half a mile up on the South Downs.
Yeah.
So, if you know the South Downs and you live in Brighton, you know where Stenning is. Not many people know where it is. And how dare you say that we are backwards? I tell you, I'm more forward. Hello?
Stenning's only really a playing field, isn't it? It's not really the countryside.
It is not a playing field, young man.
It is.
It's better than Kenton Place, where you live in Brighton. I tell you, it's a nice place.
If you really lived in the countryside, you wouldn't be as bright as you obviously are.
Well, I'm very bright. I'm afraid I'm a bit brighter than you.
Sharp.
I know.
On the ball.
Shock horror.
Yes.
Someone's brighter than Tommy.
You also wouldn't have time to be phoning in radio stations like this. You'd be able
Well, because I was
to
going to play...
see some things.
Milking since 4 in the morning.
Tommy, I was going to play table tennis this afternoon, but I thought it was much more worthwhile listening to your programme just to hear you say that we're all backward in the countryside. However,
Most countryside people are a bit slow on the uptake, Sarah.
No, we are not.
Well, you couldn't
and
even
I'm
work...
going to defy you, fight and head.
Well, you didn't even
I've
know...
got more brains in my head than you'll have in your back pocket. That's beside the point.
You didn't even know what my name was to start with.
I know I didn't, because I was... actually,
Country
I'd been
person.
asleep, and
You're
that's why I
rural.
forgot who your name is. Now I know who you
You're
are.
nodding
You're
off in the
Tommy
afternoon.
Boyd, and you used to play...
Well,
You used to be playing at play school. I know all that, Jack.
Yeah, you see, Colin, I mean, talk about somebody just walking into the trap, really.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Frightening, isn't it, really?
No, it's lovely.
I am not backward. And Stenning is the countryside.
Trying hard to back
Is
out
she
of the
still on?
trap, Tommy.
She's
But
away.
we are...
Yes.
Listen, Kenton Town in Brighton is the worst place to be, so don't you dare say Stenning. Do you know Bramber?
Kemp Town is not Kempton, dear. Kempton Park is in
Town, then. I don't
Sunbury.
really care, because I'm not a Brighton person. How about...
Kempton's in Bedfordshire, I think.
Do you know Bramber?
Kemp Town
Okay,
is not
you
Kemp
live
Town
down
town.
that way. I know, it's 10 miles away from
I
me.
know Britain. Now, you must go away, Sarah, and get yourself a psychiatrist or something, I don't know.
Or at least a map of the countryside.
A map of the countryside is a very good start, but she wouldn't know which way up to hold it. They don't in the countryside, Colin. They're not bothered.
No, a sheaf of wheat is all they're good for, I think.
I know. I had a land agent once. He's a country boy, and he didn't know east from west, and that is true. That is true. Frightening business, what he was charging. Anyway, Colin, what do you do?
I'm a salesman, Tom.
What do you sell?
What do you want?
Ah, what an answer, you see. Urban boy. Go on, Colin. You'll live forever.
I know.
Nice to talk to you. Sean calls from Middlesex. Sean, we're discussing ways of improving education this afternoon.
Yes, I think that we should all the parents should drop off their babies and their toddlers to school-like places, and there all the primary school children and middle school children could look after them and wipe their bums, and just like basically look after them. And school them in how to play games, how to run around, how to balance, that kind of thing.
I think the point you're making is that British schools these days, more than ever before, are effectively a babysitting service, and you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. They are.
In all innocence, Tom, I wasn't actually making that point, but that's a great point as well. Thank you very much for enlightening me.
Not at all. I think you knew what you knew, but you didn't know it.
No, well, I was saying that by doing that, we could teach our children, we could teach the middle school children some good things as well.
Child rearing skills.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that will make them more mature, and at the same time, the parents can go out and be more immature, because they've got to look after their babies.
In one of the American states, I think it's Utah, but I'm sure somebody will correct me if I've got this wrong. If a teenage girl, indicates that she would like to have a child before she's 30, okay, what they do in her school is give her a 2-pound sack of sugar, which she has to carry around with her 24 hours a day, right, for a month.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all, just a sack of sugar. It doesn't cry, doesn't make a mess, you know.
Yeah.
It doesn't wake up screaming at 3 o'clock in the morning, okay, to give the child some idea of what it's like to have a baby.
Yeah, they did a cover of that on Beavis and Butthead, that same storyline.
Say it again?
They did a cover of that storyline on Beavis and Butthead.
They did?
Where the Beavis and Butthead had to carry around a bag of sugar.
Yes.
And they were like chucking it into the local pond, that kind of thing, to see if it could float or swim.
Yes. However, the point is well made. Youngsters need to know what a nightmare of a responsibility bringing up a child can be.
Yeah, and every now and then we could teach them Aesop's fables.
Yes.
Stuff like that. And relegate geography and history and stuff like that.
Who needs geography?
To the pits. I don't know. I mean, geography teachers, I suppose.
Who needs geography but geography teachers? Do you know, an MP, I can't believe it, an MP from Castle Bromwich has written to this radio station and complained that I should be taken off the air for maligning geography as a subject. Can you believe?
sacrilege.
Can you believe that it's clear that all these new Labour MPs have got so little to do? Frightening.
Oh dear. Soon, Tommy, they will all know that you are one of the true human beings, and you will be elected as a representative of our race, of our species, because you know how babies think.
My home, Sean, is the next century.
Oh yes.
And I'm decorating it now.
You're a beautiful clown.
Sean, thank you very much indeed for your call and for your wisdom. Actually, I've got 10 tips here, 10 pieces of information that everybody should know before they have their first child. And I'll pass some of them on. If you've ever had a child, or you've got a baby now just home from hospital, or you're thinking about it, I mean, these really will hit you right between, right under the chin. Number 1, pack away all the clothes you're never going to be able to wear again. Number 2, double the time that you think it will take you to recover from pregnancy. Yeah. Whatever you think it's going to take you till you're back to yourself, double it. Sleep train your baby from 6 months old, because you have a need to rest yourself. Never do something for a small child they can do for themselves. When small children ask for things, save your energy by ignoring their request for at least 3 minutes. 9 times out of 10, their minds will mean that they'll forget what they asked for, and you won't have to do it. Fantastic advice. If they're persistent and you're going to give in straight away, because if you say no, they'll cry, and that raises the stakes of the whole thing. If the chaos and the mess in your home gets you down, put the baby or the child to one side and clear it up. Because you have to feel as though you're living in external comfort. And that way lies internal comfort. Ignore all the books. I like that one. Number 8, ignore all the books. Number 9, accept that you will feel tired for years. Because you do. And number 10, I think this is an absolute perler. We'll discuss it another day. Or now if you want to. Number 10, top 10 tips. Fantastic. Start your relationship with your partner all over again. Because you have. Discussing British education and ways of improving it. Steve calls from Buckinghamshire. You're on Talk Radio, Steve. Let's make them work.
Okay. I think you're quite right there.
Sure.
I was thinking things like proofreading.
Yes.
Because they'll be learning as well as being working as well.
They could start off proofreading Janet and John.
Yep.
And end up proofreading Middlemarch.
Well, yeah.
Fantastic.
Good idea, don't you think?
A very, very good idea.
And also,
yes?
I was doing this when I first started work. I was a postman, and on my delivery, this chap used to clean my football boots for me, polish them up, and I used to give him £1.
Endless things that children could do for money, which would teach them a work ethic.
Yep.
Provide them with a few bob, and help fund British education.
Yep.
It's got to come.
It's got to.
Got to come. Steve, thank you for your thoughts.
That's okay.
What do you do now?
Well, I'm still in the post office. I'm just sort of working my way up.
Hang in there. Let's talk to Andrew, who calls from London. You're on Talk Radio, Andrew. Good afternoon.
Hello, Tommy.
Hello.
Yeah, actually, I just wanted to compare what you were saying. You were comparing the city people and the country townsfolk.
Yeah.
You're saying one was thick and the other smart, the city guys.
Seems to be the case, doesn't it?
Well, I also want to say that the international people that come to Britain are much more smarter and slicker than those of the national of the cities and the countryside people in this country, really, because they bring in a lot of flair.
Yeah. So the immigrant community are smarter than...
No, I'm not really saying that. Really, I'm saying in terms of every kind of person that's come to this country that are not originally British.
Yes.
Including the continental people also.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Also, again, the case of the coast, the people of the coast are much more smarter because they eat fish, and that's brain food. And as we go into land...
Now, this is very interesting, Andrew. This is Scott Chisholm's theory about why the States, the United States of America, is as it is. Yeah. He believes that the further you live away from the sea, right, the thicker you are. And he points out that you've got all that flyover country in the United States where you've got, all the banjo, ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, the Appalachian Mountains.
Exactly. And you think it has to do with eating fish?
I think so. I think, adding to what I was saying about the international people, because over up to the 1950s or 60s, a lot of people in this country used to eat fish and chips only.
Yes.
As their staple food, and that is not really brain food. In fact, it causes a lot of heart disease more than brain food anyway.
Yeah.
Or added to your brain, sorry. And I think the other kinds of delicacies that have been coming from Thailand, China, India and all that sort of those countries, they're now sort of like the food stuff in it, they sort of like help the brain to some extent. And I think also, again, eating a lot of fish also, you know, it sort of like brings a lot of new thinking into the brain, really, because if you look around, all the inventors that you've had in Britain, they really come from very well, almost close to the sea, really. You see, at least less than 100 miles from the sea.
Yeah, Andrew, you have made a succession of powerful points and made them all well, and I agree with everything you have said, particularly your first point, that, if you think that countryside people are thick, you should judge urban people from the point of view of the international arrival.
That's right.
Thank you for your call.
All right.
That's a powerful point. Very, very well worth chewing on. What is the best way to make a nice white sauce to go with a piece of fish? Butter, yes, obviously. Self-raising flour or plain? White, yes. But, and this is where the controversy happens here at Talk Radio, there's one school of thought that says skimmed milk to compensate for the butter, and the other school of thought says that skimmed milk is just white water. Helen calls from Basingstoke. Helen, we're discussing education in Britain today.
Tommy, I think you're absolutely right, and I think children should be made to work, but I don't think they should be paid, because when they leave school there aren't going to be any jobs, and this is probably our only chance of getting any work out of the little devils.
Yes, churlish thinking, Helen, if I may.
I know, but
Sure, it's not very
it's a fact, isn't it, Tommy?
Yeah, but revenge is not a valuable motive when it comes to education.
Well, I don't think it's revenge, is it? I think it's being realistic. I mean, they do little enough as it is, don't they? All they do is cause the rest of us work, so get something back off them, eh?
What would you have them do?
Well, perhaps we could have them filling out forms. It would stand them in good stead for when they're on the dole or cleaning
No, see, I don't agree. That will seem to them to be too close to what they do anyway in school, because most of the written work they do
have to learn to read and write first.
looks like filling out forms. No, sewing footballs. There's all those sweatshops in Bangkok that you read about, and in India, don't you? Read about in Karachi, there's all these sweatshops where children work for 5 pence a football, sewing them up.
What about the fact of these people in Austria now? They want to make it against the law, don't they, for men not to do the housework? So we could get all the girls at least to learn how to do all the chores without complaining.
No,
so
that
we
wouldn't.
don't have this
That wouldn't work in a school, because you would have to recreate domestic environments in order to teach them how to do the job, and that would be an overhead that you couldn't really
I think I'm going to have to
justify.
leave it in your safe hands, Tommy.
Thank you for that. Yes, that's fair enough. Paul calls from Hertfordshire. You're on Talk Radio, Paul.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Paul.
I come from Hong Kong, and out there I had to go for education, and I really had to work my butt off to get through education as well as trying to learn. And I think it would be good if you could have children here today. They have to work hard, and they can go and play at school.
But you see, Paul, you're lucky. You were brought up in a community which wasn't afraid to try out new things.
Yeah, they try and have new things now.
They are, aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, but Hong Kong people aren't afraid of the winds of change.
No.
No.
That's right.
No. They'll try something, and if it works, great, and if it doesn't,
If they don't like it,
forget it.
try.
Exactly. You try that in this. How long have you been here?
Only about 8 years.
You try making any changes in this country to anything, mate.
No, it's too hard.
Not a hope.
No way.
Not a hope.
No way. But if you can do it, then older people can go back to school, because a lot of them are really stupid.
I don't. What, British old people are stupid?
Yeah, not all of them, but lots of.
Almost all of them. Surely. And the thing is, again, and this is the difference between Hong Kong and where you are now in Hertfordshire, Paul, I'm sure at home in Hong Kong you found that old people accumulated wisdom and were prepared to pass it on.
That's it, yeah.
There's no wisdom amongst the old folk in
I
Britain.
mean, they always pass it on to the younger ones.
Yes.
That's it, and it doesn't happen here.
No, it doesn't.
And I miss it a lot.
I'll bet you do. But you can't go back, can you?
No, not now.
Not now, no.
No.
Never mind.
Never mind.
Hong Kong's loss, as they say.
Yep, that's what I think. Okay?
All right, nice to talk to you. Thank you for your call. Sean is on the line from Bristol. You're on Talk Radio, Sean.
Hello, Tommy.
Sean, good afternoon.
How you doing, mate? Basically, I just phoned up, right? Instead of kids going to school 5 days a week, they should be going 3 days a week and 2 days working.
Right.
And instead of all these like RE lessons and things like that, which don't really matter, they should be doing English, maths, and business studies, or something that they're going to be able to take out into the big world and use.
Yes.
And all those students and all that, they shouldn't be doing, I mean, not being funny, they go to, university at 11:30, finish at 3. They should be made to work for all their money, instead of us giving all the money to them. For their grants and all that stuff.
That's right.
That's what I think, Tom. I just had to get my point of view across, mate.
I'm really glad you did, mate. It's a valuable point. What do you do?
I'm a Telewest salesman, mate. Telewest Communications.
Is that right?
Yeah, I've done loads of selling ever since I left school, Tommy.
Well, power to you. That is an honourable
Yeah, I get all these students working, Tommy, because like, it really annoys me to see them walking down the street just like...
Do nothing
disgusting.
but parties and drink and worse.
Yes.
Thanks for your call. And if it wasn't for students, we'd have a lot better bands. Because they're the people who encourage mediocre bands. But that's a different day. We'll do that another day. John calls now from London. You're on Talk Radio, John. Good afternoon.
Oh, Tommy, I can kill 3 birds with 1 stone.
Sounds good.
I can help the green people, I can help the government, and I can certainly endorse your remarks about children working. At no extra cost to the education system.
Well, we've got to hear this one.
Number 1, kids at school dissect frogs.
Yes.
Stop doing that.
Yes.
The government's got this terrible worry about all these old people, these stupid old people, as this chap just said from Hong Kong.
Yes.
Why not get the kids in a biology class dissecting old people?
Yes.
Now, they're working, they're learning about the human anatomy, they're clearing the country of all these old people, these stupid old people, and all those frogs can go free.
When you say dissection, would you draw the line at vivisection?
Oh,
In
no.
which case the subject is alive?
No, don't draw. Let them learn about life. You know, I mean, what's the point of having lots of old people filling up the country as the government keeps worrying about it? Why not just solve the whole problem in one go?
Dissect live old people.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you for your call, John. Helen gets the last word on this one, for the time being at least. Education, a popular topic in the afternoon show. Helen in Buckinghamshire, you're on Talk Radio. Helen.
Hi there.
Hi.
I think it would be a good idea to let the children grow up without having to worry about working.
Well, we're doing that and it doesn't work.
Of course it works.
It doesn't work. Anybody will tell you it doesn't work. We can't afford the schools. We can't afford the schools we've got.
Well, I don't think that's the problem with the kids, though, is it? It's a problem with the adults, really.
Yes, I know, but how are we going to pay for it? It's all very well having these airy-fairy ideas about education being sacrosanct, dear, but it costs.
Of course it costs. Everything costs.
Yes,
no, I mean, what are you going to let the guy who spoke before do what he wanted to do? And get rid of all our old people?
But the point was he was thinking.
Oh, was he?
Yes, he thought something through.
Well.
He didn't just sort of button himself on the radio and come out with this stuff that you've heard 1,000 times over.
Well, I think to pay, getting back to that, isn't that what our taxes are supposed to do?
Ah, I'd forgotten about that bit. Yes, that's right.